Chapter 488. The novel is updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Gu Jiao didn't expect to run into Tang Yueshan, who had been missing for many days, here. So the owner of that house was actually Tang Yueshan. The remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin army couldn't find him because he was hiding in the deep forest. In just a moment, Gu Jiao's eyes flashed with countless doubts, including whether Tang Yueshan recognized her. Gu Jiao was still wearing the night clothes from yesterday. She wore a mask on her face. Because of the rush on the horse, the peacock feathers on the mask were blown away by the cold wind, leaving only a bare silver mask. Tang Yueshan stared at the mask for more than 10 seconds. At least, that was what Gu Jiao counted in her mind. Gu Jiao's first reaction was that he recognized her. Then she thought of something else. Her second reaction was that he might as well have recognized her. Yes, Tang Yueshan didn't recognize Gu Jiao as the daughter of Marquis Manor, the beloved daughter of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Instead, he thought of the little assassin who had broken into the marshal's mansion and disabled Tang Ming. Tang Yueshan hadn't officially fought with the little assassin, but when Gu Jiao appeared in front of him like this, his first instinct was to think of the night when Tang Ming was abused. This was a father's intuition when he met the murderer. Gu Jiao asked herself if she had seen Tang Yueshan so closely after taking revenge on Tang Ming at the marshal's mansion. They might have seen each other from afar. However, she was wearing women's clothes and showed the left side of her face with the birthmark. It was hard to associate her with the assassin that night. Not to mention that both the assassin and Gu Qingfeng, the accomplice who came to the marshal's mansion to pick her up, died at the hands of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Tang Yueshan had no more reason to suspect her. But a lie was a lie. It couldn't overcome a father's instinct. Gu Jiao could tell from the look in Tang Yueshan's eyes that he had recognized her as the assassin from that night. That was why Gu Jiao had said that he might as well have recognized her. If he had recognized her as the Marquis's daughter, it would mean that he didn't have the intuition to find the culprit. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became stiff. Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Jiao's mind at that moment, as did Tang Yueshan. He had personally seen Empress Dowager Zhuang's trusted eunuch Qin, bring the two assassins into the forest to execute them. Afterwards, eunuch Qin came to report that the assassins had been executed. He didn't check the bodies because he believed in Empress Dowager Zhuang. He didn't think that she would protect two assassins who made trouble in the marshal's mansion. After all, he was Empress Dowager Zhuang's trusted minister. If he wanted to kill two mere assassins, why would Empress Dowager Zhuang do this? But now, this little assassin had appeared right in front of him. Other than the mask, everything else was the same. Figure, temperament, eyes, clothes, Gu Jiao thought, what the fuck? She's wearing night clothes. Tang Yueshan understood everything. That night, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't kill the two assassins at all. She had deliberately let eunuch Qin bring them into the small forest to execute them. Her goal was to put on a show for him to see. In any case, he didn't know what they looked like. In the future, they would still be able to live openly in this world. It was a pity that his Ming had been harmed like that, but the murderer was still free in this world. Why? Why did the Empress Dowager lie to him? If this matter was a lie, then what the Empress Dowager said to him wasn't a lie. The Empress Dowager said that someone wanted to sow discord between the marshal's mansion and Marquis Ding An's mansion, so they had drugged Gu Changqing and Tang Ming, causing Tang Ming to humiliate Gu Yan and causing Gu Changqing to seriously injure Tang Ming. The Empress Dowager also said that the person behind the scenes was Imperial Concubine Jing, and Imperial Concubine Jing was a remnant of the previous dynasty. In order to not make his enemy happy, he had let Gu Changqing go. He and Gu Chao had buried the hatchet. He had brought 10,000 soldiers and 1,000 archers to avenge Tang Ming, but what had happened? The person who had lied was the Empress Dowager. The murderer who had already been executed by the Empress Dowager was standing in front of him. Empress Dowager Zhuang had indeed lied to Tang Yueshan, but only a part of it. For example, Tang Ming and Gu Chongqing hadn't been drugged. Tang Ming had really wanted to humiliate Gu Yan, and Gu Chongqing had really wanted to cripple Tang Ming in the arena. But regarding imperial concubine Jing being a remnant of the previous dynasty and her wanting to sow discord between Tang Yueshan and Marquis Ding Han's mansion, Empress Dowager Zhuang had spoken from the bottom of her heart. But as long as a person told a lie, all of her words would become untrustworthy. Countless doubts and anger flashed through Tang Yueshan's mind. He hadn't seen Tang Ming humiliate Gu Yan with his own eyes. Although Tang Ming's servant had admitted it, what if the servant had been bribed by the Empress Dowager? On the contrary, Gu Chongqing had injured Tang Ming in the arena in the barracks, and this little assassin had tortured Tang Ming until he was crippled. These were facts that he had seen with his own eyes. And Empress Dowager Zhuang had protected them. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang was jackals of the same tribe as them. They were all murderers who had harmed Ming. Who exactly are you? Tang Yueshan's eyes suddenly emitted a murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. He had been holding a prey in his hand, but now he didn't want it anymore. After coldly throwing it away, he reached out his hand to grab Gu Jiao's throat. Gu Jiao wouldn't give up without a fight. She blocked his hand with a withered branch. Unexpectedly, this guy had a pair of iron hands that went through the branch. Tang Yueshan was able to become the Grand Marshal of all the armed forces in the world, not only because of Empress Dowager Wang's favor, but also because of his own strength. His internal strength was very strong, and it wasn't any weaker than His Majesty's Dragon Shadow Guards. Gu Jiao had been busy for a day and a night. Her physical strength was already exhausted, and there was no way she could withstand his attack. However, at this critical moment, the sound of soldiers talking suddenly came from the forest. "Boss! There's a small wooden house over there. Let's go. Let's go and see." It was the army of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Tang Yueshan was also wanted by the remnants of the previous dynasty. His expression changed immediately. "You're a remnant of the previous dynasty?" "I'm not," Gu Jiao said. When Tang Yueshan heard Gu Jiao's female voice, he was even more surprised than when he saw the remnants of the previous dynasty's army. "You're a girl." It wasn't his fault that he hadn't seen the world. It was just that, how could the methods she used to torture Tang Ming be the work of a girl? Was she that shameless? Gu Jiao originally thought that she was unlucky enough to run into Tang Yueshan while picking up firewood. However, now that she saw the remnants of the previous dynasty's army, she felt that Tang Yueshan was the one who was really unlucky. He was hiding in the deep mountains and forests, and if nothing unexpected happened, he could hide for a year and a half. But now, she was exposed. Tang Yueshan also figured out the crux of the matter. He gritted his teeth and looked at Gu Jiao. "You're the one who attracted the remnants of the previous dynasty's army." Gu Jiao shook her head like a rattledrum. "It's me. Be careful with your words." Tang Yueshan was furious. Where did this girl come from? First she hurt Tang Ming, and now she wanted to hurt him. "Don't kill me. I'll help you deal with them." Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. Help. Did she have a choice? She made it sound like they would let her go if she didn't do anything. Didn't she know who attracted the enemy's army? Could she be any more shameless? Gu Jiao waved at the remnants of the previous dynasty's army, who were still looking for a path. "We're here." Tang Yueshan's body trembled. Swoosh. 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 Dozens of arrows flew toward them with murderous intent. Gu Jiao flashed behind Tang Yueshan in a second. Tang Yueshan was speechless. The enemy had sent 2 small teams, totaling more than 50 soldiers. These soldiers were more skilled in martial arts than the patrolling soldiers. After all, the commander had ordered them to capture Tang Yueshan alive. Naturally, these soldiers were the best. The group didn't recognize Tang Yueshan at first. Gu Jiao pointed at Tang Yueshan and said, "He's the Marshal Tang you're looking for." Tang Yueshan was betrayed just like that. The group of soldiers slashed at Tang Yueshan. After all, their superiors had only ordered them to capture the young assassin alive. They didn't say anything about keeping Tang Yueshan alive. Tang Yueshan was the marshal of the Zhao kingdom. His head was worth a lot of money. Their king would reward whoever beheaded him handsomely. Then, Tang Yueshan saw something very strange. The group of soldiers slashed Gu Jiao with only half of their strength, and they used the back of their swords. When it was Tang Yueshan's turn, they slashed with all their might. Tang Yueshan was so angry that he twitched. In this small battle, Tang Yueshan was the main force on the enemy's side. He almost single-handedly killed 40 soldiers of the previous dynasty. Gu Jiao was so lazy that she didn't make a move until Tang Yueshan was almost exhausted. When Gu Jiao finished off the rest of the soldiers, Tang Yueshan sat in the snow, holding his chest and gasping for breath. He watched Gu Jiao's skills. The more he watched, the more serious he became. That night when Gu Jiao sneaked into the marshal's mansion, even if he didn't fight with her, he could still see her being hunted by the Tang family's archers. It was obvious that this girl's skills had improved a lot in just a few months' time. If he didn't get rid of her now, she would be a big problem for him in the future. Gu Jiao was killing the last 3 soldiers. Her back was exposed to Tang Yueshan. Just as Gu Jiao was about to stop her last attack, Tang Yueshan quietly gathered his internal force in palm and slapped toward Gu Jiao's back. But as soon as he raised his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, he fell in the snow. Chapter 489. Gu Qingfeng looked around the small wooden house and confirmed that Gu Jiao really wasn't there. His heart tightened. Of course, he didn't think that Gu Jiao had left them behind. If she wanted to leave them behind, she didn't have to follow them in the first place. The firewood was almost used up, and there was a shortage of food. Gu Qingfeng guessed that Gu Jiao either went to look for food or firewood. He couldn't let her take the risk alone in the snow-covered forest, so he planned to go out and look for her. Who would have thought that as soon as he opened the door, he would see someone carrying a bundle of firewood on their back and using some unknown animal skin as a tool. They were silently dragging a person, walking through the snow with great difficulty. The reason why it was strenuous was because she hadn't slept for a long time. Secondly, she was physically exhausted. Thirdly, the snow in the forest was too heavy. It made it difficult to walk, not to mention that she was carrying a bundle of firewood and dragging a person. Gu Qingfeng was a little dumbfounded. He guessed that she was going to chop firewood, but he didn't expect that she would chop a person back. Gu Qingfeng walked through the thick snow towards her. When he got closer, he heard weak breathing and confirmed that it wasn't a corpse. Gu Qingfeng's expression was a little complicated. What's going on? Don't tell me you picked up another person. Why did he use another? Wasn't it because of the old madam and Xiao Liulang's deeds? Without waiting for Gu Jiao's reply, Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. He said with a look of disdain, "Do you have a hobby of picking up people in the house? Or is it because you can't find food?" So, Gu Jiao gave him a look of concern for an idiot. "Are you very free?" "I'm not." Gu Qingfeng denied flatly. He pointed at the man whose face was covered by messy hair and snow. "Who is it?" Gu Jiao said, "See for yourself." Gu Qingfeng squatted down and brushed away the messy hair and snow on the man's face. A familiar and dignified face greeted Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Shocked, Gu Qingfeng jumped to his feet and took a big step back. Tang Yueshan. He looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Why did you bring him back? No, I should be asking you, why is he here? And dressed like this? Needless to say, the animal skin under Tang Yueshan's body was taken from him. His legs were also wrapped with animal skin to keep warm, and he wore an animal skin cap on his head. He was dressed like a hunter. Wait, the owner of this cabin. Could it be Tang Yueshan? Gu Qingfeng's jaw dropped. Gu Jiao said, "I don't know who the previous owner is, but the current owner should be Tang Yueshan." So, the reason why the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin army couldn't find Tang Yueshan was because he was hiding here. But why is he injured? There were bloodstains on his clothes, so Gu Qingfeng naturally thought that he was injured. Gu Jiao followed Gu Qingfeng's gaze and explained, "You mean his blood? He vomited it. He was poisoned." Poisoned? Gu Qingfeng was even more confused. Wasn't Tang Yueshan very powerful? How could he be poisoned? Gu Qingfeng thought of 100 ways Tang Yueshan fell, but none of them had anything to do with poisoning. For a warrior like him, even if he died, he should have died of injuries. Gu Qingfeng didn't expect Gu Jiao to answer this question. After all, she only met Tang Yueshan by chance. Tang Yueshan himself might not even know that he was poisoned, and even if he knew, he wouldn't tell Gu Jiao anything. "Give him to me." Gu Qingfeng reached out to Gu Jiao. He didn't want to save Tang Yueshan, but Tang Yueshan was too greedy. He didn't listen to his grandfather's advice, which led to the defeat of the army. He also refused to lend his grandfather his men, which made his grandfather a hostage. Even if Tang Yueshan died in front of him, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. But Tang Yueshan was brought back by Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng thought about it and decided that he didn't have the right to interfere with what Gu Jiao did to Tang Yueshan. But he still had to remind her of her position with Tang Yueshan. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. You disabled Tang Ming, so Tang Yueshan is your sworn enemy. If he finds out that you're the one who hurt Tang Ming, he won't let you go." "Okay." Gu Jiao answered, indicating that she knew. "Then why did you save him?" Gu Qingfeng didn't understand. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Qingfeng and said, "Among you guys, he's the best fighter." Gu Qingfeng looked at himself, wrapped in bandages, and thought of his unconscious grandfather. For a moment, he couldn't refute. If the Qin kingdom's army and the remnants of the previous dynasty came after them, it seemed that Tang Yueshan was the only one left who could hold his own. However, Gu Qingfeng thought of something and grabbed Gu Jiao's wrist. He pointed at Tang Yueshan, who was lying in the snow, and said, "Wait, didn't you say that he was poisoned? Then he can't fight, right?" Gu Jiao's words shattered his hope. "He can detoxify the poison. He'll recover faster than you guys." Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Jiao dragged Tang Yueshan into the small wooden hut. She also dragged Tang Yueshan's game into the house. Tang Yueshan threw it away, but Gu Jiao picked it up again. There were 3 plump rabbits and 2 plump pheasants. There were suddenly 3 patients in the small wooden hut. The 2 small bamboo beds were not enough for them to sleep in. Gu Jiao moved 2 benches from the central room and set them up, one in front of the other. Then she removed the door panel of the bedroom and set it up on the 2 benches. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. How could this work? Gu Jiao put Tang Yueshan on the temporary bed. Then she began to check Tang Yueshan's condition. The black marks on Tang Yueshan's forehead and fingernails were not obvious, but his gums were swollen. A blue-black line could be seen under the mucous membrane of his gums. It was mercury poisoning. Gu Jiao found a porcelain bottle on Tang Yueshan's body and poured out a few dark red pills. Gu Jiao carefully analyzed the ingredients in the pills and found a small amount of mercury. Mercury was extracted from cinnabar. In ancient times, it was mainly used to make pills and preserve corpses. Only the rich and powerful could afford to use cinnabar and mercury. However, whether it was pure cinnabar or mercury, they could not be used to make pills. Long-term consumption would lead to poisoning. Therefore, the kings who begged for immortality did not live long. Gu Jiao did not know why Tang Yueshan had such a thing on him. Fortunately, the poison was mild and did not hurt his internal organs. Fortunately, there was a special antidote for this kind of poison. Gu Jiao took out the medicine from the medicine box and gave Tang Yueshan an intravenous drip. Tang Yueshan vomited blood and fainted not only because he was poisoned, but also because he suffered some internal injuries. However, it was not as serious as the old dukes and Gu Qingfeng's. 2 hours later, Tang Yueshan woke up on the wooden door. His treatment was over. He was covered with his own animal skin and there was a burning brazier not far from him, so he did not feel cold. Gu Qingfeng went to the stove in the central room to watch the fire. There was a pot of pheasant soup simmering on the stove. The strong aroma of the chicken soup drifted into the room. Tang Yueshan had not eaten for a few days. He suddenly felt hungry and his stomach growled. Gu Jiao was changing the old duke's dressing. Hearing the sound, she said flatly, "The chicken soup is not ready yet." The room was not big. Tang Yueshan's wooden bed was in front of the old duke's bamboo bed. Tang Yueshan turned his head and saw the old duke and Gu Jiao on the bamboo bed. A trace of seriousness and surprise flashed across his eyes. He looked away from the old duke and fixed his eyes on Gu Jiao, who was changing the old duke's dressing. He asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Gu Jiao changed the last of the dressing and covered the old duke with a quilt. She turned around and took off the mask on her face. Tang Yueshan frowned when he saw Gu Jiao's fairy-like face with a red birthmark. He had never met Gu Jiao, but he had heard of Gu Jiao. She had a red birthmark on the left side of her face. She was only 15 years old. She grew up in the countryside but was doted on by the Empress Dowager. "I should have guessed it was you, Gu Yan's elder sister and the Empress Dowager's sweetheart." That would explain why she took revenge on Tang Ming and why the Empress Dowager lied and acted for her. Tang Yueshan exuded a murderous aura once again. "Don't think that I'll let bygones be bygones just because you saved me. You've harmed Ming, and I want you to pay with your life." Gu Jiao heard his voice and knew that he was recovering well. In fact, Gu Jiao did not give him much medicine. He took the internal injury himself and healed the external injury himself. The only thing Gu Jiao did was to give him some medicine to detoxify him. Well, it was really convenient. Tang Yueshan wanted to kill Gu Jiao again. Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand and stopped him. "Before you do it, you might as well check your condition first." "What do you mean?" Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao asked enigmatically, "Do you think I will bring you back for no reason?" Tang Yueshan's face darkened. Gu Jiao said, "Lift up your sleeve and look at your left hand. Is there a red line starting from your palm? Look at your dantian again. Is there an additional green imprint? Let me touch your hair one last time. Are you going bald soon?" Tang Yueshan checked his body one by one. When he touched his bald head, his expression changed. "What did you do to me?" Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back and looked at him condescendingly. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Nothing. I just poisoned you. You'd better listen to me. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Chapter 490. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. After saying that, Gu Jiao walked out of the room and ignored Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan was smart enough to be fooled. It wasn't that Tang Yueshan was stupid, well, he was a little stupid. Could such a stupid person lead an army to war? The answer was yes. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. A person's talent was reflected in different fields. Some were good at literature, some were good at fighting, and some were good at scheming. Tang Yueshan was invincible on the battlefield because he was familiar with the art of war, he was brave and good at fighting, and the archers of the Tang family helped him a lot. Tang Yueshan mainly relied on bravery to fight, but the art of war and strategy were secondary. Gu Jiao went to the central room to see how the chicken soup was simmering. Gu Qingfeng sat on a small stool in front of the stove, warming himself while looking at Gu Jiao. Just now, the two of them were talking loudly in the room, so Gu Qingfeng heard it too. He asked Gu Jiao in a low voice, "Did you really poison that guy?" Gu Jiao lifted the lid of the pot and shook her head. No. How could she bear to spend such an expensive poison? She drew the red line. She pinched the mark. She pulled the hair. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. After Gu Jiao went out, Tang Yueshan was lost in thought. Of course, he suspected that Gu Jiao was scaring him, but Gu Jiao acted so naturally that he didn't feel guilty at all. Ordinary people wouldn't carry poison with them, but Gu Jiao was a doctor. Tang Yueshan had heard about this when he was in the capital, not to mention that he saw Gu Jiao change the medicine for the old duke with his own eyes. He was afraid that Gu Jiao had cured his injuries. Medicine and poison went hand in hand, so it was not surprising that a doctor had poison. Thinking of this, Tang Yueshan suddenly didn't dare to act rashly. The food was placed in the central room. During dinner, Tang Yueshan met Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng did not wear a mask either. It was not that he did not want to, but there was no need to. His head and face were covered in gauze, only revealing his eyes and mouth. Tang Yueshan could tell from Gu Qingfeng's figure that he was the other assassin from that night. Strictly speaking, Gu Qingfeng was not an assassin. He was there to look for Gu Jiao. When he arrived at the marshal's residence, Gu Jiao had already started fighting with the marshal's residence. He had only escaped from the marshal's residence with Gu Jiao, but his figure and silhouette were deeply imprinted in Tang Yueshan's mind even though they had only met face to face. Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Jiao, who was munching on a chicken drumstick, and then looked at Gu Qingfeng, who could only drink soup. His face darkened. She's the daughter of the Gu family. Who are you to the Gu family? First, the two of them had participated in the revenge against Tang Ming. Then, the two of them had saved the old duke. Tang Yueshan did not believe that there was nothing going on between them. Gu Qingfeng said angrily, "Who I am has nothing to do with you." Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Qingfeng deeply. Gu Chao has 4 grandsons. You're not Gu Chongqing, so there are 3 more. You're not the youngest, so there are only 2 left. Wait, does your stupidity even discriminate between people? You're so easily fooled when you're with that girl. How come you're so smart when you're with me? Tang Yueshan continued, I heard that Gu Chao's 3rd grandson shaved his head and became a monk. Looks like you're the second. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched again. What shaved his head and became a monk? His younger brother just could not grow hair. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and muttered, who spread that rumor? I'll kill him when I get back. Tang Yueshan said sarcastically, I only knew that Gu Chao's eldest grandsons were promising. I didn't expect them to be so skillful. Skillful was a compliment, but when it came from his mouth, there was an inexplicable sense of mockery. Tang Yueshan continued, your grandfather lived an honest and upright life, but each of his grandsons is more devious than the last. I really don't know if his sanctimonious appearance in the past was all an act, or if you've all gone astray. Gu Qingfeng's expression turned cold. However, his handsome face was covered, so only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Don't make slanderous accusations here. Our affairs have nothing to do with my grandfather. Speaking of sanctimonious appearances, I'd like to ask Grand Marshal Tang, where did you get the audacity to accuse others when you took your younger brother's wife and gave birth to Tang Ming? Tang Yueshan said, You. Also, you said we've gone astray. Tang Ming is a pile of mud that can't be helped up to a wall. As his biological father, where did you get the confidence to say that other people's children have gone astray? No matter how astray we are, we've never harmed a good girl or taken someone else's younger brother. The Empress Dowager gave you a way out by saying that Tang Ming was drugged, and you believed it. How innocent do you think your son is? You think no one knows about your scandals. You think your son is the best in the world. He's nothing. You. Tang Yueshan had never been pointed at and scolded like this before. He was so angry that his face turned red. Moreover, generals were rarely eloquent. They were used to fighting, so you didn't have the upper hand in a war of words. Gu Qingfeng's words hit the nail on the head. He didn't give Tang Yueshan any face at all. Tang Yueshan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stood up abruptly and was about to slap Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng slammed his chopsticks on the table and quickly stood up as well. He puffed out his chest and shouted at him, You want to kill me? Fine. Come on. If you're not afraid of dying from the poison, then bring it on. If I die, you'll never get the antidote. Gu Qingfeng got into character in a second. His ability to improvise on the spot was perfect. Tang Yueshan's anger was instantly choked by an invisible hand. He clenched his fists in anger and finally sat down in humiliation. There were several heavy snowfalls in the next few days. They couldn't leave this place at all. Correspondingly, it would be difficult for the second wave of remnants of the previous dynasty to find them. For the time being, they stayed in the cabin. On the third day, the old duke developed a slight postoperative infection. His wound was red and swollen, accompanied by a high fever. Gu Jiao cleaned his wound and gave him an anti-inflammatory injection. He woke up several times in the middle of the treatment, but in a daze, he saw Tang Yueshan, Gu Qingfeng, and even his little brother. Wasn't this the frontier fortress? Why were his little brother and Gu Qingfeng here? And why were they together with Tang Yueshan? The old marquis felt that he was most likely dreaming, so he fell asleep again. On the fifth day, the sky finally cleared up. Tang Yueshan's injury had basically recovered, but there was still some residual mercury in his body. Gu Qingfeng was also recovering well. He had finally removed the bandages on his body and head. We can't stay here for long. We'd better leave as soon as possible, Tang Yueshan said to Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng during dinner. Tang Yueshan had led soldiers before, so he knew that every troop had its own route before departure. The remnants of the previous dynasty must have been suspicious since the two troops had not returned for a long time. They just couldn't come in because of the heavy snow. Now that the snow had stopped, they would soon find them. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay, let's go. Gu Jiao took out the temporary stretcher she had made a few days ago and put the injured old duke on it. Tang Yueshan and Gu Qingfeng carried the stretcher while Gu Jiao led the horse. Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear and small basket were carried on her back. The red tasseled spear was so ugly that Gu Qingfeng couldn't stand it and wrapped it with a cloth. Tang Yueshan did not recognize that it was the divine weapon of the Yan kingdom that Marquis Xianping had brought back as a trophy. But he could tell that it was a long spear, a few inches longer and heavier than an ordinary spear. How could a girl use such a powerful weapon? Could it be Gu Chao's? Or Gu Jiao's? Tang Yueshan didn't believe that it was Gu Jiao's. Tang Yueshan was more familiar with the forest and knew how to get out. The four of them walked on the thick snow. In order to confuse the enemy, Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yueshan would deliberately leave footprints in different directions and then use their lightness skills to return. When it was dark, they came to a river. After crossing this river, we'll be out of Lingguan City. Tang Yueshan looked at the other side of the river and said. Gu Qingfeng's eyes fell on the frozen river. How do we cross? Walk? Tang Yueshan said, there are no boats here. We can only walk. Gu Jiao found a stone nearby with the help of the reflection of the snow. She threw the stone on the ice and a series of dull sounds rang out. We can walk. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan walked in front with the stretcher. He stepped on the ice first and then turned to Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. The ice is very slippery. Be careful. Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Give me the stretcher. The three people and two horses carefully stepped onto the ice. The horses had horseshoes on their feet. Although they weren't of the best quality, they could still prevent them from slipping. Tang Yueshan and Gu Qingfeng fell several times. Fortunately, the old marquis was firmly fixed on the stretcher. Otherwise, they would have thrown him out. Gu Jiao, on the other hand, had excellent balance. It was as if she was walking on flat ground. After countless falls, the three of them finally reached the other side of the river. Panting, Gu Qingfeng asked, where are we going later? Tang Yueshan said, east is Yueqing City. West is Yi City. Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation, east, east. Back to Yueqing City. Yi City has been occupied by the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Let's not go there to die. Gu Jiao glanced at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan didn't say anything. The four of them continued forward. But just as they were about to reach the shore, an arrow pierced through the air behind them. With a whoosh, it shot towards Gu Jiao's back. Chapter 491. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The arrow was shot with great force and the sound it made was also very loud. The murderous aura immediately filled the ice. Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yueshan also sensed the movement, but they were carrying the stretcher and couldn't free their hands immediately. Watch out! Gu Qingfeng shouted and moved towards Gu Jiao, trying to take the arrow for her with his back. Gu Jiao pulled him behind her and grabbed the cold arrow with her left hand. Then she turned around and shot the arrow towards the other side of the river. A soldier screamed in the night. Gu Qingfeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he had broken out in cold sweat. Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. As a general who had been on the battlefield, he could naturally tell that Gu Jiao did not know Qinggong, and her martial arts were not top-notch. However, her reaction, her temperament, and even the decisiveness with which she attacked surpassed countless men in the world. Did the Gu family really mistake her for someone else? Didn't they secretly train her to be their trump card? The thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before he rejected it. If the Gu family wanted to train someone secretly, it would be Gu Qingfeng. After all, Gu Qingfeng was also a good seedling. How could they train a girl? He knew Gu Chao's character too well. He would never value a girl. On the other side of the river stood the remnants of the previous dynasty who were chasing after them. The leader was a man riding a white horse. He was wearing a silver fox cloak and silver fox gloves. In the darkness, his appearance was not very clear, but he sat upright, and his whole body exuded a noble and elegant aura. Who is that? Gu Qingfeng asked. Tang Yueshan's face darkened. Prince Consort. Realization dawned on Gu Qingfeng's face. So it's that imperial family from the previous dynasty. No wonder he looks so pretentious. They looked at the other side of the river, and the person on the other side of the river was also looking at them. The man was like a god of the night, looking at them as if he was looking at a few rabbits fleeing from a hunting ground. Gu Jiao grabbed the red tasseled spear and coldly pulled off the cloth on the spear. She stood in front of the three of them and looked towards the opposite shore with a murderous aura. You guys go first. Let's go. Tang Yueshan made a prompt decision. Gu Qingfeng also understood that it was inappropriate for either him or Tang Yueshan to stay. He didn't trust Tang Yueshan in the first place. He didn't know what would happen if he left Tang Yueshan here. As for letting Tang Yueshan go with Gu Jiao, he was even more worried. Tang Yueshan's kung fu was very good. If he found out that he wasn't poisoned and was just fooled by Gu Jiao, then Gu Jiao would be in danger. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. He and Tang Yueshan carried the stretcher and quickly went ashore, disappearing into the endless darkness. The man with the silver fox on the other side of the river stared at Gu Jiao. His eyes lingered on her red tasseled spear for a moment. He seemed to have recognized something. He hesitated for a moment, but it didn't take long. He raised his hand and pressed the tip of his finger down. Gu Jiao seemed to hear him say, "Attack." Hundreds of soldiers stepped on the ice and rushed towards Gu Jiao with long swords. Gu Jiao didn't rush to attack. Instead, she took out a pair of ice skates from her small basket and tied them to her feet. No one understood what she was doing, and no one cared. There were hundreds of them. It was more than enough to kill one person, wasn't it? Moreover, they were soldiers from the frontier fortress. The soles of their shoes were anti-slip, so they could walk freely on the ice. No one expected that once Gu Jiao made her move, they would be dumbfounded. They could at most walk steadily on the ice, but this masked kid was actually running on the ice. No, he was flying on the ice. Gu Jiao was too fast. With the ice skates on, she was like a nighthawk that spread its wings. No one could catch her figure. She waved her spear, and every time she attacked, it was a killing move. The soldiers in front of her fell one by one. In just a moment, almost half of them were killed. "Sir!" One of his trusted subordinates looked at the man with the silver fox in shock and worry. The man with the silver fox didn't say anything. He just stared at Gu Jiao, who was bathed in blood. Her red tasseled spear was stained with blood. Her body was also covered in blood, but none of it was hers. The man with the silver fox slowly took off his gloves and passed his fair and slender hand to his subordinate. His subordinate understood and presented a big bow with both hands. The man with the silver fox held the bow with his right hand and took out 3 arrows from the quiver hanging on the saddle with his left hand. He shot the 3 arrows at Gu Jiao. His 3 arrows almost blocked all of her escape routes. No matter how she dodged, she would at least be hit by one of his arrows. If she was unlucky, all 3 arrows would hit her. The soldiers on the ice seemed to have seen through their sir's trick. They didn't hesitate to block Gu Jiao with their lives. At this moment, something unexpected happened. On the other side of the river, 3 arrows were shot at them. Each arrow hit the man with the silver fox's arrow and split it in half. The force of the arrows was still strong, and they were shot at the man with the silver fox. The man with the silver fox picked up the shield from his trusted subordinate and blocked the arrows that were shot at him. The 3 arrows looked like they were aimed at him, but when they got closer, he realized that only 1 arrow had hit his shield. The other 2 arrows had clearly hit his 2 trusted subordinates. The 2 of them fell into the snow on the spot. The man with the silver fox looked across the ice and saw Tang Yueshan, who was coming back with the bow in his hand. Tang Yueshan did not cross the river. He found a vantage point on a big tree and aimed at Gu Jiao's blind spot. If one came, he would shoot. If two came, he would shoot a pair. The best archers in the Tang family were the archers. As the head of the Tang family, Tang Yueshan's archery skills were unrivaled. Gu Jiao knew that Tang Yueshan was coming back. So when the man with the silver fox attacked her, she did not hesitate to show her back to Tang Yueshan. To be honest, Tang Yueshan was surprised by her trust in him. Was she not afraid that he would not make it in time or make a mistake? Gu Jiao fought without any scruples. Her speed on the ice was very fast. If it was an ordinary archer, they would not be able to keep up with her speed. However, Tang Yueshan kept up with her. Gu Jiao pierced a soldier with her spear, and two more soldiers came from behind her. She didn't even bat an eyelid and rushed forward to kill them. Tang Yueshan shot the two of them with an arrow. If Gu Jiao was the spear that charged forward bravely, Tang Yueshan was the shield that protected her back. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Tang Yueshan did not have such tacit understanding with his biological son, Tang Ming. Tang Ming was an excellent soldier. However, he did not dare to entrust his back to anyone. He only trusted himself. So, he had some scruples when fighting. It was said that father and son were soldiers in battle. In fact, Tang Yueshan was quite satisfied with his cooperation with Tang Ming if he did not encounter Gu Jiao. However, after this fight, Tang Yueshan finally realized what true tacit understanding was. Wherever Gu Jiao rushed, Tang Yueshan's arrow would clear a path for her. Wherever Gu Jiao retreated, Tang Yueshan's arrow would protect her. There were only two of them, but they had the momentum of a magnificent army. The silver fox man narrowed his eyes slightly. When Tang Yueshan drew his bow again to kill the stumbling block behind Gu Jiao, the man with the silver fox aimed at Tang Yueshan's leg and shot an arrow. If Tang Yueshan could protect himself, he would not be able to protect Gu Jiao. Between the two of them, one of them had to be injured. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and shot at Gu Jiao's side. Tang Yueshan let out a muffled groan as the sharp blade pierced his thigh. He fell from the tree with a sharp pain. Gu Jiao frowned. She kicked away the last soldier, grabbed the red-tasseled spear in her hand, and galloped across the ice. She was like a flash of black lightning. With a whoosh, her red-tasseled spear pierced through the silver fox man's cloak and slid past his strong waist. "Sir!" a soldier shouted. The silver fox man's belt was broken. He covered his waist and jumped from the horse's back. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and looked up at the silver fox man who retreated. The silver fox man also looked at Gu Jiao. At that moment, he saw endless coldness and bloodlust in the young man's eyes. The young man grabbed the belt that fell from his body. He was looking up at him, but the silver fox man felt like he was being looked down upon. The young man seemed to be saying coldly, "Next time, it won't be your belt that I want, but your life." The silver fox man left, but his small army would stay here forever. Gu Jiao went to the other side of the river, took the ice blade and put it back in the basket. There was an arrow in Tang Yueshan's left thigh, which went through his entire leg. Gu Jiao put the red-tasseled spear and the basket on the ground. She knelt on one knee and said to Tang Yueshan, "Bear with it." Cold sweat broke out on Tang Yueshan's forehead. Gu Jiao took out her dagger, cut off the arrowhead, and pulled the arrow out from the other end. Blood splattered everywhere. She quickly covered the two bloody holes in Tang Yueshan's thigh with gauze. "It's useless." Tang Yueshan's lips were pale. "It's a rusty arrow. Girl, I regret it. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved you." Tang Yueshan was a man who had experienced countless battles. He knew that once this rusty weapon hurt someone, it could never be healed. The prince consort did it on purpose. He wanted to kill him or Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao calmly took out a syringe from the small medicine box. Tang Yueshan looked at the thick and long needle. His heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. I'm giving you a tetanus injection. Tang Yueshan didn't understand what she was talking about, but Gu Jiao's action of pulling down his pants with the needle made him panic. You brat. I saved you. You stabbed me with the needle. Are you even human? You, ouch, Tang Yueshan felt a chill and pain in his buttocks. Grand Marshal Tang, who would never cry, bit his finger and cried. Chapter 492. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Oh, here comes another one who is afraid of needles. A skin test was required for a tetanus antitoxin injection. However, there was no skin test in the medicine box, which meant that Gu Jiao could only give Tang Yueshan a desensitization injection. That was, she would inject a small amount of the antitoxin into Tang Yueshan's body with normal saline. Tang Yueshan was injected 4 times. Gu Jiao looked at the medicine box. Was she bullying Tang Yueshan on purpose? A gust of cold wind blew, and the medicine box was silent. After each injection, there was a moment of observation. Gu Jiao didn't stay idle. She went to clean up the battlefield. By cleaning up, she meant to take every soldier's money pouch, empty every soldier's dry food, and take away the horse that the man with the silver fox didn't have time to take. It was a warhorse that was suitable for a frontier fortress. It was fat and strong, and could withstand the cold. Gu Jiao was very satisfied. In addition to these, Gu Jiao also pulled back Tang Yueshan's arrows and the arrows of the remnants of the previous dynasty. She also picked up 2 good shields. Tang Yueshan looked at her and the corner of his mouth twitched. Even a veteran wouldn't be so skilled. After cleaning up the battlefield, Tang Yueshan also finished the last injection. The 2 of them prepared to meet up with Gu Qingfeng and the old duke. Together with the 2 horses from before, they now had 3 horses. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan each rode a horse, and the 3rd horse carried their things. Gu Jiao rode the horse left by the man with the silver fox. She had to admit that the prince's horse was different from the commoners. It was not only beautiful and tall, but its saddle was also made of gold. It was very majestic. Gu Jiao sat valiantly on the horse's back and shook her head happily. Tang Yueshan was speechless. The 2 of them went west. Just now, Tang Yueshan and Gu Qingfeng found a cave. After putting the old marquis in the cave, Tang Yueshan picked up his bow and went back. Gu Qingfeng couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Gu Qingfeng couldn't leave the heavily injured old marquis to search for someone, so he could only wait anxiously in the cave. After waiting for a long time, they heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from afar. He walked out of the cave and used the light reflected from the snow to take a closer look. When he saw the person sitting on the horse, his hanging heart finally settled back into his stomach. Gu Qingfeng came to pick up Gu Jiao and found that there was an extra horse and a lot of things. Gu Qingfeng frowned and looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. Did you go to war or rob? Gu Jiao dismounted. Tang Yueshan dismounted as well. Gu Qingfeng saw the gauze wrapped around his thigh. Are you hurt? Tang Yueshan opened his mouth to reply, but Gu Jiao had already turned to Gu Qingfeng. Are you hurt? No, Gu Jiao said. She wouldn't get hurt easily. If she got hurt, she wouldn't be able to see anything. That's good. Give it to me. You go in and warm yourself by the fire. Gu Qingfeng took the reins from Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan also handed the reins to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng said grumpily, tie up your own horse. Tang Yuashan chuckled. This is your horse. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Jiao walked into the cave and found that it wasn't an ordinary cave. The entrance was narrow, but there was a huge cave inside. No wonder Gu Qingfeng dared to make a fire. The light from the fire couldn't reach the entrance. Perhaps it was because of the heavens, but it snowed again that night. Heavy snowflakes the size of goose feathers fell one after another, covering their tracks. The three of them sat around the fire. The old duke lay on the stretcher next to Gu Qingfeng. After a long journey, they were a little hungry. Gu Jiao took out a small pot from the basket on her back. Tang Yuashan's eyelids twitched when he saw the pot. Why did this girl bring a pot with her? Gu Jiao went outside to fill the pot with clean snow and put it over the fire to boil. Then she took out the dry food she looted from the soldiers of the former dynasty. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng both had their own water sacks, but Tang Yuashan didn't. Here you go. Gu Jiao handed him a water sack. Tang Yuashan thought, why do you have everything? Tang Yuashan took the water sack. Seeing the emblem of the former dynasty on it, he understood that Gu Jiao looted it from the soldiers again. When they were marching and fighting, it was good enough to have water to drink. Naturally, they wouldn't be picky about whether the water sack had been used before. However, Gu Jiao gave him a new one. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if she had chosen a new one. Tang Yuashan looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. It's almost done. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yuashan lowered his gaze. He didn't say that he wasn't waiting for food. Gu Jiao distributed the baked pancakes. The few of them ate the pancakes and drank the snow water. No one said anything. Tang Yuashan was used to this kind of food. He subconsciously looked at Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng. He thought that Gu Jiao wouldn't be used to it. Who would have thought that Gu Jiao ate at ease while Gu Qingfeng looked disgusted? That was true. This girl grew up in the countryside and suffered hardships. She wasn't like Gu Qingfeng, who had always been a rich young master in the capital. How could he swallow this kind of food? Thinking of this, Tang Yuashan looked at Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. After the meal, Gu Qingfeng took out a map. He wanted to see where they were and which path was best to take to return to ancient Moon City. Gu Jiao suddenly asked Tang Yuashan, "Are you planning to go to Yi City?" Tang Yuashan was surprised. He didn't ask Gu Jiao how she guessed it, nor did he deny it. Gu Qingfeng looked at him in confusion. Why are you going to Yi City? Yi City has been occupied by the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty. Aren't you going to die there? If you want to go, go by yourself. We won't go with you. His grandfather was seriously injured. The bones in his limbs were broken and his spleen was sewn up. He couldn't go to the battlefield. I didn't ask you to accompany me. When the snow stops, you can go your own way, and I'll go mine. Tang Yuashan thought of something and asked Gu Jiao, how long will it take for the poison to take effect? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, a month. Tang Yuashan thought for a moment. That's enough. I'll go to ancient Moon City to find you in a month. Gu Jiao asked strangely, why do you have to go to Yi City? Tang Yuashan said seriously, my army is there. They've been captured by the Qin army. I'm going to rescue them. Gu Qingfeng wanted to taunt Tang Yuashan, but he couldn't find the words to do so. Tang Yuashan had snuck into a city occupied by the enemy alone. He knew that he was going to die, but he still did it without hesitation. It didn't matter if he was greedy for glory, or if he was full of sincerity, but this time, Gu Qingfeng couldn't find anything to say. Gu Jiao paused and asked, what's the situation in the three cities now? Tang Yuashan said, Beiyang City and Yi City have been occupied by the Qin army. The one guarding Beiyang City is Prince Qin Guobua, the sixth prince of the Qin kingdom and Yuan Tang's uncle. He's the commander-in-chief of the Qin army. The one guarding Yi City is the Rong family of the Qin kingdom. Yuan Tang's uncle, General Rong Yao, is the vice-commander-in-chief of the Qin army. Gu Jiao nodded. It was similar to the situation in the dream. What about Lingguan City? Gu Jiao continued to ask. Tang Yueshan said, there are some Qin army in Lingguan City, but it's mainly guarded by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Princess Ning and son-in-law, Lord Fu Yun, has the blood of the previous dynasty's royal family. His uncle named himself King Yi. It's said that he's going to be the emperor soon. Gu Qingfeng said coldly, they're overestimating themselves. The previous dynasty has been destroyed for 200 years. It's no longer in power. Do they really think they can overthrow the imperial power just because they bought some people and colluded with the Qin army? When my eldest brother comes, he'll lead the Gu army to wipe them all out. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. In the dream, Gu Chongqing did win the battle, but he was set up by a villain. The Gu army was almost wiped out and his legs were cut off. The snow in the pot was gone. Gu Jiao said, I'll go get some snow. I'll go, Gu Qingfeng said. No need. Gu Jiao took the pot and went out. Only the old duke, who was sleeping, and Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yueshan were left in the cave. What are you looking at? Gu Qingfeng rolled his eyes at him. He picked up some wet firewood from outside the cave and put it beside the fire. Tang Yueshan suddenly said, she's my sister-in-law. Gu Qingfeng was taken aback by this abrupt question. Why did it have to do with your sister-in-law? Who cares about your family's affairs? Tang Yueshan also went out of the cave, leaving Gu Qingfeng alone in the wind. After a while, Gu Qingfeng patted his thigh and said, I remember now. He said that. It was a few days ago. Tang Yueshan mocked his grandfather for being sanctimonious and said that he and Gu Jiao were children who grew up crooked. Gu Qingfeng then retorted to Tang Yueshan. One of the sentences was about Tang Yueshan seizing his younger brother's wife. I remember wrong. Tang Yueshan is the second son in the family, and Mrs. Tang is his sister-in-law. So when he said those words to me just now, he wanted to tell me that he wasn't seizing his younger brother's wife, but his sister-in-law. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Tang Yueshan must be out of his mind. They still had to take turns to keep watch at night. In case Gu Jiao didn't wake him up again, Gu Qingfeng decisively kept watch for the first half of the night. In the second half, he didn't wake Gu Jiao up, but Tang Yueshan. It's your turn. Tang Yueshan woke up with the big bow in his arms. Without saying anything, he got up and dragged his injured left leg to the entrance of the cave. They couldn't light a fire at the entrance of the cave. It was too eye-catching and easy to be discovered. The cold wind whistled, blowing Tang Yueshan's body that was gradually getting cold. His leg was pierced through, so he couldn't stand. He had to sit on the cold ground. Suddenly, a small figure came over. Tang Yueshan didn't need to look back to know who it was. He looked at the flying snow in front of him and said, What are you doing here? Gu Jiao threw something into his arms. It's time to take medicine. Tang Yueshan picked up the strange little capsule. Antidote. Gu Jiao said, anti-inflammatory medicine. Chapter 493. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Tang Yueshan understood the meaning of anti-inflammatory. Many soldiers suffered from inflammation after being injured, which was the last thing the medical officers wanted to see. However, why was this little girl's pill different from the medical officers? It didn't smell like Chinese medicine either. Tang Yueshan asked suspiciously, You're not going to give me another poison pill, are you? Gu Jiao gave him a look that said, "Do you think I'm such a generous person?" Tang Yuashan swallowed the pill with water in the end. He had never taken a capsule before, so he didn't know that this thing could stick to the throat. It couldn't go up or down, so it was stuck there. It was driving him crazy. Gu Jiao said to Tang Yuashan, "I'll keep watch. You go to sleep." Tang Yuashan said, "I'll keep watch." How could he let a little girl keep watch at night? Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yuashan had been taking turns to keep watch when they were staying in the cabin. Now that they were in the cave, Tang Yuashan would naturally agree to this arrangement. Tang Yuashan wasn't seriously injured when he was in the cabin, so Gu Jiao didn't care. But now that his left leg was pierced, Gu Jiao decided to let him have a good rest. He was a good fighter, so the sooner he recovered, the sooner he could fight the enemy. Gu Jiao stood at the door with the red tasseled spear in her hand. She didn't want to go back to the cave. Tang Yuashan frowned. After spending a few days with Gu Jiao, he knew her temper. She wasn't like Gu Jiao, who was always angry and angry. Her stubbornness was ingrained in her bones. No one could change her mind once she made up her mind. Regardless of whether he was here to keep watch or not, she would still keep watch. There was no need for him to waste his energy here. However, Tang Yuashan's throat was choked by the anti-inflammatory medicine, so he couldn't fall asleep for a while. Tang Yuashan's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's spear. The red tasseled spear had no cloth strips. It took him a lot of effort to recognize that it was the divine weapon of the Yan Kingdom that Marquis Xian Ping brought back from the Qin Kingdom. It was once the weapon of the Yan Kingdom's divine general, Xian Yuanli. Later, it was given to the Qin Kingdom. After the Qin Kingdom lost, it was given to the Marquis of Xian Ping. Didn't Marquis Xian Ping place it in the military camp? How did it end up in this girl's hands? Marquis Xian Ping gave it to her. Otherwise, it would be Gu Chao. If it was Gu Chao, this action was very thought-provoking. According to Tang Yuashan's understanding of Gu Chao, he would never give such a powerful weapon to a girl, even if she was his granddaughter. So what was going on? Where did it go wrong? Who gave you the red tasseled spear? Tang Yuashan asked. My brother, Gu Jiao said bluntly. They were sworn brothers, true brothers. Tang Yuashan interpreted it as personally. Could it be that Gu Chao gave it to one of his grandsons, who then gave it to Gu Jiao? Gu Chongqing. Tang Yuashan murmured in his heart. Soon, he realized that this idea was wrong. Why should he care about how a girl got her weapon? Whether it was Gu Chao or Gu Chongqing, it had nothing to do with him. Tang Yuashan decided not to talk to Gu Jiao anymore. He lowered his head and wiped the big bow in his arms. This was the ancestral bow of the Tang family, a recurve bow. The archers of the Tang family were required to be able to draw a 3-pickle bow, but his bow was a 5-pickle bow. The requirement for arm strength was extremely high. Correspondingly, the power of the arrows shot out was also extremely high. Very few people could survive under his arrows, unless they missed their target. If the emperor's son-in-law had shot him with the Tang family's bow, he would have lost his leg on the spot before Gu Jiao treated him. He had always cherished his bow, and he didn't even want Tang Ming to touch it. He wiped his head for a long time, then looked up and saw that Gu Jiao was also wiping her bow. Where did this girl get a bow from? From the saddle, Gu Jiao said. Emperor's son-in-law's bow. Tang Yuashan asked instinctively. Well, maybe. After all, the horse was his, so everything on the horse should be his too. Gu Jiao wiped the bow carefully, and her technique was exactly the same as Tang Yuashan's. The corner of Tang Yuashan's mouth twitched. Girl, you're copying me. Gu Jiao saw Tang Yuashan's gaze on her. She rolled her eyes and said seriously, I didn't copy you. Tang Yueshan finished wiping the bow and went to wipe the bowstring. When he was done, he brushed the bowstring with his handkerchief. Gu Jiao followed suit and brushed it off. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Gu Jiao had nothing else to do, so she started to draw the bow. Tang Yueshan was left-handed, so he held the bow with his right hand and drew it with his left. Tang Yueshan was very sure that Gu Jiao used her right hand to hold the chopsticks and spear, but now she was using her left hand to draw the bow. Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. "You didn't copy me. You didn't copy me. I don't care if you copy me or not, I won't teach you." Tang Yueshan held his bow and leaned against the wall at the entrance of the cave. He closed his eyes and waited quietly for the anti-inflammatory medicine to slide down his throat. Gu Jiao didn't shoot an arrow. She was just practicing. She didn't make much noise, and even Gu Qingfeng didn't wake up. However, Tang Yueshan was an archer, and he was very sensitive to the sound of the bowstring. He knew that Gu Jiao was using the wrong strength and posture. He held the bow in his arms and turned to the left, ignoring Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao continued to practice. Tang Yueshan held the big bow and turned to the right again. God knows how many times Tang Yueshan tossed and turned. The sound of Gu Jiao pulling the wrong bow was driving Tang Yueshan crazy. It was like a teacher was teaching, "It's the father's fault if you don't teach." But there was still a stupid student who kept repeating, "It's the father's fault if you don't teach." The teacher couldn't stand it. Tang Yueshan couldn't stand it either. "You!" Tang Yueshan sat up straight and angrily opened his eyes to look at Gu Jiao. "That's not how you pull the bow." He regretted it as soon as he said it. What if the girl asked him? Oh, how should he pull the bow? Should he tell her or not? Not tell her. He would never tell her. The girl got Tang Ming online and poisoned him. If he taught her, he would be a donkey. That's how I want to pull the bow. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said. Tang Yueshan was speechless. Gu Jiao kept pulling the bow. Tang Yueshan broke down as long as Gu Jiao pulled the bow. Finally, Tang Yueshan couldn't break down anymore. If he endured it any longer, he would go bald. He stood up and walked toward Gu Jiao. He held the bow in his hand and demonstrated to her, "That's how you pull the bow. Hold it here. Don't pull the bowstring too far away. Stick close to your face. Don't pull it too tight. Like this." For the first time in his life, the marshal of the world's armed forces was a donkey. When he realized it, it was too late. Or rather, compared to enduring Gu Jiao pulling the wrong bow over and over again, being a donkey didn't seem so unacceptable. Gu Jiao learned quickly. Tang Yueshan only gave her a few pointers, and she basically grasped the essentials. Tang Yueshan looked at the quiver on the saddle and said, "Try an arrow." Gu Jiao went to get an arrow, put it on the bow, pulled the bowstring, aimed at the tree outside the cave, and shot. The arrow hit the left side of the tree, but it was still some distance away from the center. Tang Yueshan was amazed that she could achieve this on her first night of learning. When Tang Ming first started learning archery, it took him a month to learn the posture of pulling the bow. Of course, it was because Tang Ming was too young, and his strength and comprehension were not as good as adults. However, Tang Yueshan still felt a sense of accomplishment for teaching this girl to such an extent in one night. Tang Yueshan cleared his throat and said, "Not bad. At least you hit the target." It was all because he taught her well. Even a pig could teach the best archer in the world. Gu Jiao blinked and pointed with her right hand. She said, "I was aiming at the tree next to it." Tang Yueshan was speechless. In Lingguan City, the man with the silver fox returned to the governor's office with his last few subordinates. "Sir." The soldiers on duty saluted him. The man with the silver fox was expressionless as he hurried into the mansion. He didn't go anywhere and went straight to his courtyard. "All of you are dismissed," he ordered the servants in the house. "Yes, sir." The servants retreated. "Come out," the man with the silver fox said. A man in black jumped down from the beam and saluted the man with the silver fox. "Master." The man with the silver fox clutched his waist. His expression changed and he fell onto the chair. The man in black was agitated. "Master." The man with the silver fox raised his hand and motioned him to calm down. "I'm fine. I'm just a little injured. That brat's red tasseled spear didn't just cut his belt, it also scratched his waist." He didn't say anything because they were facing a great enemy. His every move would affect the morale of the soldiers. "Who hurt Master?" His master was highly skilled in martial arts. The man in black couldn't think of anyone who could hurt him. The man with the silver fox said thoughtfully, "It's the assassin from that night." The man in black frowned. "The two young men who saved the old Marquis d'Inghen?" "The younger one." The man with the silver fox recalled. "This brat is very strange. He has the black gunpowder from the Yen Kingdom and the weapons from the Yen Kingdom." The man in black asked, "Don't tell me, the Zhao Kingdom found the Yen Kingdom to back them up?" The man with the silver fox squinted his eyes. "If the Yen Kingdom really backed them up, they would have sent troops to suppress us. Do you think the millions of soldiers in the Yen Kingdom are a joke?" Chapter 494. The novel is updated faster. In the next few days, snow fell from the sky and they were all trapped in the cave. Gu Jiao practiced archery in the cave when she had nothing to do. Tang Yueshan regretted teaching Gu Jiao a thing or two last night when he woke up. This girl was the enemy of the Tang family. He should have taught anyone but her. Coincidentally, Gu Qingfeng knew how to shoot arrows. He saw Gu Jiao drawing her bow in the cave and walked over to give her some pointers. He did not hold back from Gu Jiao. As long as he knew how to do something, he would not be stingy. He even used a shield and dry wood to make a simple target and hung it on the rock wall for Gu Jiao to shoot. Gu Qingfeng's archery skills were not bad. After all, he was the son of the Marquis. Even Gu Qinglin, the weakest among them, knew how to shoot on horseback since childhood. However, Gu Qingfeng's skills were only at the top level among ordinary people. Compared to the Tang family's archers, he was not good enough. It was not that Tang Yueshan was boasting, but any soldier from the Tang family's archers could easily outshine Gu Qingfeng's archery skills. Even the worst archers in the Tang family were required to be able to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Tang Yueshan couldn't stand the way Gu Qingfeng taught Gu Jiao. "You can't go wrong if you listen to me," Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan rolled his eyes in disgust. "You can't go wrong, you're wrong everywhere. Can a bow be pulled that way? Can an arrow be aimed that way?" This was even more unbearable than Gu Jiao pulling the wrong bow. Then Tang Yueshan played the donkey again. Tang Yueshan played the donkey every day. He played the donkey until the snow stopped. The old Marquis's postoperative infection disappeared. He was older, but because of his years of martial arts, his body was not inferior to the young men. His wounds healed well. Tang Yueshan's was even better. Gu Jiao removed the stitches from the 2 wounds on Tang Yueshan's thigh. They passed through the forest and came to a small village on the edge of Lingguan City. Gu Jiao asked the villagers to buy an ox cart. She exchanged the ox for her 2 horses and gave the other horse to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan mounted his horse and said to the 2 of them, "Follow this road and you will reach Ancient Moon City." Gu Qingfeng held the reins of his horse. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Tang Yueshan and said, You really want to go to Yi City alone? Why don't we? He wanted to say, why don't you come back to Ancient Moon City with us first? After settling my grandfather down, I'll go to Yi City with you. Gu Qingfeng was not interested in helping Tang Yueshan, but the army trapped in Yi City was the imperial court's army after all. He was no longer the young boy who came to the frontier fortress. The war at the frontier had broken Shanhe Kingdom. As a young man of the Zhao Kingdom, he could not stay out of it. Gu Qingfeng did not say these words, but Tang Yueshan knew what he wanted to say. Tang Yueshan said, if we can solve it with fewer people, I can solve it myself. If we can't solve it with fewer people, the two of you won't help. You'd better not go to your deaths. There was a difference between one person and 3 people in the fighting ring, but there was almost no difference in front of tens of thousands of soldiers on the battlefield. Gu Qingfeng felt that his words were very reasonable. He could not refute. Thus, they parted ways. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng took the old marquis back to Ancient Moon City, while Tang Yueshan went to Yi City. What do you think he will do? Gu Qingfeng asked worriedly. Gu Jiao also wanted to know what Tang Yueshan had thought of. Tang Yueshan did not seem like the kind of person who would rush to his death. He must have a plan in mind. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng returned to Ancient Moon City. The situation in Ancient Moon City was more tense than before they left. Almost all the shops on the street were closed, and the pedestrians on the road were gone. It was as if a storm was coming. It's going to be like this when the war is coming, right? Gu Qingfeng said with mixed feelings. Gu Jiao nodded in a low voice. The battles of 3 cities started first, and the citizens of Ancient Moon City were almost fully prepared. However, even so, it did not change the fact that it eventually became a purgatory on Earth. It was the most miserable of all the cities in the frontier fortress. The Qin Kingdom's army massacred the city here. Men, women, children, and the weak were not spared. Even the livestock were not spared. The carriage arrived at the governor's office. The person who came out to greet them was still Teacher Hu. They had not seen each other for a few days. Teacher Hu looked more haggard than before. He held his official hat and rushed out. He said excitedly and in surprise, "Oh, the 2 of you are finally back. The 2 of you left without saying goodbye that night. You scared me. I thought something happened to the 2 of you." Gu Qingfeng frowned impatiently. "That's enough. Let's go in quickly." The wind was strong outside. They had been blown all the way here. They were almost frozen to death. Yes, yes, yes. Teacher Hu hurriedly agreed and led the way. Inadvertently, he saw a person lying on the handcart that had been set up at the last minute. When the old marquis came to the frontier fortress, he had stayed in the governor's office with Tang Yueshan. Teacher Hu had received them before. Teacher Hu quickly recognized the old marquis. He could not help but be shocked. "Marquis Gu. You went to Yi City to save someone." Everyone thought that the old marquis was imprisoned in Yi City. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng had disappeared after staying for a night. Teacher Hu and the governor had suspected their identities. They guessed that the 2 of them were not sent by the imperial court, but 2 impostors who had come to the governor's office to gather information. Now that they had brought the old marquis back, their previous suspicions were overturned. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng did not say that they had saved someone in Lingguan City. However, from Teacher Hu's reaction, it was clear that the governor's office had not colluded with the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty. The governor's office was still considered safe. "Let's go in," Gu Qingfeng said to Teacher Hu in a low voice. "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Let's go in now. The courtyard from last time is still reserved for the 2 of you." Teacher Hu wiped off his cold sweat and led them into the governor's office. It was impossible for the courtyard to be reserved for the two of them. Teacher who kept shooting glances at the servants. The servants were quick-witted and quickly chased the people in the courtyard out in front of the two of them. It's been a few days since anyone stayed here. There's dust in the room. I'll have someone clean it up first. Please take a seat in the study, Teacher Hoot said with a smile. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng saw through it but did not say anything. They took out the stretcher and had the servants carry the old marquis into the study. The room was quickly tidied up. Gu Jiao still lived in the innermost room. Gu Qingfeng and the old marquis lived next door, which was the room that Gu Qingfeng had lived in before. This time, the governor of Yuegu City was in the manor. He personally came to visit the two of them and tried to probe their identities. Unfortunately, the two of them did not say a word. The governor did not know much about the two of them, but seeing that the two of them had rescued the old marquis from the perilous Yi City, he knew that the two of them were not ordinary people. He did not dare to offend the two of them for the time being. The governor's surname was Qing. He was 39 years old this year. Perhaps it was because of the hardships in the frontier fortress, but he looked more mature than his actual age. Governor Qing cupped his hands at the two of them and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but Yuegu City is about to go to war. Do the two of you know when the imperial court's reinforcements will arrive?" Gu Qingfeng said calmly, "The imperial court's army is already on the way. They will arrive when they should." "How many guards are there in Yuegu City now?" 5,000, the governor said embarrassedly. "Only 5,000. Gu Qingfeng was shocked. "Why is it so little?" The governor said helplessly, "Yuegu City is only a small city. There was no army stationed there. Half of the 5,000 people were recruited at the last minute. If they were recruited at the last minute, they would basically be sending their heads to the battlefield." Gu Qingfeng was silent. He did not expect Yuegu City's situation to be so difficult. With so few people, if the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin Kingdom's army attacked Yuegu City would suffer a crushing defeat. "You may leave. We will call you if there is anything," Gu Qingfeng said to Governor Qing. Governor Qing cupped his hands. "If the two of you need anything, please call me at any time." After Governor Qing left, Gu Qingfeng said to the servants guarding the door, "There is no need for you here. You may leave as well." "Yes." The servants all left the courtyard. Gu Qingfeng naturally poured a cup of hot tea for Gu Jiao and said, "Drink some water first." Gu Jiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Gu Qingfeng also poured a cup for himself. After drinking half of it, he put down the cup and sighed. "I don't know when my brother's army will arrive. If they attack Yuegu City now, I'm afraid these 5,000 people will not be able to defend it." In the dream, Yuegu City was indeed lost. The Gu army only arrived after Yuegu City was massacred. The tragedy of Yuegu City could not be blamed on the Gu army. After receiving the order from the imperial court, Gu Chongqing had rushed back to the capital as quickly as possible. He also used the fastest speed to integrate the Gu army and brought 100,000 troops north. Unfortunately, not all of the 100,000 troops were cavalry. With the current conditions of the Zhao Kingdom, the speed of the infantry could not exceed 50 kilometers a day. Otherwise, it might affect the combat strength of the infantry. Due to the influence of the climate of the frontier fortress, the closer they were to the north, the slower the speed of the march. There was even the possibility of snowfall blocking the mountains. Not to mention, the speed of the army did not depend on the fastest cavalry or the second fastest infantry, but on the slowest supplies. The supplies included provisions, tents, weapons, siege weapons, and so on. An army without supplies was like an unarmed soldier. They would not be able to fight. In this way, It was already a miracle that Gu Chongqing could arrive with the army in a few days. 5 days. Gu Jiao said. What 5 days? Gu Qingfeng asked. Your brother. Gu Jiao said. If she remembered correctly, in 5 days, Gu Chongqing would arrive with the Gu army. But in 2 days, the Qin kingdom's army would come to massacre the city. Chapter 495. Why did the Qin kingdom's army invade Zhao for so many days and not massacre the first 3 cities, but the small Yuegu city? Was Yuegu city the fiercest in resistance? Not at all. The fiercest resistance came from Beiyang city, followed by Yi city and Lingguan city. At least half of Yuegu city's citizens ran away. How could they resist? Rongyao youngest son was shot to death on the battlefield. Rongyao razed the entire Yuegu city to the ground for revenge and to intimidate the soldiers and citizens at the border. How do you know my brother will arrive in 5 days? Gu Qingfeng didn't suspect that Gu Jiao was talking nonsense because everything she said along the way came true. Are you in contact with my brother and the imperial court behind my back? How do I contact them? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng was stumped. That's true. He lived and ate with this girl. He knew exactly what she was doing. She wouldn't do anything behind his back. Besides, there was no need to do so. It was more likely that she was carrying Tang Yueshan. Thinking of Tang Yueshan, Gu Qingfeng temporarily forgot to ask Gu Jiao why she knew so much. He frowned and said, It's been 3 days. I don't know how Tang Yueshan is doing. To be honest, I do hate Tang Yueshan, but I don't want anything to happen to him right now. In the dream, Tang Yueshan wasn't in Yuegu city when the Qin kingdom's army came to massacre the city. So, either something happened to Tang Yueshan in Yi city, or something happened to him on his way to Yuegu city. Whether or not Tang Yueshan needed the antidote from Gu Jiao, he had to return to Yuegu city and use it as a base to deal with the enemy. Gu Jiao had an answer to her doubts about Tang Yueshan the next evening. Early the next morning, Governor Qing rushed into Gu Jiao's courtyard. Not good. Not good. My lords. Qin Kingdom's General Rongyao is coming to Yuegu city with his army. The 2 of you should quickly leave Ancient Moon City and go to another city to hide. I will immediately send someone to escort the 2 sirs and the old marquis out of the city. What about you? Gu Qingfeng asked. Governor Qing was startled at first, then he said, I will escort the 3 of you out of the city. Gu Qingfeng was furious. He grabbed Governor Cheng's collar and said indignantly, You are the governor of Ancient Moon City, an official of the imperial court. The Qin nation's army attacked, but you did not defend the city to the death. Instead, you fled. Do you still deserve to be the parent official of the common people? Are you still a man? Governor Qing stuttered, I was escorting the marquis and the 2 sirs away. Gu Qingfeng coldly pushed him to the ground. I don't need your escort. We're not leaving. Governor Chang's hat was crooked. He straightened it and stood up in fear. Since the 2 of you won't leave, then I won't leave either. I will definitely protect the city. I swear. I will live and die with the people in the city. Gu Qingfeng coldly threatened, that better be the case. Otherwise, I will be the first to kill you. Governor Qing shuddered. If the Qin nation's army wanted to occupy Ancient Moon City, which had no garrison, they did not need to play any tricks. They could just directly attack the city. Their momentum was so great that Governor Qing was able to detect the movement. But what was the use of detecting it? Could they beat them? Just based on the fact that half of the 5,000 were temporary garrison troops. How many of them came? Gu Zhao asked. 5,000 cavalry, leading the charge. Governor Qing bent over and said, there are 15,000 infantry behind them. So there are a total of 20,000 troops. Gu Zhao asked. After Governor Qing responded, he realized that the young man with a disfigured face in front of him had actually spoken. Moreover, it sounded like a woman's voice. With Ancient Moon City's current military strength, 20,000 soldiers from the state of Qin could directly kneel. Report. While they were talking, a guard's anxious voice came from outside the door. Let him in. Gu Qingfeng said harshly. Governor Qing hurriedly had a servant bring the guard in. The guard was a scout from Ancient Moon City. He was the one who found out that the Qin nation's army was approaching Ancient Moon City. Governor Qing ordered him to continue watching the Qin nation's army. It was obvious that he had obtained new information. Reporting to Lord Qing, the Qin state's army and the Imperial Court's army have started fighting. Governor Qing was pleasantly surprised. GG Imperial Court's army. The Imperial Court's reinforcements have arrived. The guard quickly replied, no, it seems to be the Imperial Court's army from before. Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng immediately understood. Tang Yueshan had returned with his army. Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth in shock. He didn't expect that Tang Gai to have the ability to save his army from Yi City. He had heard of an army saving one person, but it was rare for one person to save an entire army. This Tang Gai is quite impressive, he murmured. Gu Zhao asked, where are they fighting? The guard said, Ancient Moon Slope, 20 miles away. Gu Zhao asked again, how many soldiers do they have each? Qin State's cavalry is 5,000, the Imperial Court's infantry is 2,000, and the archers are 500. The guard paused, scratched his head, and explained, this is the approximate number. The casualties are not included. When two armies fought, there would be casualties every second. Gu Jiao glanced at him and asked, what's your name? The guard said, I'm called Hu Dongqiang. My name is Hu Dongqiang. They call me Little Six. Gu Jiao said, from now on, you'll be called Little Hu. Hu Dongqiang was stunned. Gu Jiao turned around and picked up the spear on the shelf. She thought of something and asked, do you have a brother called Hu Shiqiang? Hu Dongqiang was stunned again. Ah, how did you know? Gu Jiao was speechless. Your parents named you so casually. Gu Jiao threw the small basket to Hu Dongqiang. Carry it. From now on, you'll follow me. Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jiao's arm. I'll go. They couldn't both go. One of them had to stay here to guard. Gu Jiao threw the token of Rinshou Palace to him. You guard the city. Anyone who disobeys will be executed immediately. On the snowy Ancient Moon Slope, the two armies were fighting. Tang Yueshan's army was outnumbered. Besides, archers were better at fighting from a distance. They couldn't use their advantages in close combat. Tang Yueshan didn't choose to fight the Qin State's army head-on. After a few feints, he began to retreat. However, he couldn't outrun a horse. No matter how hard his army retreated, the Qin State's cavalry gradually caught up with them. They were blocked in a canyon. There was only one way out of the canyon. 10 miles ahead of them was the Qin State's 15,000 infantrymen. Behind them were the 5,000 cavalrymen. Unless they could choose to fight their way out of the canyon, they would be trapped in the canyon. Tang Yueshan rode on the horse and looked around. In fact, with their current strength, it didn't make much of a difference whether they had 5,000 cavalrymen or 15,000 infantrymen. They could only struggle for a short time or a longer time, but they would all be wiped out in the end. His army hadn't eaten anything for 3 days. It wasn't just the difference in numbers. It was also the difference in physical strength and combat ability. An archer said, "General, we'll open a path for you. You fight your way out." They couldn't escape, but if they tried their best to escort Tang Yueshan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to fight their way out. "General, you fight your way out. When the Imperial Court's reinforcements arrive, remember to avenge our brothers." "Yes, General. We'll escort you out." No one raised an objection. Tang Yueshan had risked his life to save them from Yi City. They would certainly risk their lives to escort him out of the enemy's hands. "Do I look like someone who would drag out an ignoble existence like that? Even if I die today..." Before he could finish his words, the Qin State's cavalry shot an arrow in their direction. The archer who suggested Tang Yueshan to leave first was shot hard. Tang Yueshan turned around abruptly and glared at the approaching Qin State's cavalry. "Archers, get ready." The 500 archers got into formation and drew their bows. The cavalry was too fast. There wasn't much time left for them to attack. Tang Yueshan waved his arm. "Shoot!" After the first round of arrows was released, the archers crouched down to prepare. The archers behind them stood up seamlessly and shot the second round of arrows. The Tang family's archers were good at shooting. None of their arrows missed their targets. However, they didn't have enough arrows. Before the Qin State's cavalry stepped out of the optimal shooting range, the Tang family's archers had shot all their arrows. 108 arrows, 108 hits. They tried their best. They deserved the title of Tang family's archers. They didn't embarrass Marshal Tang. The archers were ready to die. They pulled out the daggers at their waists. It was time to drag the Qin State soldiers to hell with them. Kill 1, tie. Kill 2, profit. However, just as everyone was waiting to die together with the Qin State's cavalry, a loud noise came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a huge rock rolling down from the mountain on one side of the valley. The rock rumbled and smashed into the Qin State's cavalry with some kind of explosive sound. With a series of thunderous noises, the Qin State's cavalry around them were blown away. Tang Yueshan also looked up. He saw a young man in green holding a red tasseled spear on the top of the mountain under the sky. He stepped on the rock with one foot domineeringly and looked down at the Qin State's cavalry who were blown into chaos. On top of the huge mountain range, her figure was very small. However, her aura was so strong that for a moment, Tang Yueshan felt like he was looking at the god of death on the battlefield. Chapter 496. Novels with deep meanings that can't be found on the internet are available here. Not all the soldiers knew about black gunpowder. Many of them hadn't even heard of it. Even those who had heard of it had never seen it before. The soldiers of the Qin kingdom were dumbfounded by the explosion. The originally orderly cavalry camp was suddenly in chaos. This time, the leader of the cavalry was a general from the Rong family. His surname was Rong, and his name was Rongken. Rongken was one of the few people who had seen black gunpowder. When he visited the Liang kingdom with Rong Yao, he saw the people of Yan kingdom showing off their black gunpowder. However, he was standing far away and could only hear the sound. He didn't see the power of the gunpowder. Rong Yao described it to the Rong family afterward, but they couldn't imagine it. Therefore, even Rongken was dumbfounded at this moment. However, he tried his best to control himself so that the soldiers wouldn't notice. He tightened the reins and said sternly, "Don't panic. It's just a rock. It's nothing." Rumble. Another huge rock rolled down. Rongken's words were drowned in the terrible noise. Rongken's understanding of black gunpowder was too limited. Of course, it was also possible that it was his first time seeing such a powerful attack. He didn't know what to think. To prove to the soldiers that the gunpowder wasn't terrible, he decisively pulled out the sword at his waist and slashed at the rolling rock. With a loud bang, Ronkan was blown away. In order to achieve enough deterrence, Gu Jiao used all the black fire pearls she had. In fact, it was impossible for her to use it a third time. This mixture of black gunpowder was powerful enough, but it was still inferior to the explosives in her previous life. To put it bluntly, its lethality was secondary. The main thing was deterrence. To be honest, Tang Yueshan and his army were also a little confused. What the hell was this? Firecrackers. It didn't look like one. Tang Yueshan was the first to react. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Sometimes, the low or high morale could happen in a flash. Tang Yueshan didn't care what this thing was. He looked away, pulled out his sword, pointed forward, and shouted, "The Imperial Court's reinforcements are here. The Gu army is here. Everyone, kill." Everyone was dumbfounded by the 2 batches of gunpowder. None of them had the brains to consider whether Tang Yueshan was telling the truth. Without a leader, the Qin Kingdom's cavalry became even more disorganized. Seeing this, the morale of Tang Yueshan's army soared. Their bodies, which had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights, were suddenly filled with energy. Everyone raised the tips of their swords and charged at the Qin Kingdom's cavalry. Although Zhao country was weak, there were no cowards in Zhao country. Tang Yueshan took the lead and rushed to the front. This time, it was Gu Jiao's turn to lead the way for him. Gu Jiao drew her bow. Wherever he went, Gu Jiao's arrows would follow. He had completely turned his back to Gu Jiao. Tang Yueshan realized that Gu Jiao was very talented in archery. However, she was not as accurate as Tang Yueshan because she had not practiced archery for a long time. She almost hit Tang Yueshan's but several times. Tang Yueshan broke out in a cold sweat. "Girl, I suspect you're doing this on purpose." Tang Yueshan was attacked from 3 sides and was forced to dismount. An arrow flew through the air and whizzed past his crotch. Tang Yueshan, who was half an inch away from being shot, was speechless. The arrow pierced between his legs and hit the foot of a Qin Kingdom soldier who was sneak attacking him. The Qin Kingdom soldier screamed and fell to the ground. Gu Jiao was bold enough to use arrows. Many excellent archers could not compare to her. When facing a general like Tang Yueshan, they would be worried that their archery skills were not good enough and they would accidentally hurt him. Therefore, they would be restrained when shooting arrows. Gu Jiao was not like that. Tang Yueshan had a whole new level of respect for her decisiveness. How many men in the world could do what she did? Tang Yueshan suddenly felt a wave of heat in his chest. He could not tell what it was. He just killed more bravely and fearlessly. There seemed to be someone in the world who understood him. And he understood that person. At that moment, he had forgotten that she was his enemy. In the end, the 5,000 cavalrymen were utterly defeated by Tang Yueshan and his men. They brought their wounded soldiers and fled, regrouping with the army of 15,000 Qin soldiers who were still tens of miles away. Tang Yueshan sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "How many did we kill?" he asked, panting. 167. A voice came from above Tang Yueshan's head. Tang Yueshan looked up and saw Gu Jiao and a Yi soldier coming down the mountain. It was the soldier who had spoken. "Greetings, Marshal Tang." Hu Dongqiang bowed. He was carrying Gu Jiao's basket on his back. Tang Yueshan knew that the basket was very important to Gu Jiao. The fact that he could carry it meant that he had been chosen by Gu Jiao. He was indeed quite observant. Tang Yueshan nodded. Gu Jiao was not wearing a mask. Her face was completely exposed under the sunlight. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The soldiers were not interested in the birthmark on her face. Instead, it was her age that piqued their curiosity. She looked even younger than they were. They looked behind Gu Jiao and up the mountain where Gu Jiao had come from. They looked for a long time but did not see a third person coming down. Did they really think that reinforcements from the imperial court had arrived? So all that commotion just now was caused by this green-robed young man. His red tasseled spear was so ugly. Is anyone hurt? Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao counted the wounded. There were a few hundred with minor injuries and 50 with serious injuries. Among them, 23 needed immediate medical attention and 3 were critically injured. Gu Jiao said to Tang Yueshan, "Those who are not injured, take the minor ones back first. 50 of you stay here and carry the seriously injured and critically injured back." Tang Yueshan nodded. He took one of the 50 spots. "General. We're not leaving," an archer said. Tang Yueshan said seriously, "This is a military order." The archer gritted his teeth. "Yes, sir." 2 of Tang Yueshan's deputies had died in the line of duty. He picked Deputy General Li from the archers and Deputy General Tsin from the infantry. They led the army forward. Of course, they did not forget to clean up the battlefield and take away the food, weapons, and horses left behind by the Qin soldiers. "Take off their armors too. We can melt them and make new ones," Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Jiao deeply. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xiao Hu climbed to the top of the mountain along the rope, keeping an eye on the Qin army. "I need stretchers," Gu Jiao said to Tang Yueshan. "How many?" Tang Yueshan asked. 10, Gu Jiao said. "Also, I need strips of cloth to take off the belts of the Qin soldiers." Tang Yueshan and his men went around looking for wooden boards and sticks for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao began to resuscitate 3 critically ill patients. One of the wounded soldiers' heart had stopped beating. Gu Jiao took out epinephrine and injected him with 2 injections. His heartbeat recovered. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded when he saw the strange syringes. Not all the soldiers who died on the battlefield died on the spot. Many of them were seriously injured and died when treatment failed. The Chen's medical skills were better than the Zhao's, so their casualties were much lower than the Zhao's. If they also had excellent medical skills, the death rate of the wounded soldiers would be greatly reduced. That girl just came back to life, didn't she? Even the doctors of the Qin can't do that. Tang Yueshan was excited again. He was not even this excited on his wedding night. Hu Dongqiang shouted from the top of the mountain, "Sir! You have to hurry. The Qin army is coming. They'll be here after another mountain." Gu Jiao asked, "How long will it take to get to the top of the mountain?" Hu Dongqiang answered, "The cavalry is faster. Half an hour. The infantry will take 2 hours." Gu Jiao nodded. She didn't stop cutting the man's thigh. "Follow the infantry's speed." The cavalry was scared for a while and didn't have the courage to take the lead. "The third pair of pliers on the right," Gu Jiao said. She couldn't free her hands. Tang Yueshan was stunned for a moment before he realized she was talking to him. He skillfully found the third pair of pliers, which looked like scissors to him. "Clamp here." Gu Jiao signaled Tang Yueshan with her eyes. "Are you going to cut his veins?" Tang Yueshan frowned. "These are hemostatic forceps." Gu Jiao said, "Hurry up." Tang Yueshan suspiciously used the scissors and found that the veins were not cut. The bleeding had stopped. Tang Yueshan wasn't scared of blood or wounds. He watched the whole process and felt more and more that this girl was not simple. Gu Jiao stopped the bleeding of the last critically ill patient. She took off her gloves and said, "Okay, get on the stretchers. These 3 go first." Tang Yueshan ordered 10 soldiers to take turns carrying the 3 stretchers. Of the remaining 23 seriously injured patients, only 7 needed to be carried on stretchers. The rest could ride on horseback. Gu Jiao raced against time to treat the wounds of the wounded soldiers. There was not enough time, so she could only do simple treatment. Even so, time passed. Hu Dongqiang said, "Sir. They're coming down the mountain. They're less than 6 miles away. We have to hurry. These 2 soldiers can get on the stretchers. This soldier, get on the stretcher. Get on the stretcher." The wounded soldiers left one after another, and the Qin Kingdom's army approached step by step. There were only 2 wounded soldiers left. When Gu Jiao was about to treat one of them, the man suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao's hand. He heard Hu Dongqiang call her "Sir," so he followed suit. "Sir, you and Marshal Tang go first." "Shut up." Gu Jiao took his hand away. Tang Yueshan didn't urge Gu Jiao. He just silently held the bow in his hand and filled the quiver with arrows on his back. "Archers, get ready," Tang Yueshan said in a low voice. The archers got into position and drew their bows. They used their bodies as shields, protecting Gu Jiao and the wounded soldiers behind them. "Xiao Hu, come down." Gu Jiao finished treating the last wounded soldier. Hu Dongqiang quickly slid down the rope. Everyone got on their horses and galloped out of the valley before the Qin army caught up. Chapter 497. The news that the Qin army was about to invade Yuegu City had already spread. Everyone closed their doors and windows. Gu Qingfeng stood on the city gate tower, pacing back and forth anxiously. Finally, he saw a large group of soldiers swarming toward Yuegu City. However, Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao were not among them. "There are still people behind," a soldier said. Gu Qingfeng told them to hurry into the city. Wave after wave of injured soldiers came, but Gu Jiao was nowhere to be seen. Gu Qingfeng's brows gradually formed a layer of frost. After spending so much time with Gu Jiao, how could he not guess what Gu Jiao was doing? According to convention, if there were really injured soldiers, they would be brought back to the city for treatment. However, if they died halfway or were permanently disabled, there was nothing they could do. However, Gu Jiao would not do that. "You little girl." Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists. He regretted asking her to pick up Tang Yueshan. If only he had let her stay here. No, if she stayed here, there would be many more casualties. Just as Gu Qingfeng was feeling extremely anxious, a soldier beside him suddenly said, "Sir. Look." Gu Qingfeng looked up. Gu Jiao was back. She was riding the fastest horse, carrying the longest and heaviest spear, rushing all the way here. Tang Yueshan and his soldiers also rushed back with her. Not far behind them, the state of Chen's cavalry was madly chasing after them. The Qin army had already realized that they had been fooled. The imperial court's reinforcements had not arrived at all. Everything was just a few soldiers deliberately mystifying and deceiving them. In order to get back at Gu Jiao, Tang Yueshan, and the others, more than 4,000 cavalrymen of the Qin kingdom carried out a frenzied pursuit. On the city gate tower, Governor Qing saw this soul-stirring scene. He was so scared that his legs turned to jelly and his body swayed, almost hitting the wall. He turned pale with fright and said, "Oh! The Qin army is here. Close the gate. Close the city gates. Don't turn it off." Gu Qingfeng shouted. Governor Qing tried his best to persuade him, "My lord. If he didn't, it would be too late. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the people in the city. I know that Grand Marshal Tang and another lord are outside, but to sacrifice the lives of all the people in the city for the sake of a dozen of their lives." He couldn't finish his sentence. Regardless of whether he was truly thinking for the sake of the people in the city or if he was afraid of death, there was one thing that Gu Qingfeng had to admit. Once the Qin Kingdom's cavalry charged in, the city gates would never be able to be closed again. The Qin nation's army would march straight in, and the civilians in the city would suffer the flames of war, plunging them into misery and suffering. But Gu Jiao was still down there. "My lord." Governor Qing choked as he looked at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Wait a little longer. 600 steps, 500 steps, 400 steps. Governor Qing was extremely anxious. "My lord. I can't wait any longer. The city gates can't be closed all at once." The city gates were thick and heavy, and they were all equipped with capstans. Dozens of guards had to pull the iron chains at the same time to slowly close them. 100 steps. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth. "Close the city gates." Governor Qing hurriedly said to the guards beside him, "Quick! Tell them to close the city gates." Dozens of guards pulled the iron chains on the capstans. The capstans slowly turned, and the city gates began to close. Outside the city gates, the bridges on the moat began to slowly rise. Gu Jiao rode in front. Her horse was good, so she could easily get on it. However, she suddenly stopped in front of the city gates. She tightened her grip on the reins, turned around, and said, "Wounded soldiers, go in first." 2 wounded soldiers urged their horses to step onto the bridge that had been raised by 1 foot. Then, she had Hu Dongqiang and the archers step onto the bridge one by one. When the last archer stepped onto the bridge, the Qin Kingdom's cavalry attacked them. Arrows covered the sky and covered the earth. The archer's horse was hit by an arrow, and he and his horse immediately fell to the ground. Gu Jiao urged her horse forward. She leaned out, grabbed the archer, and threw him onto the bridge. By then, the bridge had already closed halfway. The horses could not get on it. "Stop! All of you, stop!" Gu Qingfeng shouted. "We can't stop," Governor Qing said. The bridge rose faster and faster toward the end. It was about to close, but Gu Jiao and Tang Yuishan were still outside. Tang Yuishan dodged the arrows of the Qin Kingdom's cavalry while grabbing Gu Jiao and throwing her onto the bridge. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Gu Jiao fell off the bridge had already closed behind her with a bang. The city gates were left with only a small gap. Gu Jiao quickly rolled behind the city gates. The city gates were now closed. Tang Yuishan rode on his horse, sword in hand. He stared at the 4,000 Qin Kingdom's cavalry charging toward him with no fear of death. The Qin Kingdom's cavalry was not very good at archery. However, if tens of thousands of arrows were fired at the same time, a few would hit Tang Yuishan. Fire! Countless arrows flew toward Tang Yuishan. Tang Yuishan did not have a shield. He only had a long sword in his hand. Just as Tang Yuishan was about to be shot into a sieve, a vigorous figure jumped down from the sky and whipped Tang Yuishan around the waist. "Go!" At Gu Qingfeng's order, the soldiers on the city gate tower pulled the ropes and pulled the two up together. Almost at the same time, hundreds of arrows pierced through the spot where Tang Yuishan had been standing and hit the city wall. This battle was no longer about the life and death of one person. It was about the survival of the entire city and the fortune of the Zhao kingdom. In the face of national hatred, no matter how big the grudge was, it was all personal. Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yuishan went down the city gate tower and saw Gu Jiao, who was treating the wounded soldiers in a makeshift tent. Gu Jiao did not know that Tang Yuishan had been rescued. The moment she entered the city, the gate was closed. Tang Yuishan had sacrificed his chance of survival to throw her in. She knew that, but she would not sleep in the emotions it brought. She quickly entered a state of combat readiness. Her calmness and decisiveness shocked Tang Yuxian again. If he had not seen what she had done before, Tang Yuxian would have thought that she was a cold-blooded person. Tang Yuxian and Gu Qingfeng saw that she was fine and did not disturb her. Tang Yuxian took over the defense of ancient Moon City. He brought back 2,000 infantrymen and 500 archers from Yi City. Together with the 5,000 soldiers in the city, there were 7,500 soldiers in total. Nearly 600 were wounded. All the wounded soldiers requested to fight, but they had to be evaluated by Gu Jiao. They could only fight when she thought they were fit to fight. In addition, nearly half of the 5,000 soldiers in ancient Moon City were able-bodied men temporarily recruited from the common people. These people would not rush to the front line to die. Tang Yuxian picked out those who were trained in martial arts to join the rear camp. Those who were not trained in martial arts stayed on the gate tower and were mainly responsible for supporting the weapons, such as throwing stones. In addition, there were not enough weapons and armor. Tang Yuxian ordered his subordinates to gather the blacksmiths in the city and have them forge overnight. Wait. General Tang, do you have any other orders? Tang Yuxian paused and said to Deputy General Li, forge another set of armor. Nearly 20,000 soldiers from the state of Qin arrived at the city. They were like a giant beast that could swallow ancient Moon City at any time. The common people in the city closed their doors and windows. Everyone was in danger. There was not much food left in the governor's office. Because there was no garrison, the food was only enough for 2,000 guards. Now that there were 5,000 more mouths to feed, the governor's office's granary was suddenly stretched to the limit. Gu Qingfeng's task was to buy food from the common people in the city. He went with advisor Hu. Let's go to the grain shop in the city first, Gu Qingfeng said. Advisor Hu brought Gu Qingfeng to a rice shop near the city gate tower. The door of the grain shop had long been closed, but the owner did not dare to close the door and refuse an official. How much grain do you have left? Sell it all to me, Gu Qingfeng said to the owner. The owner glanced at Gu Qingfeng in surprise. No more. Gu Qingfeng asked. Ah, yes, yes. The boss braced himself and handed over all the rice and grains in the shop. Sir, that's all. There's no more. How much for everything? Gu Qingfeng said as he took out his money bag. The owner was stunned again. This time, he was sure that he had not misheard. This official was really here to buy grain, not to collect grain. The owner took out his abacus and tapped it for a while. He said carefully, 5 taels of silver. Gu Qingfeng gave him the money. The boss held the silver in his hand and was dumbstruck for a long time, unable to recover from his shock. After Gu Qingfeng finished buying the grain and went out, he found that there were many more heads on the street. Every household opened a crack in their door. The people looked at Gu Qingfeng curiously and fearfully. A little boy about the same age as little Jing Kong ran out. Even a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. He was not afraid of an official. He came to Gu Qingfeng and raised his little head. He asked in a childish voice, "Will we die? Are you going to run away?" His mother rushed out, hurriedly pulled him into her embrace, and covered his little mouth. "Sir, please forgive us. Sir, please forgive us." The woman knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Qingfeng. "We won't." A cold and clear voice rang out not far away, neither too fast nor too slow. It was Gu Jiao who brought Hu Dongqiang to the medicine shop in the city to get some herbs. She stood in front of the child and the woman. She pointed at Tang Yuxian who was at the entrance of the tent. "Do you see that person? He is the Grand Marshal of all the troops in the world. All the soldiers in the Zhao Kingdom listen to his orders. The child looked at the tall and sturdy Tang Yueshan. Wow! Gu Jiao pointed at Gu Qingfeng. And him. He is the second young master of the Gu army. The Gu army is the most powerful army in the Zhao kingdom. They are on their way and will be here soon. The child looked at the handsome Gu Qingfeng again. Wow! Gu Qingfeng was overwhelmed by the child's innocent and admiring gaze. For the first time, he felt the burden on his shoulders. He took a deep breath and spoke as if he was speaking to the child, but also as if he was speaking to all the people on the street. That's right. My eldest brother will be here soon. He brought 100,000 Gu army soldiers. Everyone, don't worry. Ancient Moon City will be saved. Even if we have to fight to the last man, we will definitely defend this city. Chapter 498. The news of Ancient Moon City going to war was not a matter of a day or two. The people who could run had already run. Those who couldn't run had stocked up on rice and grain at home. The grain stores had long been emptied. Gu Qingfeng was lucky in the beginning. The first grain store he ran into happened to have stored grain. The rest of the stores were barely enough to feed themselves. Gu Qingfeng walked dejectedly on the empty street. As the son of the first wife of the marquis, when had he ever worried about basic necessities? His delicacies cost more than 5 taels of silver for a meal, but this was the rations of hundreds of soldiers for a day. Advisor Hu, is there really no other place to buy rice? Gu Qingfeng asked dejectedly. Advisor Hu took in Gu Qingfeng's expression. He sighed deeply. We've been to all the stores that have grain. This is all we have. If not, they would have to go door to door to collect grain. Advisor Hu didn't say anything about this. He could tell that these two young officials were different from the imperial envoys. They wouldn't forcibly collect things from the people. How long can our grain last? Gu Qingfeng asked. This. Advisor Hu calculated silently in his heart. If we reduce it by 1 meal a day, it can last for 2 days. Gu Qingfeng muttered, but my eldest brother won't be here for another 4 days. Moreover, they couldn't reduce it. They were soldiers who protected their country. How could they be allowed to fight on an empty stomach? Not to mention that the Qin army wouldn't attack the city in the next few days, they were already at the city gates. If they didn't seize the opportunity to take Ancient Moon City, were they going to wait for his eldest brother to come and wipe them all out? As the two spoke, they returned to the camp near the city gate tower with the grain pulled by the mule cart. Gu Qingfeng walked with his head down and didn't look forward. Advisor Hu did the same. All of a sudden, one of the accompanying soldiers shouted, Sir! Advisor! Look! Gu Qingfeng and Advisor Hu looked in the direction of the soldier's finger. It was the kitchen near the camp. Strange bundles were placed on the ground in front of the kitchen door. Some of the bundles were tightly wrapped so they couldn't see what was inside. Some of the bundles were loose and they could vaguely see rice or steamed buns. There were even corn cobs, vegetables, sorghum bread, pancakes, bacon, eggs, and so on, which were placed in sieves and dustpans. Just as Gu Qingfeng was wondering what was going on, he saw a few commoners carrying a few small bags of flour and corn flour over. They put the flour on the ground and left without saying a word. The child who was talking to Gu Qingfeng just now also came over. He and his mother were together. His mother put down a few freshly baked sweet potatoes. He seemed to want to put something in as well, but he couldn't find anything even after rummaging through his small pocket. In the end, he thought for a moment and took out the half-eaten sesame candy from his mouth. He sucked his saliva and reluctantly put it on one of the sweet potatoes. That was something he could only eat during the new year. But because there was going to be a war and he didn't know if he could survive, his parents gave it to him in advance. That was the best thing he could give them. Gu Qingfeng's eyes suddenly felt hot. They were the people of the kingdom of Zhao that his grandfather and brother had sworn to protect. But it wasn't just the soldiers who protected the people. The people were also protecting them in their own ways. They were protecting an army and a city. Outside the city walls, the army of the kingdom of Qin had already started to prepare the battering rams and scaling ladders needed to attack the city. Because of the moat, they also needed to prepare a few flying bridges. The flying bridges were being built quickly, and the scaling ladders were also being assembled in full swing. Tang Yueshan looked at their manpower and progress and estimated that they would be ready by tomorrow night. If there were weapons for attacking, there would naturally be weapons for defending. Not only were the blacksmiths in the city recruited to forge armor and weapons, but Tang Yueshan also recruited carpenters to lead the soldiers to build battering rams, stones, and rolling logs. The battering rams were weapons used to deal with scaling ladders. A battering ram was attached to the frame of the battering ram, which could destroy or knock down the scaling ladders when they approached. In addition, there were also kerosene and arrows. The carpenters in the city didn't need to make the arrows. The archers of the Tang family could make them themselves. It was one of their basic skills. The archers of other countries didn't need to know how to make arrows themselves. That was why the archers of the Tang family were famous in the 6 countries. Tang Yueshan began to quietly wait for dawn after he finished deploying the troops. It was a sleepless night for both the army of the kingdom of Qin and the soldiers of the kingdom of Zhao. By the time the first ray of light appeared on the horizon, the preparations that needed to be made were more or less complete. They only had 7,000 soldiers and less than 5,000 regular soldiers. The 20,000 soldiers of the kingdom of Qin were all regular soldiers. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. This was going to be a battle to the death. But as Gu Qingfeng said, they had to defend the city even if they had to fight to the last man. The price might be the lives of these 7,000 soldiers, including Tang Yueshan's own. Grand Marshal Tang. Dazzling sunlight seeped in through the gaps in the curtains. 2 of Tang Yueshan's newly appointed lieutenants entered the tent. Both of them had come to report on their orders. Is everything done? Tang Yueshan asked. Lieutenant Sun cupped his hands and said, Sir, the battering rams, boulders, and rolling logs are all done. They've been moved to the tower. Good. Tang Yueshan nodded and looked at Lieutenant Li. Lieutenant Li cupped his hands and said, The weapons and armor are also completed. Let the soldiers rest, Tang Yueshan said. He paused and said, Let's have a good meal and get ready for the battle tonight. Lieutenant Li and Lieutenant Li looked at each other with complicated expressions. They cupped their hands and said in unison, Yes, sir. Lieutenant Sun left first. Lieutenant Li presented a new set of armor to Tang Yueshan. This is the armor you asked for. Tang Yueshan's eyes fell on the new set of armor. He raised his hand and touched it gently. Good. Gu Jiao was busy the entire night in the tent where the injured soldiers were treated. When the doctors in the city heard that there was a shortage of manpower here, they all spontaneously came over. Like Gu Jiao, their feet did not touch the ground and they did not sleep the entire night. By the time they finished treating the last batch of wounded soldiers, they were all exhausted. They did not even bother to go home to rest. They all fell asleep on the table. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her red-tasseled spear in her arms. She leaned against the pillar supporting the tent and soon fell asleep as well. She was awakened by the heat. When she opened her eyes, she saw a thick robe on her. It was Gu Qingfeng's. She removed the robe and stretched her legs. She sat up straight and rubbed her sore neck and lower back. When she rubbed the back of her waist, her fingertips inadvertently touched something cold. She blinked strangely and turned her head to look, only to see that there was a set of armor beside her. She muttered, Whose armor is this? Hu Dongqiang walked into the tent with a bowl of boiled medicine. When he saw Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up. "Milord. You're awake. Just in time. I've prepared the medicine you asked me to prepare. Should I wake the patient up and feed him?" "Yes, feed him," Gu Jiao said. "Okay." Hu Dongqiang went to wake up the soldier who needed the medicine. "Whose armor is this?" Gu Jiao asked him. "Yours, right?" Hu Dongqiang said. "Mine." Gu Jiao blinked. Hu Dongqiang guessed, last night, the blacksmiths in the city repaired and forged armor for the soldiers. "They might have made one for you, milord." Gu Jiao nodded and stood up to try it on. It fit her well. She put on the helmet and went to the water tank to look at it. It looks good." Gu Jiao shook her head. Ancient Moon City's terrain was steep and steep. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. In a situation where one didn't have to worry about strength, attacking the city from the front was the easiest. The Qin army of 20,000 naturally didn't fear the few thousand soldiers in Ancient Moon City. It was a one-sided battle. The highest-ranking general leading the army was Rong Yao's youngest son, Rong Fu. Governor Qing heard that Rong Yao was personally leading the army, but in reality, Rong Yao only sent the army out of Yi City. The real commander was his youngest son, Rong Fu. In the dream, Rong Yao rushed over to massacre the city after Rong Fu was shot to death. The one who shot Rong Fu wasn't an archer from the Tang family. It was just an ordinary guard. That guard was never accurate. When he shot Rong Fu, he was stunned. Rong Fu was even more stunned. Rong Fu was as famous as Gu Chongqing. They were both young and famous generals. The two of them were about the same age. This battle was of utmost importance to Rong Fu, and he was determined to win it. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Rong Fu would still be shot to death. After all, many things had changed. Tang Yueshan's army entered the city. She and Gu Qingfeng also entered the city. The guard who shot Rong Fu to death might have been sent to another post by Tang Yueshan. The Qin army's attack and defense were also different from the one in the dream. In the evening, Rong Fu gave the order to attack the city. Chapter 499. The vanguard of the Qin army quickly approached the moat with the flying bridges. Tang Yueshan stood on the tall city gate tower. "Archers, get ready." The Tang family archers launched the first wave of counterattack against the Qin army. Their arrows clanged against the armor and shields of the vanguard soldiers. When one of the vanguard soldiers was hit by an arrow and fell to the ground, another vanguard soldier would immediately take his place. Their speed was extremely fast. After almost all the vanguard soldiers under the flying bridges had been replaced, the 3 flying bridges were placed on top of the moat. More than 100 Qin soldiers were killed or injured. However, these casualties gave the remaining 20,000 soldiers a chance to attack the city. "Get on the ladders," Rong Fu ordered. Hundreds of Qin soldiers carried more than 20 ladders and rushed onto the bridges. The Tang family archers tried their best to stop the ladders, but there were too many of them. Whenever a soldier fell, another soldier would immediately grab the ladder. At the same time, the Qin army's catapults launched a terrifying long-range attack against the archers on the city wall. Stones covered in oil smashed onto the city wall. The archers couldn't dodge in time and were knocked to the ground. "Oh no! The rolling logs are on fire," a soldier shouted. The rolling logs were used to deal with the Qin army's ladders. Now that they were on fire, how were they supposed to hold them? With the help of the catapults, the ladders were placed on the city wall one after another. Tang Yueshan ordered, "Ram." The ram stepped out of the formation. The rolling logs on the carriage smashed into the Qin army's ladders. Boom! A loud noise came from below the city gate tower. Deputy General Tsin, who was attacking the ladders, was shocked. Oh no! It's the Qin army's ram. They're attacking the city gate. Behind the city gate, Gu Qingfeng and Deputy General Li were on standby with 2,000 soldiers. The cavalrymen rode on horseback. The infantrymen were behind them and on both sides. Everyone looked serious. Have the wounded been evacuated? Gu Qingfeng asked. Yes, Deputy General Li said. Dr. Gu took them away. What about the people nearby? Gu Qingfeng asked. They've also been relocated, Deputy General Li continued. The flying bridge had been modified and reinforced with iron chains and iron plates. It was several times harder than ordinary flying bridges. However, the Qin nation's siege chariots were also very sturdy. With every collision, the entire city gate tower seemed to tremble 3 times. Everyone's throats involuntarily moved as they simultaneously tightened their grip on the long swords in their hands. At the place where the cavalry charged in from the city gate, there were soldiers pulling ropes, which were used to trip the cavalry. There were also spear carts, with sharp spears lined up in a row, aimed in the direction of the city gate. Even so, everyone knew that these things could not completely stop the Qin state's army's attack. A bloody battle was unavoidable. Bang! 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 The gigantic battering ram caused the flying bridge to tremble, and the dust on the city walls began to rustle down. With a deafening crash, the flying bridge was destroyed by the Qin state's assault vehicle. The Qin state's chariots planned to further attack ancient Moon City's gates, but at this moment, an unexpected situation happened. Suddenly, several barrels of kerosene fell from the city gate. The ropes of kerosene were tied to the flying bridge. As long as the flying bridge was not broken, the ropes would not break. However, the flying bridge was broken. The kerosene splashed onto the Qin state soldiers and siege chariots. When the kerosene was finished, the fire extinguishers and hats hanging from the barrels were pulled apart by the thin wires on both ends, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Not good. Run! A Qin state soldier shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The kerosene was ignited, and the flames rose 3 feet high. The siege chariots quickly caught fire, and the Qin state soldiers were so burned that they covered their heads and fled. Inside the city gate, Gu Qingfeng, Deputy General Li, and the others heard the screams coming from the city gate, and understood that the kerosene plan had worked. Deputy General Li looked at Gu Qingfeng excitedly. Lord Gu, you are truly a genius. It was not his genius, but Gu Jiao's. The modification of the flying bridge and the setting of the traps were all Gu Jiao's ideas. He only made them. In fact, he felt that if Gu Shaoshun was here, he might have done better. The city gate was temporarily defended, and on the city tower, Tang Yuishan led his men to flip over all the ladders, blocking the first wave of attacks. After midnight, the Qin state army retreated. The Qin state army lost the first battle and lost 2,000 soldiers. The Zhao state army also suffered heavy losses, and a steady stream of injured soldiers were sent to the rear of the camp. Gu Jiao and the doctors in Yuegu City immediately busied themselves. Gu Jiao first examined the injured soldiers, and according to their injuries, they were sent to the corresponding tents by the soldiers. Although there were many injured soldiers, no one was flustered, and no one was at a loss. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner under Gu Jiao's arrangements. It was not that they did not panic. However, every time the doctors turned their heads, they could see Gu Jiao calmly doing what she was doing. The flames of war raged behind her, but she did not move in the face of danger. At that moment, their hearts seemed to have calmed down. The Qin state army did not launch an attack the next day. No one knew if they were afraid of being beaten or if they were seriously planning something. If it was the latter, the situation in Yuegu City would be extremely unfavorable. The Qin state's first defeat was mainly due to underestimating the enemy. They did not take the thousands of soldiers in Yuegu City seriously, thinking that they could break the city gate with their eyes closed. If they really started to fight with all their might, Yuegu City would be in danger. General Tang. Deputy General Tsin walked into a tent under the city tower. Seeing that Gu Qingfeng was also there, he paused and greeted, Dr. Gu. Tang Yueshan was doing a sand table simulation, trying to predict where the Qin state army would attack from next. What's the matter? He asked. Deputy General Tsin stammered, there's not enough rations, it's already finished. Gu Qingfeng asked in surprise. Deputy General Tsin nodded awkwardly. The governor's office had very little rations to begin with. Back when Lingguan City was fighting, they had borrowed some from it. Even though Gu Qingfeng had emptied the stores in the city yesterday and received some donations from the citizens, it was still not enough for 2 meals for the 7,000-strong army. Tonight, they would start to run out of food. Give it to the wounded first, Gu Qingfeng said. Tang Yueshan's throat moved. He clenched his fists and made a difficult decision. Give it to the soldiers who can fight. Gu Qingfeng was silent. His conscience told him that he should help the weak, but his reason reminded him that the weak could not fight. Only by feeding the healthy soldiers could they kill more enemies and defend the city. The lives of the wounded were also lives. But more important than their lives was the mission of protecting the country. Deputy General Tsin's throat felt sore. What he did not say was that even if they gave it to the soldiers who could fight, it would not be enough. Deputy General Tsin left the tent. Gu Qingfeng was immersed in an inexplicable sense of regret. Tang Yueshan frowned. What are you thinking about? Gu Qingfeng said sullenly, I'm thinking about why I wasted so much food in the past. He never knew that the soldiers at the border had to suffer so much, let alone that the war was so tragic. After a while, Deputy General Tsin brought in a few steamed buns and 2 bowls of rice soup. He said to Tang Yueshan and Gu Qingfeng, Grand Marshal Tang, Lord Gu, you should eat some too. Tang Yueshan said, I don't need it. He knew his own condition. He could handle it. Gu Qingfeng said, I don't want it either. Take it and share it with the soldiers. I ate a lot of oil along the way. It's okay to starve for a few days. Deputy General Tsin was about to persuade them when there was a commotion outside the tent. Deputy General Tsin went out to take a look and was stunned. The people of Yueshan came to deliver food again. Last time, they had given away their own food, but this time, they had saved their own dinner. Of course, the soldiers did not want it. Deputy General Tsin went forward to persuade the people to leave. Tang Yueshan's body was tense. He held back his emotions and walked out. He raised his arms and bowed deeply to the people. Then, he turned around. As a man, his eyes were sharp and moist. He said to all the soldiers, Eat. The soldiers picked up the steaming bowls. Their throats were swollen and painful. They choked and wiped away their tears and ate with big mouthfuls. In the next 3 days, the Qin army launched 3 small attacks on Yueshan and 1 big attack. Although the Qin soldiers suffered heavy casualties, the soldiers of Yueshan also suffered heavy losses. By the time of the last attack, Yueshan had less than 2,000 soldiers left. The Qin army's scaling ladders were firmly placed on the city wall. Countless Qin soldiers rushed up the city wall. The city gate below the city tower was also breached by the siege vehicles. This time, they did not use men to deal with the oil. Instead, they used strong bulls. The moment the city gate was breached, countless Qin cavalry poured into the city like a tide. Gu Qingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. On the city wall, Tang Yueshan's right arm was stabbed. He did not hesitate, as if he had forgotten the pain. He continued to kill in the sea of blood. On the city tower in the middle of the city wall, Rong Kan, the deputy general of Qin, injured 2 Zhao soldiers with 1 slash. He flew up to the roof, held a long sword with both hands, and cut the Zhao flag in half. He threw the Zhao flag into the sea of fire. The Qin soldiers' morale soared, and they shouted proudly. Rong Han picked up the Qin flag and stuck it on the city tower of Yueshan. Yueshan City is our. Before he could finish speaking, a red tasseled spear sped over with a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. Killing was happening all around them, so much so that the red tasseled spear's movements were covered. By the time Rong Han felt a chill run down his spine, there was no way he could stop it. The red tasseled spear pierced through Rong Kan's shoulder and knocked him onto the flagpole of the Qin flag. The flagpole could not withstand such a violent blow. It broke on the spot. Rong Han also rolled down from the roof of the city gate tower with a clatter. "General!" A Qin soldier screamed. He rushed toward Rong Han, but before he could get close, a white hand grabbed his collar and threw him out. Gu Jiao pulled out the red tasseled spear on Rong Kan's shoulder and kicked him off the city wall. Gu Jiao tapped her toes and stepped on the inner wall of the city wall. She used the force to jump up the city tower. She held the red tasseled spear with one hand and raised the Zhao flag with the other. She firmly stuck it on the city tower. The fighting lasted for an entire night. On the city walls of Yueshan City, flames filled the sky. Under the vast sky, the city was burning. In a tent 100 miles away, a scout quickly came down from the mountain and reported to the man in the tent, "General Gu. The city ahead seems to be on fire." "On fire?" Gu Chongqing looked at the hourglass beside his feet. "At this time." "Which city?" "Yueshan City," the scout said. Gu Chongqing had already memorized the map of the frontier fortress along the way. Of course, he understood the strategic importance of Yueshan City. If the Qin army and the remnants of the previous dynasty wanted to continue invading the territory of the Zhao kingdom, their next target would be Yueshan City. Gu Chongqing stood up. "Take me there." The scout brought Gu Chongqing to the highest point of the mountain. Looking down from above, he could only see a burning line of fire. This was because it was too far away. However, if it was calculated in reality, the entire city wall was on fire. "It's the flames of war." Gu Chongqing frowned. The flames flickered in his eyes. His body suddenly emitted a powerful aura. "Wake up the soldiers. Prepare to depart." It was about 100 miles from here to Yueshan City. It was not a straight distance, but a roundabout official road and winding mountain roads. Generally speaking, a regular army could travel 30 to 50 miles a day. A rapid army could travel 60 to 90 miles a day. A forced army could travel up to 150 miles. On the way here, the Gu army had been marching rapidly in order to preserve their fighting strength. A forced army would consume too much of their fighting strength. They could not do this unless they had no other choice. However, they had reached the point where they had no other choice. When Gu Chongqing walked down the foot of the mountain, all the tents and supplies had been packed up. The soldiers were all ready to go. There were no signs that they had just been woken up. This was the most well-trained and powerful army in the Zhao kingdom. Everyone was ready for battle almost instantly. Gu Chongqing mounted his horse. His cloak fluttered in the cold wind. He held the reins tightly and looked in the direction of Yueshan City. He shouted, "All soldiers listen to my order. Full speed ahead." Chapter 500. In the Battle of Ancient Moon City, both sides had lost a lot of soldiers. The Qin Kingdom's army had lost even more soldiers. However, they had more people, so they could replenish their soldiers in time. Perhaps it was because the first 3 cities had been too easy to take down, so when Rong Fu led 20,000 soldiers to attack Ancient Moon City, he thought there were too many soldiers. He was very clear about the military deployment in Ancient Moon City. There were only about 2,000 guards and constables in the city. Including the able-bodied men that were temporarily recruited, there were less than 5,000 people. In addition to the 2,500 people that Tang Yuxian rescued from Yi City, there were more than 7,000 soldiers in total. Rong Fu did some careful calculations among these 7,000 men. 2,500 soldiers of the imperial court had been starved for 3 days and 3 nights when they were captured. Their stamina was severely depleted, and they had also been forced to march for several dozen li. Their battle prowess had plummeted. In addition, the 2,000 or so able-bodied men that had been recruited at the last minute did not have the martial arts or quality of soldiers. They were basically sending themselves to death on the battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say that compared to the strong and healthy Qin Kingdom army, these thousands of people were simply old, weak, sick, and disabled. However, this group of wounded and disabled soldiers had blocked the attacks of the Qin Kingdom's 20,000 soldiers for 3 days and 4 nights. Where did these guys get their strength? It was not that they were not afraid of death, but that they had a strong and unshakable belief in their hearts. It was as if even if they turned into corpses, they would block the city gate and the city wall to stop the invading Qin Kingdom army. As the commander of this battle, Rong Fu had been watching the siege from the warhorse below the city gate tower. The city gate had been broken long ago. Their army had marched straight in. The Zhao Kingdom army would not be able to hold on for long. On the other hand, the city gate tower was a bit tricky. He had always known that Tang Yuxian had some ability, but he did not expect him to be so capable. Among the 3 famous generals of the Zhao Kingdom, the one who was the best at war was the old Marquis of Ding and Gu Chao. The one who was the most shameless and caught the enemy off guard was the Marquis of Xianping Shaoji. The bravest and fiercest was the marshal of the world, Tang Yuxian. To be honest, both Rong Fu and his father, Rong Yao, were surprised when they heard that he had become the Grand Marshal of the armed forces of the world. Being the bravest and the most ferocious was not a good compliment. To put it bluntly, this person was brave but not astute, which was a taboo to use troops. But a few days ago, Tang Yuxian used a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He released the news that the imperial court's provisions had arrived on the official road in Huaqing, which made them send a large number of troops to rob the provisions. As a result, Tang Yuxian took the opportunity to sneak into the military camp and killed his way out with 2,000 men. It seemed like a simple plan, but in fact, every step had to be calculated perfectly. If they didn't go, or if they didn't bring enough troops with them, then even if Tang Yuxian sneaked into their camp, he wouldn't be able to kill his way out. Tang Yuxian and the others had chosen their escape route carefully, which resulted in their cavalry not being able to catch up with the infantry. Just tell me if you're angry. It was also because of this incident that the Rong family realized that Tang Yuxian was not a fool. He was just too brave that others had overlooked his intelligence. However, so what if he was brave? He was made of flesh and blood, and there would be a time when he ran out of strength. The Qin army was large and inexhaustible, but the defenders of Yueqing City were one less soldier after another. Tang Yuxian was probably at his limit. Rong Fu was right. Tang Yuxian was indeed at his limit, but it wasn't because he was exhausted. It was because his leg was injured. The wound was where the emperor's son-in-law's arrow had pierced through his leg. Blood gushed out and dyed his feet red. General Tang. Deputy General Tsin walked toward Tang Yuxian, covered in blood. He was also injured, but not all the blood on his body was his own. Don't worry about me. Tang Yueshan stood up with the help of a broken carriage behind him. There was a piercing pain in his leg. He raised his hand and cut down a soldier of the Qin army. Then he fell down again. Deputy General Qin gritted his teeth. Yes. He turned around with tears in his eyes and continued to kill the enemy with his sword. Tang Yueshan was an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't even stand up. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. Compared to Tang Yueshan, who wasn't much of a threat, the young man who was guarding the flag of the Zhao kingdom with his spear alone. The young man was wearing armor and a helmet, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. In fact, his appearance and age couldn't be seen clearly, but his every move revealed the heroic spirit of a young man. Countless soldiers of the Qin army climbed up, but none of them could get close to the flag of the Zhao kingdom. Without exception, they were all stabbed down by the young man's red-tasseled spear. Blood dyed his armor and the rubble under his feet red, but the flag he was guarding didn't get a single drop of blood. He was the god of death. He was guarding the soul of the Zhao kingdom. When did such a troublesome person appear in Wuqing City? Rong Fu frowned. If he went to Lingguan City, he would hear about this person from the emperor's son-in-law. Unfortunately, he hadn't gone yet. Rong Fu ordered his subordinate, "Bring me a bow and arrow." Yes. The subordinate handed over the bow and arrow. Rong Fu pulled the bowstring and shot at the flagpole above Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She propped the red-tasseled spear on her head and used the force to fly up and kick the arrow away. Rong Fu shot a second arrow. The third arrow, the fourth arrow. When it came to the fifth arrow, he finally stopped aiming at the flagpole and aimed directly at Gu Jiao's head. He wanted to shoot through the young man's head. Let's see how he can block his arrow. Just as Rong Fu was about to release the bowstring, a deep and resounding sound of a bugle horn suddenly rang out from behind him. It seemed to have come from the primordial times, carrying with it the power of mountains and rivers, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Accompanying the bugle horn was the sound of war drums that went from slow to fast. The sound of thunder shook the mountains. Roar! 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 Their unified cries reverberated through the heavens and earth in a domineering manner. The ground began to shake, and dust began to fly. Rong Fu looked at the shaking soil under the horse's hooves and suddenly realized something. The Qin Kingdom's army scout rushed over from the rear in a panic. Reporting, the Gu army is here. This frightened roar tore a bloody hole in the dark night sky. Something seemed to spurt out from behind the clouds. As soon as the scout finished speaking, he was ruthlessly pierced by an arrow. His eyes widened, and he fell in front of Rong Fu's horse. Rong Fu looked at the scout who was suddenly shot, and a sense of panic welled up in his heart. It was impossible. How could he be shot from so far away? No, it should be said that the Gu army was so far away. How could they arrive so quickly? If he was not sure that the Gu army would not arrive so quickly, how could he dare to lead an army of 20,000 to attack the city? His older brothers had all achieved military merits, but he had not. He was here. He was here for the military merits. If he took Yuegu City and killed Gu Chao and Tang Yueshan, he would be conferred the title of Marquis and King like his older brother. His luck would not be so bad. This must be Tang Yueshan's evil plan. There were not even a few hundred defenders left in the Zhao kingdom. Victory was right in front of them. It would be their biggest mistake to retreat now. Rong Fu pulled out the sword at his waist and solemnly shouted, "The news is wrong. It's not the Gu army. It's a few captives of the Zhao kingdom who deliberately mystified in the forest. Everyone, continue to attack the city. Who can take the heads of Tang Yueshan and Gu Chao? Reward them with 1,000 taels of gold." And that boy. As he spoke, he pointed to the boy who had killed many Qin Kingdom soldiers and was guarding the banner. He said, "Who can cut off his head? Whoever can be the general of the Rong family." The Qin Kingdom's army, which had been a little low in morale, was suddenly full of fighting spirit. 1,000 taels of gold. They wanted every one of the Rong family's generals. However, this fighting spirit did not last long. The subordinate next to Rong Fu suddenly pointed to the back and said with horror in his eyes, "General, General, General, look. What are you looking at?" It's just, as Rong Fu spoke, he turned his head back impatiently. The words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. The darkness in the night sky had disappeared, but it was not dawn yet. The sky was dark gray. Under this boundless sky, tens of thousands of cavalrymen galloped over, each of them wearing ice-cold silver armor. Even their warhorses were covered in silver armor. With an order from the commander, all the cavalrymen took out black cloth and covered the eyes of their horses. Yes, yes, yes. The subordinate could not come out anymore. This scene was too shocking. This was a real cavalryman. Gu Chongqing galloped through the flying snow. The white cloak behind his silver armor fluttered in the wind, like the purest snow between heaven and earth. He carried an extremely cold murderous aura. Rong Fu's breathing stopped. Wherever the Gu army went, the Qin Kingdom soldiers were defeated. Gu Chongqing did not go anywhere else. He went straight to Rong Fu. The light of dawn chased after him. The sky gradually opened. Rong Fu raised his sword to meet him. However, before he could make a move, Gu Chongqing chopped off his head. Chapter 501. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online can be found here. Many people's fates changed, such as the people in the city. However, some people's fates did not change, such as Rong Fu. He still left his life here. If there was anything different from the dream, it would probably be that he died without a complete corpse. Rong Fu's head fell, and the morale of the Qin Kingdom army plummeted. The swords in their hands lost their aim. The Qin Kingdom soldiers, who were confident of victory, watched as the Gu clan cavalry charged at them like a flood. They were too fast, and their aura was too fierce. The Qin Kingdom soldiers were all dumbfounded. The Gu clan cavalry broke through the Qin Kingdom army's formation effortlessly. However, they did not stay outside the city. Instead, they followed Gu Chongqing into the city gates. Just as the Qin Kingdom army outside the city heaved a sigh of relief, the Gu clan infantry arrived. They held a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. They charged at the Qin Kingdom soldiers with great momentum. This was a crushing defeat without any suspense. Gu Qingfeng, who had fought with the Qin Kingdom soldiers in the city for an entire night, had long become numb to the killing. He had almost forgotten who he was and where he was. He only remembered that as long as he had a breath left, he had to keep fighting. Be careful. Lord Gu. Deputy General Li, who was dozens of steps away, had just raised his hand to block the attack of a Qin Kingdom soldier when he saw that Gu Qingfeng was being attacked from 3 sides. One of the Qin Kingdom soldiers slashed at Deputy General Li's back with a sword. The armor on his back had already been broken, and this sword had completely torn the armor apart. Covered in wounds, he was exposed to the enemy's sword just like that. Gu Qingfeng had no strength left. He could not even take his last breath. He was really going to die. I'm sorry. Big brother, grandfather. I can't hold on anymore. His entire body fell face down. The Qin Kingdom soldier's sword also stabbed towards his back. However, before their swords could hurt Gu Qingfeng, they were blocked by a long sword that shone with cold light. The long sword swept out, and the sword energy was like a rainbow. 3 Qin Kingdom soldiers were killed instantly. Gu Qingfeng did not fall down completely either. He was hugged by a strong arm. Gu Changqing knelt on one knee in front of him, supporting his bloodied brother. Gu Qingfeng's vision blurred as he looked at him. His vision turned black and he fainted. The Gu clan's armored cavalry quickly took control of the situation at the city gate. The left commander led 5,000 armored cavalry and charged straight in, chasing after the Qin nation soldiers who were burning, killing, and looting. Gu Changqing handed his younger brother to a deputy general, while he himself led 2,000 infantrymen and charged up the city gate tower. There was no need for so many people to deal with the Qin nation soldiers, who were already scared out of their wits. However, they had to end this battle quickly. When the last enemy was taken care of, the sun in the east broke through the snow, bringing with it a dazzling morning light that enveloped the blood-dyed city tower. The cold wind whistled past, cutting everyone's faces like knives. After killing for an entire night, the defenders gripped their weapons tightly. Their fingers were so stiff that they could not pry them open. Gu Jiao stood on the roof shrouded in the morning light, holding the red-tasseled spear in her hand. The flag of the Zhao nation fluttered behind her. She slowly raised her stiff and painful hand and took off her helmet, which was covered in sweat and blood. The flames of war were extinguished. The ground was full of ruins and devastation. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and the helmet, staring at the battle-scarred city without blinking. The morning light shone on her blood-stained cheeks, reflecting a golden light. The wounded defenders were either supported by the Gu clan soldiers, or carried on their backs, leaving the battlefield where they had fought with their lives until the last moment. Tang Yuishan lay on a stretcher and was carried down by 2 Gu clan soldiers. It was unclear whether he had fainted or fallen asleep from exhaustion. The entire battlefield was silent. Gu Changqing came to the city gate tower and looked up at her. "Can you still come down?" "I can't," Gu Jiao said. Gu Changqing jumped onto the roof of the city gate tower and carried down Gu Jiao, who was exhausted and stiff. It took him a lot of effort to pry her fingers off the red-tasseled spear one by one. She sat in a daze on a half-destroyed car. Gu Changqing knelt on one knee in front of her and took out a handkerchief to wipe her face little by little. His coldness and ferocity faded away, leaving only a gentle look on his face. Seeing this scene, the Gu clan soldiers were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Is this really the cold-faced young master of Yama? Was he spoiling a little soldier? The cold-faced young master of Yama looked at the most powerful soldier in the world with gentle eyes and said softly, "It's all right. We won." "Yes." Gu Jiao was still in a daze. Gu Changqing gently wiped the blood on her cheeks and hands. Every time he wiped it, his heart clenched. When he wiped it clean and found that it was someone else's blood, he let out a long sigh of relief. His sister had defended the city well, and she had also protected herself well. It was really good. No one knew how relieved Gu Changqing felt at this moment. When he had learned that she and Gu Qingfeng had disappeared from the capital at the same time, he had known that they had gone north. His heart had been in his throat day and night. Not only had he worried about the people at the border and the territory of the Zhao kingdom, he had also worried about these 2 little things. Strictly speaking, Gu Qingfeng was not little anymore. But in his heart, he would always be the little brother of his childhood. "The armor is very heavy. Let me help you take it off." As Gu Changqing spoke, he began to remove the armor for her. Just like before, she didn't object. She just sat there obediently. But when Gu Changqing took off the armor, he finally felt that something was wrong. Her entire body was tense and her hands were tightly gripping the board of the carriage as if she was trying to endure something. Gu Changqing looked at her. "Jiao Jiao." Gu Jiao said blankly, No more killing." Gu Chongqing didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. He thought about it and nodded. Yes, no more killing. No more killing. Gu Jiao shook her head blankly. Her little body became even more tense and a murderous aura gradually appeared in her eyes. In this period of time, she had saved too many people and killed too many people. The smell of blood was too strong and she had been immersed in it for too long. It had exceeded the limit of what she could bear. Even if she wasn't greatly stimulated, she was about to lose control. I can't control it. The ruthlessness in her body surged endlessly and her eyes turned red. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed with a strong sense of astonishment. He put down the handkerchief and held her face with both hands. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, look at me. Gu Jiao pushed him away. The red tasseled spear was right next to her. She reached out to grab the red tasseled spear. She didn't grab the spear shaft, but the sharp spear head. Gu Chongqing's expression suddenly changed. Was she using pain to wake herself up? Because she couldn't kill, she hurt herself first. Gu Chongqing quickly stood up and grabbed the spearhead before she did. Her hand grabbed the back of his hand. At almost the same time, Gu Chongqing reached out with his other hand and hit her sleep acupuncture point. Her eyes closed and she fell into his arms. When Gu Jiao woke up, she was lying in an unfamiliar tent. She blinked and stood in a daze for a while before turning her head to look around. You're awake. Gu Chongqing put down the half-read letter in his hand and stood up from the stool. He walked over to the bed covered with a thick mattress and tiger pelt and sat down. He reached out and touched her forehead. This is my tent, Gu Chongqing said. How do you feel? Gu Jiao seriously felt it and said, very good. The pelt is very warm. She also wanted one later. Gu Chongqing, I'm asking about your body. Gu Chongqing was amused by her serious and naturally dazed appearance. She had always been calm and self-controlled. It was rare for her to reveal such a childishness. But since she could say something like this, she should be fine. Do you need something? Gu Jiao looked at Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. Gu Jiao, oh. You. Gu Chongqing was about to ask her what had just happened, but he swallowed his words and changed his tone. Have you been like this before? Gu Jiao thought about it and finally nodded without denying it. Gu Chongqing, often. Gu Jiao shook her head. She sat up and suddenly felt that there was something around her neck. She reached in and took out the little thing. She discovered that it was a small pouch strung with a red string. What is this? She asked. Gu Chongqing said, it's a protective talisman. Before I left the capital, Princess Xinyang found me and asked me to give it to you. She said she personally went to the temple to ask for it and told me to put it on for you. After you put it on, your breathing became much more stable. The murderous aura was also gone. Gu Jiao sniffed the protective talisman. There were herbs inside, but it seemed to have been contaminated, so she couldn't smell its original scent. But she felt very comfortable smelling it. She liked it. Gu Chongqing looked deeply at his sister. He seemed to understand why Princess Xinyang told him to put it on for her. It was probably to help calm Gu Jiao's mind. It seemed that Princess Xinyang also knew about her situation and cared about her. Gu Chongqing asked doubtfully, you know Princess Xinyang? Gu Jiao held the small protective talisman with both hands and nodded. My mother-in-law. Chapter 502. Her mother-in-law. How could Princess Xinyang be her mother-in-law? Xiao Lulang wasn't Princess Xinyang's son. Princess Xinyang only had one son, Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng was already dead. Wait a minute. Could it be that Princess Xinyang took Xiao Lulang as her adopted son? Rather than believing that Xiao Lulang was the dead Xiaoheng, Gu Chongqing's first thought was to take him in as her adopted son. Gu Chongqing couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. There was a rumor in the capital that Xiao Lulang and Xiaoheng looked very similar. Because of this, Marquis Xianping also cared a lot about Xiao Lulang. Could it be that Princess Xinyang saw her son's shadow in Xiao Lulang and decided to take him in as her adopted son to comfort her missing her son? Anyone who knew Princess Xinyang well enough would know that she wouldn't easily take an unrelated person as a substitute for her dead son. However, Gu Chongqing and Princess Xinyang weren't even acquaintances. The only time they spoke was when Princess Xinyang waited at the city gates for Gu Chongqing to give her the protective talisman. It's good to have a princess mother-in-law. It's good to have a husband. Husband, that's right, his sister had a husband. Gu Chongqing's handsome face suddenly darkened. Your hand. Gu Jiao discovered that Gu Chongqing's left hand was wrapped in gauze. Gu Chongqing came back to his senses and looked at his hand. He said nonchalantly, "It's fine." Gu Jiao couldn't remember what she had done, but in her dream, Gu Chongqing's hand wasn't injured. At least, it wasn't to the point where it needed to be bandaged. So Gu Jiao guessed that his injury might have something to do with her. She really couldn't control herself. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Chongqing looked at her and said with a bit of affection. "It has nothing to do with you, don't think too much." Gu Jiao paused and said, "If I do this again, you should knock me out earlier. You will be in pain." Gu Chongqing stretched out his other hand and rubbed her head. He pointed at the talisman in her hand and said, "Don't you already have this?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, "That's true." Gu Chongqing looked at her deeply, wondering what she had experienced in the past to end up in such a state. In Jianghu, there was a saying called Qigong deviation. This was a rather exaggerated saying. In fact, it was a physical or mental problem caused by excessive practice of martial arts. Most of them were men of sacrifice. He felt that Gu Jiao was not like that. She seemed to have suddenly lost control and then returned to normal. But it didn't matter. He would find a way to cure her. If 1 month wasn't enough, then a year. If 1 year wasn't enough, then 10 years. If there was no doctor in Zhao, then go to Qin. If there was no doctor in Qin, then go to Shang. "Don't worry," he said softly. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. "What are you worried about?" Gu Chongqing said calmly. "I said my hand, don't worry." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." She put the talisman back into her clothes. Thinking of something, she looked around. "What are you looking for?" Gu Chongqing asked. "The small basket," Gu Jiao said. Her small medicine box was inside. "It's in the hands of a soldier called Hu Dongqiang. I said I was your older brother and asked him to give me your things, but he wouldn't." As Gu Chongqing spoke, he sighed helplessly. "I told him that I was the young master of the Gu family army and that I was personally appointed by His Majesty as a general and commander. He didn't listen to me, so I killed him." Gu Jiao said, "He only listens to me." Gu Chongqing laughed in spite of himself. "Yes, he only listens to you." This girl was quite good at picking people. Gu Jiao's clothes had already been changed by the servant girls sent by the governor's office. She put them on and went to sleep, so there was no need for her to see other men. Gu Chongqing called Hu Dongqiang in. When Hu Dongqiang saw Gu Jiao, he was extremely excited. "Dr. Gu." Gu Chongqing had already gone to the side to read the letter. To be honest, he was quite far from the bed. However, his presence was too strong. Hu Dongqiang almost threw himself at Gu Jiao, but he felt a chill on his back and retreated. He stood 3 steps away from the bed and cleared his throat. "Dr. Gu, are you all right?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm fine. What about you?" Hu Dongqiang held the small basket with one hand and patted his chest with the other. "I'm fine too." It was all thanks to the timely arrival of the Gu army that the Qin army didn't manage to reach the casualty barracks. "Dr. Gu, this is what you gave me. I've been holding it the entire time and haven't let a second person get close." When he said this, he secretly glanced at Gu Chongqing from the corner of his eye. Gu Chongqing silently read the letter, as if he didn't care or hear their conversation at all. However, Hu Dongqiang still lowered his voice and whispered, "Dr. Gu, is the commander really your older brother?" Gu Chongqing's ears suddenly perked up. Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes, he is." Seeing as he was protecting her small welfare, she would let him be her older brother for a day. The corners of Gu Chongqing's lips unconsciously hooked up, and his back straightened even more. Gu Jiao and Hu Dongqiang chatted for a while, mainly asking about the situation at the casualty barracks. From Hu Dongqiang, Gu Jiao learned that Gu Chongqing had brought a medical team of over 100 people. There were medical officials from the imperial court and doctors from the common people. Dr. Song and Dr. Liu from the Miracle Hands Hall also came. The doctors from the common people were all assigned and managed by Dr. Song. Dr. Song does things just like you, especially well. Hu Dongqiang couldn't hide his pride as he spoke. These words seemed to be praising Dr. Song, but they were actually praising Gu Jiao. He was now Dr. Gu's subordinate. Dr. Gu was amazing, so he was proud. It was just that he hadn't studied much, so other than saying good, he couldn't find any other words to praise. Dr. Song, or to be exact, all the doctors in the Miracle Hands Hall had inherited Gu Jiao's style of doing things. They handled things in an orderly manner. There were a lot of wounded soldiers, so even with the addition of this medical team, it was still not enough. But at the same time, there was no panic or chaos. The patient's emotions were very well pacified. Of course, there was the quality of a soldier, but there was also the efforts of Dr. Song and the entire medical team. After Hu Dongqiang left, Gu Jiao looked at Gu Chongqing with appreciation. "How did you think of forming such a large medical team?" "It wasn't my idea," Gu Chongqing said. "The battlefield was a very dangerous place. The imperial court's medical officials were duty-bound, but the common people's doctors were the common people. Gu Chongqing wouldn't easily recruit them. However, the second boss found Gu Chongqing and said that their medical hall was willing to send a few doctors to go north with him. The medical hall would take care of the medicine and travel expenses." This news somehow spread like wildfire. When the country was in danger, the common people were brave and chivalrous. Gradually, many medical halls came to the imperial court. The Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang both felt that this was feasible, so they selected a group of strong doctors from the common people who could withstand the long journey and the bitter cold of the frontier. "There is one more thing," Gu Chongqing said. "What?" Gu Jiao asked. Yuzhou's Lin family donated 100,000 gold taels to fight the enemy at the frontier. Gu Chongqing said. It was Lin Qingye's home. Originally, Old Man Lin only planned to donate 50,000 gold taels. Who would have thought that Lin Qingye would rush back and hug his father's thigh and act pitiful and cute? He also said that if the imperial court didn't have money to fight the war, his little teacher's wife would starve to death at the frontier. It was unknown whether Old Man Lin was moved by his son or by the future potential of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. In short, after donating a tower to the Imperial College, he also generously paid for the frontier. As the two talked, Gu Jiao's stomach growled. Gu Chongqing hurriedly said, "Wait a moment. I'll get you something to eat." Gu Chongqing left the tent. When the cold wind blew, he vaguely felt that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. In a wounded soldier's tent 100 steps away, Gu Qingfeng was lying on a makeshift bed made of wood. He was bored to death. All the patients in this tent were transferred from the critical camp. Their injuries were basically under control, but they still needed follow-up observation and treatment. There were more than a dozen such beds in the small tent. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the innermost side, and Tang Yuishan was on the other side. Tang Yuishan never expected that he would be lying in the same tent as Gu Qingfeng and inexplicably become bedmates. One of them had his arm and the other had his leg in a sling. It was very miserable. Soon, it was time to eat. The soldiers brought porridge and steamed buns. Tang Yuishan's mouth was almost empty. He frowned and said, "Didn't you order pickled vegetables?" He knew that Gu Chongqing brought provisions to the north. He didn't dare to say whether there would be meat or not, but there would definitely be pickled vegetables. Dr. Song came over and said to Tang Yuishan, "Your wound is stitched. You should eat light food." It was the tone of a doctor to a patient. It was particularly serious and there was no room for negotiation. Tang Yuishan's face sank, and a strong marshal's aura broke out. "Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this?" Dr. Song was not afraid of force. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Dr. Gu." She said that if the patient is disobedient, call her to give the patient 2 injections. Tang Yuishan's arrogance was extinguished. On the other side, his little bedmate Gu Qingfeng also didn't have much appetite. Gu Qingfeng didn't dislike the light food. He was thinking about how to face his elder brother next. Grandfather didn't seem to have mentioned to his elder brother that he knew martial arts. Even if he did, grandfather didn't know how high his martial arts were. He thought that he only knew a little bit of martial arts and couldn't be seen in public. Under such circumstances, his elder brother must have thought that he was worried and angry. But then again, his performance in the frontier fortress shouldn't be too bad, right? How fierce he was on the battlefield, the defenders saw it, and so did his elder brother. Would his elder brother look at him in a new light? "Second brother, I used to look down on you. It turns out that you are so capable. I am proud of you." Thinking that his elder brother would praise him like this later, Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but giggle. Tang Yuishan was eating steamed buns and drinking porridge. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Gu Qingfeng giggling and blushing. He was so scared that his hand trembled and the steamed bun fell. Gu Qingfeng began to look forward to his elder brother's arrival. However, he waited from noon to afternoon, and from afternoon to night, but he still didn't see his elder brother. His elder brother must be too busy. Ancient Moon City had just experienced a war, so there must be a lot of things to do. His elder brother must be so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, so he didn't have time to come here to see him. His elder brother, who was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, had already assigned the tasks in an orderly manner. At this time, he was sitting quietly in the tent, listening to his subordinates report on the movements of the Qin army while repairing the broken small flowers on Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. Chapter 503. At night, Gu Qingfeng didn't wait for his big brother and fell asleep while feeling wronged. Big brother will definitely come to see him tomorrow. The next day, Gu Chongqing went out of the city. Gu Chongqing went out of the city with Gu Jiao. The crisis in Ancient Moon City had been resolved, but there were still 2 crises waiting for them in the upcoming battle. One was Gu Chongqing's legs being cut off, and the other was the annihilation of the Gu army. These 2 matters were actually related. The cause was Lingguan City, which was guarded by the remnants of the previous dynasty. In order to deal with the Gu family army, the remnants of the previous dynasty did everything they could to deal with them. It was unknown where they got an epidemic patient and let him infect the people in the city. After the Gu family army took back Lingguan City, they did not know that a plague had quietly spread in the city. By the time the doctors confirmed that it was a plague, the Gu army had already been infected. This kind of plague was most likely a plague. It had a short incubation period, very fast onset, serious symptoms, and a high mortality rate. The Gu army quickly took measures, but it was still a step too late. A large number of the Gu army were infected. Because they couldn't get proper treatment, hundreds of Gu army soldiers died of illness in the isolated tents every day. In order to completely stop the plague, their bodies could only be burned. Even their ashes couldn't be brought back. Gu Chongqing was plotted against when he was looking for medicine for them. It was a very powerful death warrior. His skills weren't inferior to the Zhao country's Dragon Shadow Guard, but the other party didn't take Gu Chongqing's life. He only cut off his legs. The other party's goal seemed to be to let Gu Chongqing live soberly and painfully. He lost the Gu army, his grandfather, and his younger brother, but he still left Gu Qinglin in his residence. This caused him to live a life worse than death. He wanted to die but couldn't. He lived forever in the abyss of pain. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it. In order to save the Gu family army, they had to stop the plague from spreading from the source. To avoid Gu Chongqing's tragedy, preventing him from leaving the army to search for medicine was secondary. The most effective method was to find that powerful death warrior and kill him. Gu Jiao didn't know where the man of sacrifice was for the time being, so she had to deal with the plague first. On the way to Lingguan City, the two rode through the snow. Gu Chongqing suddenly turned to look at her. Your horsemanship has improved. In the capital, Gu Jiao didn't know how to ride a horse. Gu Jiao said, we rode horses all the way from the capital to here, so I learned how to do it. To be honest, her equestrian skills were not that good, but the horse was good. She did not need to use too much skill to control the horse, and the horse ran quite happily on its own. But his younger sister's improvement, no matter how small, was still big. Gu Chongqing was very gratified. He looked at Gu Jiao with shining eyes. That's right. Thinking of the purpose of going to Lingguan City, he asked again, how do you know that there are plague victims in Lingguan City? Gu Jiao's expression didn't change as she said, I went to Lingguan City last time, and also went to the previous dynasty's headquarters. But I know that this information has nothing to do with me going to Lingguan City. Gu Jiao added in her heart. Gu Chongqing naturally filled in the information that she didn't say. Gu Jiao went to the governor's office and eavesdropped on the plans of the previous dynasty's remnants. It had to be said that the Gu father and son were very good at filling in the blanks. News of the Gu family army wiping out the Qin country's 20,000 soldiers spread like wildfire. Lingguan City's defenses were tighter than before. However, the border cities were not like the capital, which was surrounded by city walls. Lingguan City only had a few checkpoints on the roads that had to be passed through. Passing through these checkpoints wasn't difficult for the two of them. The two hid their horses in the nearby forest. Then, Gu Chongqing used his qinggong to bring Gu Jiao around the side. This kind of terrifying danger naturally wouldn't be placed in the governor's office. The remnants of the previous dynasty had locked up the plague victims in a small village to the northwest of Lingguan City. The two of them went straight to the small village after entering the city. The small village was located at the foot of a mountain. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on 1 side. To enter the village, they had to cross a wooden bridge over the river. The two of them crouched down behind a bush and carefully observed the movements in the village. The village was very small. There were only a dozen or so small huts made of mud and grass. The doors and windows of the huts were tightly shut. Occasionally, a few suppressed coughs could be heard from inside. The two of them observed for a long time. Gu Chongqing whispered, "Strange, there aren't any guards." The door isn't locked either, Gu Jiao said. Gu Changqing nodded. This was a very suspicious point. The plague victims were locked up here. Although they were used to deal with the Gu family army, the Gu family army hadn't attacked Lingguan City yet. The ones guarding this place were the remnants of the previous dynasty's rebel army. The streets were filled with soldiers from the previous dynasty. Weren't they afraid that these patients would accidentally infect their own people if they ran out? Gu Jiao also felt this was very strange. In the dream, she only saw the result and not the process. That was why Shiyi couldn't figure out what kind of medicine the remnants of the previous dynasty were selling before releasing these patients. But since they were here, they could at least figure it out. Someone's coming. Gu Changqing used his hand to protect Gu Jiao's head and pressed down with her into the bush. The ones who came were 2 soldiers from the previous dynasty. The 2 of them each carried a large box of food as they walked through the crunching snow. When Gu Changqing brought Gu Jiao over, he had used his qinggong, so they didn't leave any footprints in the snow. The soldiers walked past Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao. The 2 soldiers came to the village and placed the food boxes in the open space in front of them before leaving. Are they delivering food? Gu Jiao asked. It looks like it. It's time for lunch now. Are you hungry? Gu Changqing's main point suddenly went off track. Gu Jiao was about to say that she wasn't hungry when she saw Gu Changqing take out something wrapped in craft paper. After opening it, it was actually a bag of dried meat. Gu Jiao. Before Gu Jiao could eat, there was movement in one of the small wooden huts in the village. With a creak, the wooden door was pulled open from the inside. A tall and burly man slowly walked out. He was wrapped in a thick blanket and held an empty bowl. His steps were heavy and sonorous. Gu Jiao felt that his aura was familiar. Gu Jiao used her index finger to write 2 words in the snow, kamikaze soldier. Gu Changqing frowned. He took her cold fingertips and warmed them in his hands. The 2 of them continued to observe the situation in the house. This kamikaze soldier's complexion and condition were not right. It was obvious that he was also a victim of the plague. He came to the open space in the village and opened the food box on the left. He slowly took out a biscuit and a steamed bun. He then opened the food box on the right and scooped out a bowl of black medicine. After doing all this, he turned and went back into the hut. He walked with some difficulty. It was obvious that the disease had taken root and sprouted in his body. After he closed the doors of the other huts began to open one after another. The villagers who came out after him were all villagers who did not know martial arts. They were between 20 and 40 years old and belonged to the age when their bodies were in better condition. They seemed to have been carefully selected. Gu Changqing's heart sank. There were 2 villagers in each hut. There were a total of 14 people. Like the kamikaze soldier, these people had also taken out dry food and medicine. Can you smell what medicine it is? Gu Changqing took out a dagger and wrote a line of words in the snow with the scabbard. He then handed the dagger to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wrote, medicine to cure the plague. Can it be cured? Gu Changqing took the dagger and wrote. Gu Jiao shook her head. It could not be cured. If this was really the plague, they would have to use streptomycin, tetracycline, chloramphenicol, or sulfonamides. This kind of medicine could only alleviate the symptoms to a certain extent and allow the patient to live for a few more days. In the end, they would still lose their lives. Gu Changqing fell into deep thought. The 2 of them crouched behind the bushes for a while. Suddenly, the door of the easternmost hut opened. A young man in his early 20s sneaked out. Gu Jiao had noticed him when he was getting his meal. Gu Jiao was a doctor and could tell whose symptoms were the most severe. However, this young man's symptoms were the least severe. Gu Jiao thus paid more attention to him. The young man probably wanted to escape. He crept across the clearing and walked towards the wooden bridge. However, before he could put one foot on the bridge, he was thrown to the ground by a strong force. He fell into the snow and immediately had a nosebleed. If there's a next time, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. It was the kamikaze soldier's voice. At this point, Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing finally understood why there was no one guarding this place. With that powerful kamikaze soldier here, none of the villagers here could escape. Moreover, it could reduce the risk of the soldiers being infected. The young man covered his bleeding nose and resigned himself to his fate as he crawled back to his hut. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. He understood what the remnants of the previous dynasty were planning. Lingguan City would eventually have a battle. If the Gu army lost, Lingguan City would still be the remnants of the previous dynasty. Then these plague patients would be executed on the spot. And if the Gu army won, these plague patients would be released to infect the citizens and the Gu army. This was the so-called, if you can't get it, destroy it. As for why they didn't directly drive this group of patients to Yuegu City, it was because they were sick and couldn't walk that far. Secondly, it was easy for accidents to happen on the way. If one of them ran away, or accidentally came into contact with the soldiers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gu Changqing's eyes were cold to the freezing point. He didn't even use his dagger. He stood up and said, "I'll go kill that kamikaze soldier." Gu Jiao held his hand, "I'll go kill him." HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second, www.zhbqg.com Biku Gu mobile version reading website, zhbqg.com. Chapter 504. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. That won't do. Gu Changqing refused without thinking. He had experienced how terrible the plague was. After almost every disaster or war, there would be an outbreak of the plague. It was just a matter of priority. Some epidemics could be stopped in time if they were discovered in time and controlled well, but death and injury were inevitable. He wouldn't allow her to take the risk. "I'm a doctor. I'll be fine," Gu Jiao said as she took out a small medicine box from the small basket. She put on gloves and goggles and a surgical gown. Gu Changqing watched her take out so many strange things from a small medicine box. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth. Gu Jiao fastened the last two straps on the surgical gown and said to Gu Changqing, "With these, I won't be afraid of infection." It was reasonable to say that protective clothing was the most effective, but there was no protective clothing in the small medicine box. There were only surgical gowns, and only one of them was her size. No one could change Gu Jiao's decision. Even if Gu Changqing doubted that he should kill people, Gu Jiao would still go, unless he sealed her acupoints. But if the soldiers of the previous dynasty came back, she would be in danger if she stayed here alone with her acupoints sealed. After thinking about it again and again, Gu Changqing could only agree to let her go. Gu Jiao didn't bring the red tasseled spear. She took out the dagger at her waist. Gu Changqing gave her his dagger. "Use this." This dagger was sharper than Gu Jiao's dagger. "Okay." Gu Jiao didn't refuse. "Open the door," Gu Changqing said. "Okay." Gu Jiao also agreed. See, she was obedient most of the time. Gu Jiao brought the dagger to the Death Warrior's room and knocked on the door. The footsteps came from the direction of the wooden bridge. The men of sacrifice thought it was a soldier from the previous dynasty. He opened the door. The moment the door opened, the man of sacrifice sensed that something was wrong. He slammed the door shut, but it was too late. Gu Jiao blocked the door with one foot and stabbed the man of sacrifice in the waist with the dagger in her hand. Closing the door was a conditioned reflex, but he immediately regretted it. Why did he close the door? He should have just killed. However, the opportunity was fleeting. If he attacked Gu Jiao directly, Gu Jiao might not succeed. Gu Jiao's strike was fast, ruthless, and accurate, leaving no room for the men of sacrifice to breathe. She pulled the knife out and blood splattered all over her body. The death warrior fell straight to the ground. He didn't understand how he died even when he was dying. Gu Chongqing saw the man of sacrifice's blood splattered all over Gu Jiao's body. He stood up from the bushes and strode over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand to stop him. I'm fine, don't come over. These were all infected bloodstains. Gu Chongqing stopped on the bridge and looked at her worriedly. Gu Jiao dragged the man of sacrifice into the small wooden house. There was firewood inside. Gu Jiao originally wanted to burn the body with the house, but after hesitating, she changed her mind. She looked around the house but couldn't find a shovel, so she went to knock on the door next door. Unexpectedly, the person inside didn't dare to open the door. Then, she went to a few other small wooden houses, but no one opened the door for her. Is it because I didn't speak? They don't know who I am, or do they think I am someone? Gu Jiao was hesitating whether she should speak or not when the door of the easternmost wooden house opened. The young man who had tried to escape but was brutally injured by the man of sacrifice limped out. The young man curiously looked at Gu Jiao, who was dressed strangely, and then looked at the man of sacrifice's body lying in a pool of blood in front of the house. He recognized that it was the man of sacrifice's body. He was stunned. Gu Jiao simply walked over to him and asked, "Do you have a shovel?" The young man was stunned again. A girl. This is a girl. Do you have a shovel? Gu Jiao asked again. Ah, yes, you, girl, oh. The young man didn't know how to call her, so he stammered, "Do you want a shovel?" Gu Jiao, yes. The young man turned around to get the shovel, but perhaps because he was too nervous and flustered, he bumped into the door, making him dizzy and seeing stars. After he entered the house, Gu Jiao heard a conversation that was deliberately lowered. Who's here? I don't know, but it shouldn't be Prince Yi's people. Prince Yi, the leader of the remnants of the previous dynasty, was said to be the prince consort's uncle. You're crazy. They won't let us talk to the people outside, and they won't let us open the door for them, or else they'll kill us. What's the difference between us staying here and waiting for death? What's more, she killed that man, so she must be here to help us. How do you know? I don't care, I'm going to escape anyway. After saying this, the young man came out with the shovel. He handed the shovel to Gu Jiao. Here. Gu Jiao was about to reach out to take it, but he thought of something and immediately took the shovel back. He took a step back and said to Gu Jiao, "We're infected with the plague, so be careful not to be infected." I know. Gu Jiao stepped forward and took the shovel from his hand. Thanks. Hey, the young man still wanted to say something, but Gu Jiao had already turned and left. Gu Jiao dug a hole behind the village, and halfway through, the young man came over. Do you want to dig a hole? Let me help you. No need, Gu Jiao said. Although he was rejected, the young man still took another shovel and slid into the hole. Gu Jiao glanced at him, but didn't say anything. The speed of two people was much faster than one person. In a moment, a large hole was dug. Gu Jiao jumped up and pulled him up as well. The young man was hesitant at first, but seeing that she was wearing gloves, it didn't seem like they were touching skin to skin, so he handed his hand to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao dragged the dead man's body over and threw it into the hole. She threw it into the hole with the firewood and burned it. The young man swallowed his saliva, and asked with fear and curiosity, "Did you really kill him?" He said this to his roommate just now to calm him down, but he was still a little in disbelief. "She was a master." "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. The young man asked doubtfully, "Who are you? Why did you kill him? Were your relatives also captured by them?" At this point, he scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Am I asking too many questions?" "You don't have to say. You killed him, you're a good person." Gu Jiao's expression didn't change much, and she asked, "Who are the people locked up here?" The young man said, "There are all kinds of people, peddlers, squires, etc." Gu Jiao asked, "They're not the villagers who live here?" The young man said regretfully, "The villagers here were killed by them long ago, and we were all captured later. Our families were also captured by them. If we don't listen, they will torture our families, or send our families to die." Gu Jiao looked at him, "What about you? Why didn't you listen?" "I don't have a family." The young man's mood sank. His family was all dead, killed by the remnants of the previous dynasty. So that's why. Gu Jiao paused and said, "Those soldiers only come to deliver food every day, do they do anything else? For example, check on you or something?" The young man shook his head, "No, they don't dare to come close at all, you're the first." "Seriously, aren't you afraid of being infected? Or, have you already been infected?" "I'm not infected," Gu Jiao said. The young man hurriedly said, "Then quickly leave here. In another 2 hours, they will come to deliver dinner. If they find out that you're here and killed their people, they won't let you go." Gu Jiao asked, "What's your name?" The young man said, "My name is Shen Xian, my parents call me Little Shirtu." Gu Jiao stared at him, "Little Shirtu, can I trust you?" It was already 2 hours after they left Lingguan City. Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao found the forest where they hid the horses and led them out. "Are you really okay?" Gu Changqing asked. He was asking about her physical condition. Gu Jiao misunderstood and thought that he was worried about the situation in the stronghold. She said, "Every time those soldiers put down the food boxes and leave, they won't go into the house to check if the people inside are still there. When they deliver breakfast, the men of sacrifice will knock on their own door. This is a sign that they are still alive. As long as the soldiers know that they are still alive, they won't question the situation in the stronghold." Little Shirtu moved to the men of sacrifice's house, and from now on, he will knock on the door every day. Gu Changqing asked again, "What about the others? Will they sell him out?" Gu Jiao said, "If they want to keep themselves and their families alive, they won't." She promised to save their families and left enough medicine. As long as they took their medicine on time, they wouldn't die of the plague. In addition, Gu Jiao also told them that the Gu family's army had arrived at the frontier, and the person standing on the wooden bridge was the young master of the Gu family's army. The imperial court didn't give up the land of Zhao country, and they didn't give up on the people at the frontier. Gu Changqing was deeply moved. His sister was indeed very capable. "How long will the treatment take?" Gu Changqing asked. 7 to 10 days. Gu Jiao said, "He will carefully think of an escape route in the next few days. If we attack the city, let him know in advance. He will take the people in the stronghold and escape. He won't escape to a crowded place. He understands how contagious the plague is." Gu Changqing pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, there won't be any worries." The original plan was to attack Lingguan City first. Lingguan City's geographical location was rather special. It formed a triangle with ancient Moon City and Yi City. After taking it, they could attack Yi City from both sides. Of course, correspondingly, when attacking Lingguan City, it was easy to be attacked from both sides by the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin state's army in Yi City. Gu Chongqing wasn't afraid of the enemy forces from the two cities joining hands. He had already investigated their forces. Lingguan City had 30,000 defenders, Yi City had 30,000 defenders, and the Gu family's army had 100,000. Even if they attacked from both sides, they wouldn't be afraid. Beiyang City was on the other side of Yi City. As long as they acted quickly enough, the enemy forces in Beiyang City wouldn't be able to arrive so quickly. Beiyang City seems to be sending reinforcements. Gu Jiao said. There's something like that. Gu Chongqing slightly knit his brows. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, Little Sure too said it. When he was taken to the governor's office, he accidentally heard a conversation between the prince consort and a general from the Qin state. The Qin state originally had 80,000 soldiers stationed at the frontier. When he heard that the Gu family's army was heading towards the frontier, Prince Bo also sent over 100,000 troops from various parts of the Qin state. The Qin state's army had lost 20,000 of its 80,000 soldiers. Adding on the 30,000 remnants of the previous dynasty, they only had 90,000 soldiers left. As long as the plague didn't break out, the Gu family's army could easily deal with these 90,000 people. However, if the Qin state's 100,000 reinforcements arrived, it would probably be a different story. Gu Chongqing nodded. From the looks of it, Beiyang City's 30,000 soldiers aren't that big of a threat. The 100,000 reinforcements on the way were. Gu Jiao said, but if we can use numbers to bully the enemy every time, we can minimize the Gu family's casualties. That way, even if the Qin state's reinforcements arrive, we might still have a chance of winning. Gu Chongqing, why do I suddenly feel that using numbers to bully the enemy is a good thing? What Gu Jiao didn't say was that compared to how to deal with the Qin state's 100,000 reinforcements, she was more interested in finding the hidden death warrior from the previous dynasty as soon as possible. Without the plague, Gu Chongqing wouldn't go looking for medicine. When would that death warrior find an opportunity to make a move on Gu Chongqing? The two returned to Ancient Moon City together. After entering the city, they first went to the barracks. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the barracks, the two saw the excited Governor Cheng. Governor Cheng's body was covered in snow. It seemed that it had snowed in Ancient Moon City after they left, and Governor Cheng had been waiting in the heavy snow. General Gu. Dr. Gu. When Governor Cheng saw Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up, and he greeted them with cupped hands. He already knew the identities of Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng, and he was extremely glad that he hadn't offended them. Gu Chongqing looked at him and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" This slightly serious tone made Governor Cheng's heart skip a beat. He suddenly realized that Gu Chongqing was asking him why he had left his post and appeared here. Ancient Moon City had just finished a battle, and there were still many things to take care of. As the governor of Ancient Moon City, he should have been dealing with the matters of settling the people. "I just came from the porridge stall." He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had indeed braved the wind and snow to help the disaster victims. "I'm here to report the situation to General Gu. It's cold outside. Go in first." Gu Chongqing lifted the curtain of the tent and let Gu Jiao in. His tone was so gentle that it was completely different from the serious General Gu from before. After Gu Jiao entered, Gu Chongqing's tone became indifferent again. "You don't have to report your own matters to me." Yes. Yes. General Gu's expression changed faster than flipping a book. Governor Cheng muttered in his heart, but he smiled and said, "I have one more thing to report to General Gu." "What is it?" Gu Chongqing asked. Chapter 505. The novel will be updated faster. Governor Ching noticed that General Gu looked a little confused after he finished speaking. Governor Ching thought to himself. I understand now. He must be too happy. Isn't it true that he came all the way here just to save his grandfather? Look at his reaction. What a filial grandson. However, he didn't have to be so confused. Why did he look like he suddenly remembered that he had a grandfather? Governor Ching shook his head vigorously. Impossible, absolutely impossible. General Gu was a filial grandson. He wasn't the kind of person who would forget his grandfather just because he had a younger sister. Governor Ching smiled and bowed. Then, I'll take my leave now. I still have some things to deal with in the yamen. I'll come back tomorrow to pay my respects to you. Gu Changqing coughed softly and said, Okay, you can go now. After Governor Ching left, Gu Changqing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He turned around and entered the tent. His gaze fell on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was admiring her red-tasseled spear. After the battle, the small braids on the spearhead were dirty. The small red flowers on the spear were also scratched. However, Gu Changqing had cleaned and repaired them. They looked exactly the same as before. Do you like it? Gu Changqing's gaze softened. I like it. Gu Jiao didn't have any special interest in small red flowers and small braids. However, they were all made by little Jing Kong himself. Gu Jiao had always cherished them. If little Jing Kong found out that they were broken, little Jing Kong would be sad. Gu Changqing's mood suddenly improved when he heard that she liked them. He said, Grandfather is awake. I'll go to the governor's office later. He knew that Gu Jiao didn't accept him as her grandfather. That was why he didn't ask Gu Jiao to go with him. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao took the initiative and said, I'll go with you. Now that his sworn brother had woken up, he had to visit him. Furthermore, she also had to protect Gu Changqing to prevent the Death Warrior from the previous dynasty from plotting against him. Since Gu Jiao wanted to go, Gu Changqing had no reason to stop her. For convenience, Gu Jiao had always dressed as a teenager in the frontier fortress, and today was no exception. But before they set off, Gu Changqing found that she was wearing a mask. Gu Changqing, the two of them went to the governor's office. The old marquis was still living in the room that Gu Jiao used to live in. This courtyard used to be quite empty, but recently, there was not enough space for the wounded soldiers, so other patients moved in one after another. It wasn't as if the old marquis hadn't woken up once these days, but it was only this morning that he was fully awake. He was finally no longer in a muddle-headed state. He remembered what had happened in Yi City and Lingguan City, the people he saw, the threats he received, the abuse he received. However, he had no recollection of how he was rescued. The servants of the governor's office couldn't explain it clearly, so they only sent someone to inform Governor Ching. Governor Ching wanted to personally come and get familiar with him, but he didn't have the guts to neglect his duties under the Gu family army's watch. The old marquis only knew that the Gu family army had arrived at the frontier fortress when he heard the servant say that wounded soldiers had moved into the governor's office. Then his grandson should be coming to see him soon. In the end, the old marquis waited an entire day, but his grandson didn't come to see him. In the corridor, Gu Changqing and Gu Jiao stopped in their tracks. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao and said, Do you want to see grandfather? Gu Jiao reached out her small hand and tidied his clothes. She looked at him with a very kind gaze. You go first. Gu Changqing, I suddenly feel that there is something wrong with my seniority. Gu Jiao blinked. I'll let you be my older brother for a day, that's enough. After this, I'll be your grandfather's sworn brother. Anyway, you know it too. Gu Jiao patted his shoulder. Go. Gu Changqing entered his grandfather's room under Gu Jiao's kind and gratified gaze. There were no wounded soldiers in the room next door for the time being, so Gu Jiao planned to go in and sit. Just as she opened the door, she caught a glimpse of two Gu family soldiers carrying a wounded soldier over. Then, they stopped in front of Gu Jiao. Dr. Gu. The two Gu family soldiers carrying the stretcher greeted Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at the stretcher and saw that it was Gu Qingfeng. Why are you here? Why are you here? The two spoke at the same time. Gu Qingfeng valiantly said, I'm here to see my grandfather. I heard that my grandfather woke up, and it just so happened that there wasn't enough space in the wounded barracks, so I simply moved to the governor's office. What about you? You're here to treat the wounded soldiers? It couldn't be that she was here to see his grandfather. This girl wasn't even from the Gu family. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. I'm here to see my brother. Pfft, your brother is at the governor's office. Gu Qingfeng was amused by Gu Jiao. This girl's bragging skills were getting better and better. He couldn't believe that he actually believed that she went north with some idiot to save her brother. However, after spending so much time together, he hadn't even seen a strand of hair on her brother and the idiot's person, let alone them. In his opinion, this girl was simply lying. He is here. Gu Jiao said seriously. Oh. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Then who is your brother? Point him out. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. Keep bragging, you'll scare me to death. As long as your brother isn't my grandfather, even Tang Yueshan won't scare me to death. You called me. Tang Yueshan's voice suddenly came from behind Gu Qingfeng's stretcher. Fuck. Gu Qingfeng shuddered and fell off the stretcher with a thud. He looked at Tang Yueshan awkwardly. Why are you here? Did he see a ghost in broad daylight? Speaking of Cao Cao, Cao Cao was not like this. Tang Yueshan said impatiently, you can move here, but I can't. It wasn't that he wanted to move, but that the wounded soldiers' barracks couldn't accommodate them. Allocation to the governor's office wasn't based on status, but on injuries. Tang Yueshan and Gu Qingfeng happened to be in the group with serious injuries but stable conditions that could be moved. Gu Qingfeng snorted. You can come, but you have to be in the same courtyard as me. Tang Yueshan said irritably, so what if we're in the same courtyard? It's not the same room. You're in the same ward. The accompanying doctor looked at the roster in his hand and said expressionlessly. The two of them were speechless. Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yueshan were carried into the room next to the old dukes. They had fought side by side on the battlefield and helped each other, but off the battlefield, they were no longer friends. Gu Qingfeng hated Tang Yueshan, and Tang Yueshan looked down on Gu Qingfeng. They didn't see eye to eye and nose to nose. In comparison, Tang Yueshan found Gu Jiao much more pleasing to the eye. Gu Jiao said to the accompanying doctor, leave this to me. You can go do other things. Yes, Dr. Gu. The accompanying doctor went to settle the other patients. There was originally only one Arhat bed in the room, but another was added after the new patients. Tang Yueshan wasn't picky about the bed, and Gu Qingfeng successfully occupied the spacious Arhat bed. Tang Yueshan's small bamboo bed was pressed against the wall, and the old duke's was right next to it. In fact, the two rooms were originally one, but they were later separated by a wall made of rosewood. As a result, the soundproofing was inevitably worse. He heard voices from next door. Tang Yueshan wasn't a virtuous gentleman, but he wasn't a gentleman either. He swore that he didn't mean to eavesdrop. Tang Yueshan's expression changed as he listened. Gu Qingfeng glared at Tang Yueshan from time to time, and after the nth time, he noticed that something was wrong with Tang Yueshan. What was this guy doing? His ear was so close to the wall. Was he eavesdropping? His grandfather was next door. Tang Yueshan was so shameless. How dare he eavesdrop on his grandfather? He wanted to hear it too. When Gu Zhao took out 2 thermometers from the small medicine box, she turned around and saw 2 men who didn't get along with each other sitting on the small bamboo bed together. Their ears were pressed tightly against the wall. Gu Zhao, alas, you guys are really, you don't call me either. After a while, all 3 of their ears were attached to the wall. In the next room, the old duke had just woken up. He had regained his consciousness, but he hadn't learned any martial arts, so he didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping on him. Gu Changqing noticed that there was someone next door, but he thought it was Gu Zhao, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The old duke couldn't help coughing for a while. Gu Changqing handed him a cup of hot water. The old duke took it and looked at Gu Changqing, who didn't make any eye contact with him. He sighed and said earnestly, "Are you still angry with me?" Gu Changqing lowered his eyes and said, "Grandfather, I don't understand." The old duke said earnestly, "You're my eldest grandson. I raised you myself. How can I not know what you're thinking? There are some words that I originally planned to keep to myself and bring to my grave after I die. But not long ago, when I thought that I was definitely going to die, all I could think of was how regretful I was for not telling you everything." Gu Changqing didn't say anything. He didn't care what his grandfather was hiding from him. The old duke put the teacup on a stool and said, "What I'm going to say next may be hard for you to accept." Gu Changqing sneered at himself and said pointedly, "What can't I accept?" "You do." The old duke looked at him, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Do you think I killed your mother?" Gu Changqing clenched his fingers. The old duke said, "Let me guess. Concubine Ling told you, right? I didn't expect that she would see what happened that year. Did she tell you that your mother's condition had improved at that time, but after I went to see her, her condition suddenly worsened? So I was the murderer, and you believed me. Could it be that I was wrong? Didn't grandfather give the order to the shadow guards to kill my mother? If Gu Changqing hadn't found evidence, how could he be so convinced?" The old duke wasn't surprised that Gu Changqing could find the shadow guards. He was his grandson, and he knew his ability very well. The old marquis nodded. "That's right. I once wanted to kill her." Gu Changqing clenched his big hands, and a trace of pain appeared between his eyebrows. He almost gritted his teeth and said, "Why? What did my mother do wrong? Why do you have to kill her?" "Your mother." The old duke closed his eyes, and a complicated expression flitted across his face. "She was a spy of the former dynasty." Chapter 506. The old marquis could almost imagine Gu Changqing's reaction when he said that. His heart ached even when he looked at it, so he simply turned his face away. Paper couldn't wrap fire, but when the moment came, he still felt a great struggle. Gu Changqing's entire body froze. The entire room fell into a dead silence. The old marquis felt that he should say something, but he wasn't good at saying things, especially comforting people. Moreover, it was easy to comfort strangers, but with his personality, it was always a bit awkward when comforting his loved ones. In fact, this matter, or to be exact, this scheme should have been set up when old concubine Jing entered the palace. Old concubine Jing was a loyalist of the previous dynasty. She met the old marquis by chance and was saved by the old marquis. Later on, it turned out to be a scheme with ulterior motives. If a person's feelings could be set up, why couldn't a family's marriage be set up? Both old concubine Jing and Madame Ling were pawns of the previous dynasty. The difference was that old concubine Jing had entered the palace, but Madame Ling hadn't. But that didn't mean that Madame Ling couldn't play a big role. The old marquis founded the Gu army by himself. If Madame Ling's son could become the young master of the Gu army, wouldn't that mean that the remnants of the previous dynasty would control the strongest army in the Zhao kingdom? The old Marquis felt very guilty. The marriage between Gu Chong and Madame Ling was his oversight. If he had known that Madame Ling was a spy from the previous dynasty, he wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. But it was too late to say that now. Moreover, he looked at Gu Chongqing, who was suffering a huge blow but didn't show any signs of collapse. He had mixed feelings. If it weren't for Madame Ling, he wouldn't have such an excellent grandson. Gu Chongqing looked calm on the surface, but in fact, every inch of his body was soaked in cold air. His mother was a spy from the previous dynasty. His mother was a spy from the previous dynasty. He knew that his grandfather wouldn't lie to him about something like this. There was a voice in his head, perhaps grandfather made a mistake, but why does my heart feel like it's being pricked by needles? What does Qing want to be when she grows up? I don't know. What does mother want me to do? Mother hopes that you can be an indomitable man like your grandfather. Then I'll join the army when I grow up. I want to go into battle like my grandfather and protect the country and its people. Damn, Qing is really amazing. His mother's gentle voice and expression were still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. But now he could no longer tell whether the hope that burst out of her eyes when she said these words to him was her heart full of love or her ambition. The old Marquis found it hard to say what he wanted to say next, but if he didn't say it now, he was afraid that he would never have the chance or courage to say it again. He said, in the face of a national crisis, I know you won't disagree with me on war matters just because you have a grudge against me. But I still want to tell you clearly that I didn't kill your mother. His heart wasn't calm either. No matter how many years had passed, as long as he recalled the matter of Madame Ling Jr., his heart would still surge uncontrollably. The old Marquis said bitterly, when your mother was sick, she was in close contact with the people of the previous dynasty. I accidentally found a secret letter that she didn't have time to destroy. I learned that she had been secretly contacting someone. At that time, I didn't know who she was contacting, but the letter was full of inquiries about the movements of the Gu family army. So I was vigilant. I ordered the secret guards to keep an eye on her and secretly intercepted several secret letters. Finally, I found out her identity. You are a general of the imperial court. You should understand what the consequences would be if a spy of the previous dynasty appeared in a family like ours. In order to end all troubles, I decided to secretly kill her. But when I saw you, and your two younger brothers, I changed my mind. I wanted to ask her face to face. But he didn't expect to be seen by concubine Ling at that time. The old Marquis continued, I went to find your mother and threw the secret letter in front of her, asking her to give me an explanation. She did not quibble and admitted it on the spot. She said that she was a spy of the previous dynasty. Her goal in infiltrating the Marquis Ding and manor was to plot against me, but I was often not in the manor and she could not find an opportunity. Afterwards, she gave birth to you. Seeing that I doted on you, the remnants of the previous dynasty came up with a plan and decided to have you inherit the Gu family army. You really didn't disappoint and received all of my high regard and expectations. However, things are always changing and developing. The appetite of the remnants of the previous dynasty is increasing day by day. They are no longer satisfied with just taking the Gu family army into their pockets. They have their eyes on you. Gu Chongqing's eyes slightly moved. You still have two younger brothers. In reality, anyone can inherit the Gu family army, but they need a puppet master. As the old Marquis spoke, his eyes suddenly became cold. They want to take you away and train you into the most outstanding death soldier. Your mother did not agree. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists and the veins on his forehead began to bulge. The old Marquis painfully said, your mother was clear on their methods and was even more clear on the consequences of betraying them. In order to protect you from being taken away by them and to not allow herself to be used against you three brothers, she killed the remnants of the previous dynasty that came to take you away and then chose to commit suicide. When Gu Chongqing heard this, his body began to gently tremble. The old marquis looked at him and a trace of pain flashed through his heart. He sighed and said, "There is no wall in this world that does not have a crack. But sometimes, we have no other choice but to stake everything on a single throw." There was no other choice in Madame Ling's death. He had no other choice in hiding it from the emperor. At the time, the emperor and him had planned to have him pretend to disband the Gu family army to lower Empress Dowager Zhuang's vigilance. In reality, he had let out a sigh of relief. Not having to inherit the Gu family army was a good thing for Gu Chongqing. If he did not sit in that position, it would not be so easy for others to target him. But things did not go as he wished. He took the 100,000 Gu family army and came to the frontier fortress as the commander of the entire army. The remnants of the previous dynasty treated traitors with outrageous methods. The old marquis could not imagine how they would take revenge on Madame Ling's son. He would rather that Gu Chongqing had never come to the frontier fortress. He would rather die here. He would rather hand the Gu family army to Tang Wuxian and let Tang Wuxian lead it. He would rather not see Gu Chongqing expose himself to the remnants of the previous dynasty. The reason why the old marquis felt this way was because he did not know that his other grandson and Gu Jiao had also come to the frontier fortress. They were also the children of the marquis, and the remnants of the previous dynasty would not let them go. But the remnants of the previous dynasty hated Gu Chongqing the most. He should have been their death warrior, but he had become their enemy. On the other side of the room, Gu Qingfeng was completely dumbfounded. He was more shocked than Gu Chongqing. First of all, he did not know that his eldest brother was here. Since his eldest brother could come to the governor's mansion to visit his grandfather, why didn't he go to the wounded barracks to see him? Secondly, he thought that his mother was angered to death by Madame Ling. Later, Madame Ling's injustice was cleared. He thought that his mother really died of illness. But now he was told that his mother was forced to commit suicide. Also, since his mother was a spy of the previous dynasty, then he was half a spy. Hearing this, Gu Jiao combined it with her dream. Many mysteries were solved. No wonder she felt that the remnants of the previous dynasty were taking revenge on the Gu family. It turned out that they were punishing Madame Ling's betrayal. First, they cut off the heads of Gu Qingfeng and the old marquis. Then they destroyed the Gu family army and cut off Gu Chongqing's legs. Madame Ling could not rest in peace in the netherworld. Look at what became of the son you refused to hand over. And look at the Gu family army you failed to take down for us. They all became corpses. You can't get them, so you destroy them. You are so sick. Tang Yushan was the last person to dig his ear out of the wall. To be honest, he was also very shocked. He had never expected that the Marquis Ding, and who seemed to be well-behaved, would create such a big mess. What was wrong with him and his sister-in-law crawling in the dust? What was wrong with Tang Ming being dissolute and domineering outside? Was there someone who married a spy and gave birth to 3 little spies that were so sinful? Tang Yushan suddenly felt that his image was unprecedentedly glorious. He thanked his colleagues for setting him off. After the shock passed, Tang Yushan began to make his own plans. When he went back to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty to report 1, 2, or 3 little spies from the previous dynasty, how much merit could he obtain? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Tang Yushan felt a little cold on his forehead. He came back to his senses and looked carefully. He saw Gu Jiao standing in front of him with a huge needle in her hand. He turned pale with fright and his body trembled. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao pushed the syringe with her thumb, injecting, poisoning you. Tang Yushan. Chapter 507. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. Tang Yueshan was so scared that he almost rolled off the bamboo bed. Did she have to be so cruel? She gave him an injection again. She gave him such a thick and long needle. Was she sure that wasn't an injection for a pig? Tang Yueshan was not afraid of being poisoned, but he was afraid of injections. It was an indescribable fear. Tang Yueshan's mouth twitched. He said sarcastically, "We're comrades who fought side by side. Is this how you treat me? What happened to the basic trust between people? Fed to the dogs." Gu Jiao said unabashedly, "I was being extra generous. I was going to poison you." Tang Yueshan was speechless again. How did this girl know that he was going to snitch? Did he write that he was going to snitch on them and ask for credit? Tang Yueshan glared at Gu Jiao in exasperation. Then he thought of something and frowned. "Wait, didn't you already poison me? My life is in your hands. Why do you have to poison me?" Gu Jiao blinked. Tang Yueshan suddenly sat up straight. "You didn't poison me." Gu Jiao said seriously, "I did." Tang Yueshan, "You didn't." Gu Jiao, "I did." Tang Yueshan, "I don't believe you." Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. "Then I'm going to poison you." Tang Yueshan, who could not be corrupted by wealth and power, finally succumbed to the needle and promised that he would never tell anyone what he heard today. However, Gu Jiao did not buy it. A man's mouth is a liar. Tang Yueshan was confused. Where did she learn all this nonsense from? Tang Yueshan was furious. Although all was fair in war, he was not that cunning in private. He was not as shameless as Marquis Xian Ping. Tang Yueshan was a little angry, but he said seriously, "I'm the Grand Marshal of the world. I promised to keep your mouth shut, so I will keep my promise. Why don't you believe me?" "It's not impossible for me to believe you." Gu Jiao rubbed his chin and looked Tang Yueshan up and down. Tang Yueshan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. What are you going to do?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and gently tapped her arm with her fingertips. She cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "If you become my little henchman, I'll believe you and won't poison you." Tang Yueshan was puzzled. "What's a minion?" Gu Jiao said, "Little brother." Tang Yueshan could not believe his ears. What did the girl just say? Little brother. Him. Ha! He was the Grand Marshal of the world. Why would he be a little girl's little brother? This girl must have either gone crazy, or she must have been scared silly by the fact that Marquis Ding and Fu had spies. Although she was not Madame Ling's child, she was still of the Marquis Fu's bloodline. When the nest is overturned, there are no eggs left intact. Marquis Ding and Fu had been accused of treason. Where could she go unharmed? She would probably fall out of favor with both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. TSK. Without the protection of these two, how would this girl survive in the future? Gu Jiao sternly said, "You choose. Poison you mute, or become my little brother." Tang Yueshan coldly smiled. "Girl, how about I give you a suggestion? If you become my disciple, I will consider not killing you when I return to the capital." Tang Ming was his son, but if this girl became his disciple, then she could be considered half a daughter. If a daughter hurt a son, then it was a family matter. The family law was enough. There was no need to shout about killing. He was not like Gu Chao, that stubborn old man, who valued boys over girls. He had also carefully cultivated his own daughter. Unfortunately, they did not have the talent to practice martial arts. This girl was too talented. He cherished talent. As long as this girl was obedient, he could guarantee that he would cultivate her the same way he had cultivated Tang Ming in the past. To be honest, if it weren't for this incident, Tang Yuxian would never have allowed Gu Jiao to acknowledge him as her master. It was one thing for him to admire Gu Jiao's talent, but it was another thing for him to not be able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. However, the relationship between people was like an unpredictable game. No one knew which side would gain the upper hand in the next moment. It was very clear that with him heavily injured and Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing at full strength, his chances of winning were not high. In order to live, he had to make a sacrifice, but a simple sacrifice made him unwilling. If he could take advantage of the sacrifice, then he would not feel so aggrieved. He would never admit that he coveted this girl. Gu Chao did not want her, but he did. Gu Qingfeng was completely immersed in his great shock. He was so stunned that he did not hear a word that Gu Jiao and Tang Yuxian were saying. Until Gu Chongqing came out of the room next door. When he passed by the door, he accidentally heard Tang Yuxian's voice. He opened the door and looked at the three people inside. He was surprised. "Why are you here?" This time, Gu Qingfeng reacted. When he saw Gu Chongqing, the grievance in his heart surged like a tide. His little mouth twitched. Big brother, he walked out of bed with red eyes and planned to throw himself at his big brother. Unexpectedly, he was entangled with Tang Yuxian's bandage. Tang Yuxian felt pain in his leg and instinctively pulled the bandage away. Gu Qingfeng was pulled back by a strong force. He lost his balance and fell backward. Not only did he knock Tang Yuxian down, but he also knocked down the wall made of pear wood behind Tang Yuxian. The two wounded soldiers fell into the next room in a sorry state and rolled all over the floor. The old duke looked at the two people who broke through the wall and frowned. Gu Qingfeng's arm was bandaged, but his leg was not. He endured the pain and stood up from the pile of planks. He looked at the old duke, whom he had not seen for days. The old marquis also looked in his direction, revealing a look of surprise and excitement. Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned. "Grandfather is so excited to see me. Grandfather's favorite grandson is me." Gu Qingfeng was ecstatic. The haze of knowing that he was half a spy was swept away. He walked to his grandfather with tears in his eyes. He came to the bedside. He looked at his grandfather with tears in his eyes. Before he could finish the word, his grandfather pushed him away with his arm that was stuck to the splint. The old duke looked at Gu Qingfeng's back with great excitement. "Little brother." Gu Qingfeng, little brother. Tang Yuxian, half buried under the planks, looked behind him. Where did this little brother come from? Gu Jiao had already put on her mask. She also looked at the old duke with great excitement. She strode over to the bed, sat down, and held his hand. "Big brother." The old duke's eyes were full of tears. "Little brother." "Gu Jiao, big brother." The old duke held Gu Jiao's hand and cried. "Little brother. It's really you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. It's so good to see you again in this life." Gu Qingfeng and Tang Yuxian finally understood who he was calling little brother. They vomited blood. Chapter 508. Gu Qingfeng's heart suffered 100,000 critical hits. Vomiting blood could not alleviate the symptoms. He wished he could empty himself and sacrifice his life. It was literally an act of utter sacrifice. He wanted to rub himself on the ground to see if it was true. His sister and his grandfather became sworn brothers. Then what was he? This girl came to the frontier fortress to save a brother of hers. Was she talking about his grandfather? She really had a brother. No, she said there was a fool. Gu Qingfeng choked and looked at himself in horror. He could not move his right arm, and then looked at Tang Yueshan, who could not move his left leg. The fool must be Tang Yueshan. No refuting. Tang Yueshan looked at Gu Qingfeng and frowned. Why is this boy looking at me strangely? In the next room, Gu Chongqing, who saw the scene of the brothers recognizing each other, almost could not hold it in anymore. Although he had long known about this matter, the time when the old marquis was drunk and called Gu Jiao brothers, he and Gu Yan were next door. He was the one who sent the unconscious old marquis onto the carriage back to the residence. However, he thought she was just teasing his drunk grandfather. He really did not expect this girl to be addicted to the game and recognize her brother in the frontier fortress. Too naughty, Gu Chongqing looked at his grandfather and Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. One dared to shout and the other dared to respond. The old duke and his brother recognized each other excitedly. From the moment he saw Gu Jiao, there was no room for anyone else in his eyes. Gu Qingfeng, who was standing next to him, was completely ignored. Gu Qingfeng, who was forgotten by his elder brother and then ignored by his grandfather, felt bitter in his heart, but he did not say it. After that, Gu Jiao and the old duke chatted as if there was no one else around. The old duke wiped his tears and asked with relief and emotion, "Little brother, why did you come to the frontier fortress?" Gu Jiao took out a small notebook, found a brush and wrote, "I came to save you." The old duke was overwhelmed with emotion and his eyes filled with tears again. Little brother was so righteous. He would remember this kindness and would never forget it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, a vague memory appeared in his mind. He remembered that after he was thrown into the wine cellar by the remnants of the previous dynasty, he seemed to have seen someone come to save him. "Was it you? Little brother? Did you save me from Lingguan?" There seemed to be something else, but he could not remember it. Forget it. Forget it. Things that I can't remember aren't important. Gu Qingfeng, grandfather, and me too. And me. I also went to save you. Ah. Why do you only remember that brat? Gu Qingfeng was driven mad. I think we went to a family's house. Or did we went to a cave? The old marquis tried his best to search through his memories. He felt that there was something else in his memories, but he still couldn't remember it. Tang Yueshan, my goodness, you don't even remember this marshal. This marshal carried you all the way from the wooden house to the cave. My fingers got frostbite from carrying you. My injuries, were you also the one who treated them, right? The old duke's gratitude and excitement could not be described with words. He patted Gu Jiao's hand and said in a choked voice, "Gu Jiao, have done two things correctly in my life. One was to establish the Gu army, and the other was to get to know you, little brother." Gu Jiao held his hand tightly and nodded deeply and solemnly. Brothers will walk together for life. After that, the old duke was concerned about Gu Jiao's injuries. He was relieved when he learned that Gu Jiao was fine. Gu Qingfeng, no, when Big Brother came in, you didn't even care if he was injured. As the old duke and Gu Jiao chatted, a new injured soldier was transferred to the courtyard. A soldier accidentally fell from the bed, causing a second injury to his wound. Gu Jiao scribbled in his notebook. "I'll go take a look. I'll talk to you later." The old duke nodded. "Little brother, go do your thing." His little brother was really amazing. Not only did he know martial arts, but he also knew medicine. This was the true definition of courage and benevolence. Gu Jiao went. Gu Qingfeng straightened his back. Finally, it was his turn. He wanted to show his grandfather that he was also a brave and good soldier who guarded the border. His injuries were his most honorable medal. He smiled. "Grandfather." Huff, huff, a series of rhythmic snores answered him. Gu Qingfeng's smile gradually stiffened. After the wooden wall collapsed, Advisor Hu of the governor's office quickly had someone bring in a landscape screen. The old duke was asleep. He could only say to Tang Yueshan and the two Gu brothers in the other room, "Well, there are no carpenters who can come over for the time being. Let's use a screen to separate them first." They did not speak. Advisor Hu, are you not satisfied with this arrangement? But he was not lying. All the carpenters in the city had been recruited to build and repair military equipment. There was really no one to repair the wall. "Put it here," Gu Chongqing said. "Ah. Yes. Yes." Advisor Hu asked someone to clean up the wooden planks on the floor and put the screen back in place. "Then I'll take my leave." Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Advisor Hu left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Was it an illusion? Why did the atmosphere in the room feel a bit strange? Tang Yueshan could not move his leg. He lay back on the bed. Gu Chongqing's leg was fine, but his arm hurt. He was also ordered to lie back on his bed by Gu Chongqing. At this time, the atmosphere in the room was indeed strange. It was not because Gu Jiao and the old Marquis had recognized each other as brothers, but because Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng had both reacted. Tang Yueshan had also seen everything that had happened today, including their mother's identity as a spy. What did this mean? It meant that if Tang Yueshan leaked the news, the whole war would be turned upside down. The Gu army would not fight for a spy from the previous dynasty. If they knew that Gu Chongqing was the descendant of a spy from the previous dynasty, they would rebel. Gu Chongqing said to Gu Qingfeng, "From now on, keep an eye on him. Don't let him contact anyone. I'll tell the Jiao Jiao that all the doctors in this courtyard will be replaced by those from the Miracle Hole." Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. "No need. That girl plans to poison him." Mute. Gu Chongqing paused and said, "He can still write even if he's mute." Gu Qingfeng said lightly, "Oh, then tell that girl to break his hand too. The kind that can't be seen." Tang Yueshan's heart trembled. How could you siblings be so cruel? And when did I say I was going to leak the news? Am I, Tang Yueshan, someone who doesn't care about the big picture? Can I shake the morale of the border soldiers for a little merit? I'm going to report you 3 spies to the Empress Dowager and His Majesty when I return to the capital in triumph. Gu Chongqing thought for a moment and sighed. Forget it. I'll do it. I don't want to dirty Jiao Jiao's hands. He pulled out a dagger and walked toward Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan trembled. At this moment, Gu Jiaojiao returned to the room after the operation. Tang Yueshan reached out his hand to her almost without thinking. "Do you still need a little henchman?" Chapter 509. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The Supreme Marshal of the world's armed forces had once again fallen into Gu Jiao's hands. Since he was Gu Jiao's follower, Gu Jiao patted her chest to show that she would protect him. Okay, you can put away the dagger. It's not good to scare my follower, Gu Jiao said to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing put away the dagger. Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. That's okay. Gu Chongqing put away the dagger so easily. Tang Yueshan was also a little dumbfounded. He felt that he had agreed too quickly. What happened? But on second thought, Gu Chongqing was a gentleman in principle, but he was not stupid. He would not put the border soldiers and civilians in prison for one person's life. If killing Tang Yueshan could save everyone, Gu Chongqing would not hesitate to kill him. This was Tang Yueshan's judgment of Gu Chongqing. And because of this, Tang Yueshan believed that Gu Chongqing really wanted to kill him. Yes, that's right. Gu Chongqing must be serious. He wasn't just scaring her. He was not that easy to scare. There was nothing to regret. A wise man submits to circumstances. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In ancient times, there was Go Jian, the king of Yu. Today, there was Tang Yueshan who recognized a thief as his brother. After the sudden recruitment ceremony, the few of them began to discuss business. In fact, Gu Chongqing had something to ask Tang Yueshan. If Tang Yueshan did not come to the governor's mansion, he planned to visit him at the wounded barracks after visiting his grandfather. Is it about the siege? Tang Yueshan asked. He was still lying on his bed. Gu Jiao put him on an 4-drip. Because he was now a little henchman, his treatment was upgraded. Gu Jiao gave him a retention needle, so he did not have to do needles every day. Gu Chongqing sat at a square table in the room. Tang Yueshan's bed was directly opposite him, and Gu Qingfeng's was on his left. They were about the same distance apart, but he chose to sit in the chair facing Tang Yueshan because he was mainly discussing business with Tang Yueshan. Gu Qingfeng could only pout and look at the side of his brother's face. He deliberately turned over and made a big commotion. Gu Chongqing was so engrossed in the discussion that he did not notice his brother's mood. He looked at Tang Yueshan and said, "I plan to attack Lingguan City tomorrow evening." Tang Yueshan pondered for a moment and said with a frown, "Actually, I suggest that you attack Beiyang City first." Beiyang City was the city that resisted the most fiercely back then. The reason why they resisted so fiercely was because the remnants of the previous dynasty didn't fully infiltrate the city. You're new to the frontier fortress, so you probably don't know that there's a living Buddha there. Living Buddha? Tang Yueshan nodded. Your grandfather and I only heard about it when we came here. Living Buddha gathered believers in the frontier fortress to deliver all living beings from suffering. Even the prince consort and Princess Ning'an were his believers. Of course, Princess Ning'an is not one now. She already knows that Living Buddha is a trick of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, it's too late. A large number of people took the bait and believed in Living Buddha. More than half of the remnants of the previous dynasty's army are believers of Living Buddha. Gu Chongqing suddenly understood. He murmured, no wonder they could build such a large army in the frontier fortress without being discovered. Tang Yueshan said, Living Buddha has the most believers in Yi City. That's why Yi City's resistance is the weakest among the 3 cities. Gu Chongqing asked, what about Yuqing City? Tang Yueshan shook his head. Yuqing City is too small and its strategic location is not important. The remnants of the previous dynasty did not target Yuqing City, so there are no believers of Living Buddha in the city for the time being. Gu Qingfeng curled his lips. A fake Living Buddha made them go against the imperial court. Isn't that unbelievable? Tang Yueshan said, those devout believers are even willing to give their lives to Living Buddha. Living Buddha is here to save them from suffering. Living Buddha said that King Yi is the chosen one, the emperor sent by the heavens to set things right. When King Yi ascends the throne, the country will be prosperous and the people will have enough food and clothing. They will no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold. Gu Qingfeng did not believe in this, so he could not understand why the people would fall for such a simple trick. The lives of the people are too hard. Gu Chongqing muttered. Tang Yueshan sighed. The suffering in the frontier fortress was not something the people in the capital could imagine. The crops here were not easy to grow and the harvest was very poor. The people could not eat enough and could not afford to get sick. There seemed to be no end to these days. Why did they believe in Living Buddha? It was because they wanted to be reborn in paradise and not suffer anymore. It sounded stupid at first, but after thinking about it carefully, how could it not be sad? Gu Chongqing said, there are plague victims in Lingguan City. If we attack too late, I'm worried that they will attack the people in the city with plague. Tang Yuashan was startled. What? There's such a thing. Gu Changqing said. Jiao Jiao heard this when she went to the governor's office in Lingguan City last time. Gu Qingfeng widened his eyes and said suspiciously, No, I also went to the governor's office in Lingguan City. Why didn't I hear this news? Gu Changqing gave him an indescribable look. Sister is better than you. Gu Qingfeng. How could he lose to her in this? He was with that girl all the time. He had never heard of the plague. Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who was always giving him an drip. He was about to ask Gu Jiao when she heard Gu Jiao sighed softly. Told you not to be distracted. Gu Qingfeng, is the news reliable? Tang Yuashan asked. Gu Changqing nodded. We went to see the plague victims. We also killed the men of sacrifice guarding them and left them with medicine. The remnants of the previous dynasty send them food every day, but they don't go in to check because they are afraid of being infected. A patient called Little Shi Tu is pretending to be a man of sacrifice and lives in the middle room. However, we don't know how long he can hide. So what I'm saying is that we attack Lingguan City as soon as possible. The consequences of the plague were not as terrible as any war. If the remnants of the previous dynasty found out something was wrong, they would release the patients in anger or kill them and spread their clothes and blood to the people in the city. Lingguan City would be in danger. Tang Yuashan's face darkened. Although he knew that the remnants of the previous dynasty were a group of bad people, he didn't expect them to use such despicable means. It seemed that they had to attack Lingguan City first. Can the plague really be cured? Tang Yuashan asked. In Tang Yuashan's impression, the plague was usually not quelled by treatment. The victims of the plague were quarantined and died. Only when no more people were infected would the plague be considered to be over. Only Gu Jiao could answer this question. Gu Jiao hung the drip on the hook at the head of the bed and said, It can be cured. However, it's best not to let too many people get infected. I'm afraid that there won't be enough medicine. She had been overdosed in the past few days. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the medicine box didn't seem to be shining again. It was as if the box had been emptied. This girl can even cure the plague. Tang Yuashan clutched his chest. What's with this sudden sense of pride? What's the relationship between the remnants of the previous dynasty and the Qin army? Gu Changqing continued to ask. Tang Yuashan said, They are not completely united. On one hand, there are certain differences in the distribution of benefits. On the other hand, there are differences in the methods they use to fight the enemy. For example, Gu Changqing looked at him. Tang Yuashan said with a hint of sarcasm, For example, the Qin army wanted the remnants of the previous dynasty to hand over Princess Ning, and they wanted to use her to threaten the soldiers at the border, but the emperor's son-in-law stopped them. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Is the emperor's son-in-law true to Princess Ning? Then why did he destroy her country? Tang Yuashan squinted at him. What do you know? An ambitious man will not be willing to be the emperor's son-in-law without real power. Besides, he is a member of the royal family of the previous dynasty. It is his mission to restore the country. Gu Changqing asked, What about the emperor's uncle, Prince Yi? Tang Yuashan said, He also wants to hand Princess Ning over to the Qin army. However, the emperor's son-in-law's desire is too strong. The emperor's son-in-law has a good reputation at the border. Therefore, Prince Yi hasn't fallen out with his nephew yet. When your grandfather wanted to rescue Princess Ning, I didn't support him because I felt that strategically speaking, if Princess Ning was in the emperor's son-in-law's hands, there would always be a crack in the relationship between the three parties. However, if Princess Ning was gone, they would be completely united. Gu Qingfeng sat up. But what if Prince Yi killed Princess Ning in order to cut the Gordian knot? Tang Yuashan sighed. Your grandfather thought so. That's why he went to rescue her regardless of his own safety. Tang Yuashan didn't agree with the old Marquis's decision, but he couldn't stop him. After all, the old Marquis had the Emperor's order. The Emperor had ordered him to bring Princess Ning and back unharmed, so he had to bring her back. Gu Qingfeng snorted and lay back on the bed. If you send more people, maybe my grandfather won't be in trouble. Tang Yuashan shook his head. It won't help even if they go. This is what I found out when I was hiding after the defeat. The Emperor's son-in-law has a very powerful death warrior by his side. Even the 3 dragon shadow guards sent by concubine Jing to protect Princess Ning and were no match for him, let alone the soldiers under my command. Your grandfather's martial arts aren't weak, so he has a chance of winning against the dragon shadow guards. However, it's hard to say if 3 dragon shadow guards attack at the same time. Is he that powerful? Gu Qingfeng was surprised. Gu Jiao quietly closed the medicine box. Was this death warrior the same one who cut off Gu Changqing's legs in the dream? If he could defeat 3 dragon shadow guards, then it was no wonder he could plot against Gu Changqing. However, from the looks of it, Gu Changqing's combat strength wasn't weak. Otherwise, he could have killed Gu Changqing in the open. What are you thinking about? Gu Changqing asked Gu Jiao after they came out of the room. It's snowing again. Gu Jiao stood in the corridor and looked at the swirling snowflakes. It's a good time to march. I wonder when it'll stop. It would be better to fight after the snow stopped. 7 o'clock, Gu Jiao said. You know how to read the sky. Gu Changqing looked at her in surprise. Gu Jiao nodded without changing her expression. Yes, a little. Gu Changqing smiled softly. He took off his cloak and put it on Gu Jiao. His slender but calloused fingers tied the ribbon of the cloak for Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng's Arhat bed was facing the main door. He lay on the bed and looked sourly at the scene of his elder brother putting on a cloak for Gu Jiao. He snorted and turned his body heavily. He didn't want to talk to his brother anymore. Tang Yuashan's thunderous snoring came from the room. Gu Qingfeng was upset. He covered his head with the quilt and stuffed his ears with cotton. However, as a martial artist, his hearing was too strong. Tang Yuashan's snoring was like thunder in his ears. Gu Qingfeng didn't know whether he was more angry at his brother for ignoring him or at Tang Yuashan's snoring. Humph. You're all pissing me off. Fine. When I recover, I'll go back to the capital. I'll never come to this damned place again. What damned place? A familiar voice sounded beside his bed. Gu Qingfeng shuddered and froze. Why are you covering your head with the quilt? Don't you feel stuffy? Gu Changqing reached out and pulled Gu Qingfeng's quilt down slowly. Gu Qingfeng resisted weakly, but he didn't have much strength. He looked at his brother who suddenly came back. His grievance multiplied. He knew he wasn't that good, but he tried his best. His brother praised all the soldiers who defended the city, but he didn't. He wasn't bad. He changed from a scholar to a soldier who killed enemies. He didn't retreat, abandon the city, or run away. Actually, he also felt that it was very difficult and bitter. After all, he had not suffered since he was young. He wasn't used to it at all. But he endured it. He didn't complain at all. Why couldn't his brother see his efforts? Does it still hurt? Gu Changqing asked. Humph. Now you care about me. It's too late. Gu Qingfeng awkwardly moved in. Why aren't you praising me? Why aren't you praising me? There's something I want to give you. Gu Changqing said softly. It must be that girl who chose the leftovers. I don't care. What is it? Gu Qingfeng lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. Look for yourself. Gu Chongqing placed something tied with a string above his head. Gu Qingfeng still didn't turn around to look at Gu Chongqing. He coldly pulled that thing down with his hand. He casually glanced at it. Just a glance, and then his entire body froze. He almost instinctively sat up and looked at the small token in his hand in disbelief. His name, birthday, and place of birth were written on it. And on the back of the small token, there was a large Gu character. This is. He jumped down with a swoosh. With a limp arm, he looked at his brother. Gu Chongqing also looked at him. His expression was solemn. His eyes revealed the unyielding spirit of a soldier, the Gu family army's wooden token. From today onwards, you are a true Gu family army soldier. You must be loyal to His Majesty and do your best for the people. You must abide by military orders, punish evil, and protect the country and the people. You must also protect every river in the country of Zhao. You must protect every inch of the country of Zhao. If the enemy invades, they can only step over your corpse. Gu Qingfeng's chest swelled. His eyes were red and hot tears rolled down. He straightened his body and solemnly swore, Gu family army Gu Qingfeng accepts. Chapter 5:10. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The Gu army had been preparing to attack the city since yesterday. However, other than Gu Chongqing and a few others, no one knew which city they were going to attack. According to the information obtained by the Gu army scouts, the Qin army predicted that Gu Chongqing would take the lead to attack Beiyang City. At this moment, Yi City had already begun to send reinforcements to Beiyang City. That's good. Lingguan City's 30,000 troops are no match for us. In the tent, the right commander said, moreover, Beiyang City is further away from Lingguan City than Yi City. If the Qin army really goes to Beiyang City, then even if they realize that they've been tricked, they won't be able to turn around and reinforce Lingguan City in time. Gu Chongqing looked at the cities on the sand table and estimated the distance between them. Beiyang City, Lingguan City, Yuegu City, and Yi City happened to occupy the top, north, south, left, west, right, and east directions. Beiyang City was in the north, far away from Lingguan City in the south. However, Beiyang City was not that far from Yuegu City in the west. If they realized that they had been tricked, the first thing they would do would not be to reinforce Lingguan City, but to lead the army to attack Yuegu City. After explaining his analysis, the left and right commanders disagreed on how many troops to send. The right commander said, "We'll go all out and get rid of them as quickly as possible. Then, we'll rush back. We might not be slower than the Qin army." The left commander said, "Yuegu City is a total of 80 miles from Lingguan City. Yuegu City is also 80 miles from Beiyang City. As long as we attack the city, Beiyang City will receive a messenger pigeon. How long will it take to attack the city? When that time comes, it will be too late for us to turn back." The right commander said passionately, "Then let's fight another battle. Take back Yuegu City." The left commander said seriously, "But the people in the city will suffer the flames of war, and the injured soldiers and defenders will also be slaughtered." The right commander fell silent. Although his fighting style was aggressive, he did not ignore the lives of the people and the border soldiers. Gu Chongqing did not say anything. Today, he had asked Advisor Hu and Governor Qing about the topography of this area. He knew that Yuegu City was indeed the same distance to Beiyang City and Lingguan City. However, compared to Yuegu City, Lingguan City's topography was higher while Beiyang City's topography was lower. They came down the mountain while the Qin Kingdom's army came up the mountain. First of all, their speed was different. As long as they attacked the city fast enough, they would be able to meet the Qin nation's army outside Moonwood City. Therefore, he was now faced with two choices. He could go all out and quickly take down Lingwan City before rushing back to fight with the Qin nation's army. Or, he could leave a portion of his people in Yuelu City and start a war on both sides. If it was the second option, it would involve the question of how many soldiers the Qin kingdom's army would deploy. Was it 30,000 or 50,000? In the end, Gu Chongqing chose to leave a portion of his forces in ancient Moon City. After all, if the soldiers were to rush back and forth, their combat strength would not be able to keep up. It would be better for the two cities to attack at the same time. The soldiers of ancient Moon City would be able to rest and wait for the exhausted soldiers. They might not have the advantage in terms of numbers, but they would definitely be better in terms of combat power. Gu Chongqing paused and said, also, it's not necessarily because they don't have the advantage in numbers. Beiyang City and Yi City need to be guarded by soldiers. They are also afraid that if we take down Lingwan City, we will immediately attack Beiyang City or Yi City. Currently, the two cities have a total of 80,000 soldiers. Each city needs at least 20,000 soldiers, so the maximum number of soldiers they can deploy is 40,000. After discussing with Tang Yuishan and his grandfather, the three of them agreed to leave 30,000 soldiers of the Gu clan to deal with the Qin nation's army. The rest of the troops that could be deployed would follow Gu Chongqing to attack Lingwan City. Injuries would occur at any time during a war, so it was necessary to have a doctor accompanying them. This time, there were actually many skilled doctors from the common people in the medical team. However, in the midst of the flames of war, danger lurked everywhere. Gu Chongqing only chose 20 people from the imperial court's medical officials. Gu Jiao was in the ranks of the team, but not as a doctor. She had to inform the patients in the stronghold to evacuate. Although she had told little Shirtu that it would be fine to have someone deliver the news and that little Shirtu would take the people to evacuate. However, how could Gu Jiao let a group of patients escape in the ice and snow? Lives would be lost. Gu Qingfeng had just been officially appointed as a member of the Gu clan's army. He was so excited that he felt like 10,000 ants had crawled into his heart. He tossed and turned in bed, occasionally laughing foolishly and directly waking Tang Yuishan up. Tang Yuishan used to scare Steamed Bun when he first saw him, but now he was very calm. This kid's brain was damaged. He would have at least 7 or 8 spasms a day. Gu Qingfeng wasn't even in the mood to eat dinner. He was only thinking about attacking Lingwan City. He felt that he was part of the Gu clan's army and couldn't sit idly by. He also had to go to war. He decisively removed the bandage on his arm and strode out. Before he could take a step out, he was blocked by Dr. Song. Dr. Song said impartially, "Miss Gu said that no one is allowed to leave this room. I'm not afraid of you. Do you want to give me an injection? Come on, come on." Gu Qingfeng directly showed his butt to him. Dr. Song said expressionlessly, "I'll deduct a bottle of hair growth medicine from you." Gu Qingfeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Recently, he had been so busy fighting that he had forgotten about the hair growth medicine. Gu Qingfeng, who was not afraid of anything and was not afraid of injections, finally bowed down for a bottle of hair growth medicine. After dinner, Gu Chongqing led the Gu clan's army to set out. The left commander and 30,000 Gu clan's soldiers stayed behind in Yueqing City. The wind and snow filled the sky and the road was dangerous. After a whole night of trekking, the Gu clan's army finally arrived near Lingwan City. At this time, the heavy snow had not stopped, and the army was resting in a mountain forest. Gu Chongqing gave the order to set up a barracks and rest there. Lingwan City was on the east side of the mountain, and they were on the west side of the mountain. With the thick wind and snow covering them, even if they started a fire, they wouldn't be discovered. Gu Jiao was ready to go find little Shirtu. The brother and sister had already discussed the details of this matter. Considering the overall situation, Gu Changqing couldn't leave the team before the battle, but he had the shadow guards accompanying him. He handed over all 6 shadow guards to Gu Jiao. Early on, before they set off, Gu Jiao picked a few women in Yueqing City who knew acupuncture and took them to make a few sets of protective clothing out of oiled paper. There was no need to trouble them with gloves and masks, as there were many in the small medicine box. She was the only one who used goggles, but in a while, she would put on masks for the plague patients, so it wasn't a big problem. Gu Changqing looked at Gu Jiao, who was carrying the small medicine box and the red tasseled spear, and asked, "Are you leaving?" Gu Jiao nodded. "After taking them to a safe place, I'll meet you." "Okay." Gu Changqing looked at her fixedly. There was the worry and reluctance of a brother in his eyes, but at the same time, he also understood Gu Jiao's ability. He tidied her hair and said, "Take care of yourself." "I will." If she didn't take care, she wouldn't have any small benefits. Because they had to pass through the checkpoint, they didn't ride horses. The shadow guards used qinggong to bring Gu Jiao back and forth in the night. After about half an hour, the group arrived at their destination. Gu Jiao stood outside the wooden bridge and took out gloves, masks, and temporary protective clothing from the small basket on her back. She helped them put them on neatly one by one. She was also fully dressed. One of the shadow guards was going to scout ahead. Gu Jiao called out to him, "I'll go first. You guys wait for me here." The shadow guards nodded in unison. Gu Jiao first went to the death soldier's small wooden hut and gently knocked on the door. There was the sound of someone getting up from inside the hut. His movements were quick, and it sounded very vigilant. Gu Jiao secretly nodded. Little Shidu's vigilance was quite good. "It's me," she whispered. "Dr. Gu." Shen Xian hurriedly opened the door for her. Gu Jiao flashed in and left the door ajar. Using the thin moonlight that came in through the crack of the door, she asked him, "Did you take your medicine on time these past 2 days?" "Yes, yes." Shen Xian hurriedly nodded. "I feel much better." "What about the others?" Gu Jiao asked. Shen Xian said, "They also took their medicine on time. Most of them are getting better like me, but there are also some who don't have any changes. There's no effect." Gu Jiao frowned strangely and said, "The effect of the medicine varies between individuals. Let's observe for another 2 days. If it really doesn't work, I'll give them another medicine." Last time, she had left behind streptomycin and a sulfonamide. In a while, she would see if there was tetracycline or chloramphenicol in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao said to Shen Xian, "Let's not talk about this for now. Lingguan City is about to go to war. I'll take you guys away first." Shen Xian waved his hand. "Dr. Gu, you should leave quickly. I'll take them to hide in the mountains. I guarantee that no one will find us." Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "They have hunting dogs. It'll be easy to find you guys." "Ah." Shen Xian was shocked. Gu Jiao said seriously, "There's not much time left. Let's leave quickly." Shen Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He woke up the patients one by one. They did not expect that Gu Jiao would really come back to save them. Originally, they only had 20% hope in their hearts, but now it was 50%. Gu Jiao put on a mask for each of them and brought them across the bridge. However, Gu Jiao did not leave herself. Instead, she said to a few hidden guards, "You guys escort them safely to safety." "You're not leaving?" Shen Xian asked. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "I'll leave in a while." It was almost dawn. The Qin country's soldiers would come to deliver breakfast. They needed someone to pretend to be a death soldier and knock on the door. Otherwise, once they found that everyone in the stronghold had disappeared, they would guess that the Gu army had come. The whereabouts of the Gu army could not be exposed in advance. Chapter 5:11. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Shen Xian understood and said to Gu Jiao, "No, Dr. Gu, I'll stay here. You go first." Gu Jiao said, "You're not fast enough. You won't be able to catch up with us in a while, and you won't be able to understand the signals left along the way." Shen Xian was speechless. "Let's go," Gu Jiao said. Shen Xian reluctantly agreed. Then he thought of something and asked Gu Jiao, "Where are we going?" Gu Jiao said, "To find a safe place to settle you down." "What about our families?" a man in his early 30s asked. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, "The masters of the Gu army have already sneaked into the city. They will be brought out before the war. Can we go home after the war?" Another patient asked. He was the oldest one among them. He was 40 years old this year. He used to be a minister, surnamed Xiao. Gu Jiao looked at him. When she put on the mask for him, Gu Jiao noticed that his body temperature was higher than the others, and his symptoms were more serious. Gu Jiao didn't answer him in a hurry. Instead, she asked, "You're the one who didn't get better after taking the medicine?" "Ah." Minister Zhao was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand why the topic suddenly changed so quickly. Gu Jiao didn't have time to carefully find the reason why he didn't get better. She just said to him, "You can't go home until you recover." Minister Zhao asked, "Recover? How long will that take?" Gu Jiao crossed her arms and said, "Let's see how fast you recover." Minister Zhao's face suddenly changed. There were 13 patients locked here. After eliminating the men of sacrifice, there were 12 people left. Among the 12 people, except for Minister Zhao, who didn't get better, the others' symptoms were more or less better than before. Although they were anxious to go back to see their families, they knew in their hearts that they had the plague. If they didn't recover, it would inevitably harm their families. More importantly, they saw the light of recovery. Squire Zhao didn't think so. He suddenly took a few steps back and walked onto the wooden bridge. He looked at Gu Jiao warily. "Your medicine is completely ineffective. If we don't recover, will we be locked up by you for the rest of our lives?" Gu Jiao's fingertips lightly tapped on the arm that she was hugging. She looked at him indifferently and said, "When the battle at Lingguan City is over, I will change your medicine." "What if the other medicines don't work? What if you can't cure me? What if you just want to lure us out?" Shen Xian frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Dr. Gu was sent by the imperial court. That day, she came together with the Gu family army's young master. "Didn't you see it with your own eyes? It's not like we've seen the real Gu family army." Who knew if she was telling the truth? He might be a fake young master. She did it to lure us out and kill us. As he spoke, he looked at the patients. The plague can't be cured. Her medicine can only alleviate the symptoms, but in the end, we will still die. She knew. She was a doctor. She knew everything. She just wanted to lure us out. She wanted us to infect Prince Yi's soldiers. She wanted to throw us into Prince Yi's army camp. As soon as he said this, the patients immediately became jittery. Shen Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at him anxiously, then looked at his companions, who were obviously on high alert, and said in disappointment, "Dr. Gu is not that kind of person." Squire Zhao mocked, "How do you know she's not that kind of person? Are you familiar with her? Or, have you been bribed by her?" Shen Xian said angrily, "Zhao. Don't slander me. It's fine if you don't leave. Gu Jiao said calmly, leave the corpses behind. The patient's expressions changed abruptly. Squire Zhao pointed at Gu Jiao. Good. The fox's tail has been revealed. You're here to kill. Gu Jiao ignored him. She took the armor from the hidden guard's hands and calmly walked onto the wooden bridge. She said to the patients behind her, who wants to stay? The 6 shadow guards unsheathed their cold swords at the same time. The patients were so scared that they shrank their necks. People were like that. If they could live a little longer, they would not choose to die immediately. Squire Zhao saw Gu Jiao walking towards him with a weapon longer than him on her back. His heart inexplicably jumped. The moment Gu Jiao approached, he rushed out. He hid behind Little Shirtu and Shen Xian. Gu Jiao didn't intend to lay a finger on Squire Zhao, but Squire Zhao was so scared. Dr. Gu, take care. One of the hidden guards cupped his hands towards Gu Jiao's back. Gu Jiao did not turn back. She just casually waved her right hand. The group of people left under the escort of the hidden guards. Because of the heavy snow, the footprints on the ground were quickly covered by the snow. Gu Jiao sat in the small wooden hut with her eyes closed. At the first glimmer of dawn, 2 soldiers from the previous dynasty came over with food and medicine. Gu Jiao knocked on the door 3 times from the inside. The 2 soldiers left in relief. After they walked away, Gu Jiao brought the food into the house and put it away. She also disposed of the medicine and poured it away. At noon, the 2 soldiers came again. They first took away a few boxes of food and then put down new boxes. Gu Jiao handled the food and medicine as usual without leaving a trace. Gu Jiao could have left at this time. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, the soldiers would not come again until dinner time. At that time, the Gu family's army would have already launched an attack on Lingguan City. It did not matter if the matter in the stronghold was discovered or not. However, to be cautious, Gu Jiao still stayed until dinner time. When the soldiers from the previous dynasty came to deliver dinner, she killed them. Gu Jiao took off the protective clothing and put on the armor. She carried the small basket and the red tasseled spear and followed the secret signal along the way. Gu Jiao found them in the forest where the Gu family's army had been stationed. They were arranged in a tent and were guarded by 6 hidden guards. When they came over, the Gu family's army had not yet left. They saw the uniform army and also saw the Zhao country's flag and the Gu family's army flag. Their anxious hearts finally returned to their stomachs. It was good that it was the real Gu family's army. The Gu family's army would not trap the common people and be unjust. The official surnamed Zhao was sitting on a mat in the tent. He was coughing so badly that blood came out of his mask. Gu Jiao left the red tasseled spear outside and lifted the curtain to walk over. Dr. Gu. Little Shirtu, Shen Xian, stood up and looked at her in surprise. She had taken off the protective clothing and was wearing dark armor. It was different from the silver armor of the Gu family's army, but she had an inexplicably strong aura. Shen Xian only looked at her and his heart was excited. Gu Jiao nodded to him and walked in front of official Zhao. She knelt down on one knee to check his condition. She first took his pulse and then took out a stethoscope to listen to the sound of his lungs. After listening, Gu Jiao frowned and looked at him. Did you really take the medicine? Official Zhao's eyes flashed. Shen Xian quickly noticed his panic and said in disbelief, You didn't take the medicine? Official Zhao coughed up blood and almost couldn't speak. Gu Jiao used her gloved hand to take off his bloody mask and put it in the basket lined with craft paper. She coldly said, Why didn't you take the medicine? Official Zhao had a high fever and said dizzily, Who knows if you gave me poison? Shen Xian said in exasperation, Aren't you being too paranoid? If it's poison, can we all get better? Official Zhao only realized whether he was getting better or not after a long journey. Everyone was locked up in the stronghold. Shen Xian said that he was much better and didn't feel so uncomfortable. The others also said so. However, Official Zhao felt that it might be a psychological effect and that he might not really be recovering. However, just now, he had collapsed on the road several times, but the other patients were almost as strong as normal people. Even Little Gua, who didn't have such obvious effects, could keep up with the group. He knew that he had misunderstood Gu Jiao. That was the real medicine that could cure the plague. Unfortunately, he realized it too late. He was going to die. He couldn't breathe. Official Zhao's breathing was choked. His face quickly turned blue and purple, and his body stiffened. After a while, he began to convulse. Gu Jiao quickly broke off a wooden stick from the pile of firewood and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she quickly pressed on his Renzhong, Qigu, Niguan, and other acupuncture points until his body stopped convulsing. Gu Jiao took his temperature and found that he had a high fever of 40 degrees. In this situation, the possibility of lowering his temperature physically was not high. He was unconscious and couldn't be fed medicine. Dr. Gu, can he still be saved? Little Shirtu asked in a low voice. I don't know. Gu Jiao frowned. This was the truth. The death rate of the plague was very high, and he didn't cooperate with treatment. Now, he could only resign himself to fate. Gu Jiao gave him an injection. First, she gave him an antipyretic injection and then replaced the infusion bottle with streptomycin. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find a shelf to hang the infusion bottle, Official Zhao suddenly woke up. He felt that his arm was cold. He looked carefully and was so shocked that he reached out to pull it out. What did you do to me? Gu Jiao was on an infusion. Little Shirtu rushed over to hold him down, but it was too late. A stream of blood spurted out and splattered all over Gu Jiao's face. It dripped from her goggles and onto her mask. She smelled the strong scent of blood. Chapter 5:12. Gu Jiao's mood almost instinctively became violent. The goggles turned blood red, as if the entire world had turned blood red. The heat of the blood seeped through the mask and burned her cheeks. The violent factor in her body began to surge endlessly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Squire Zhao was a plague patient. His blood was also sick. Dr. Gu, Shi, the hidden guards outside the tent heard the movement inside. One of them opened the curtain and saw Gu Jiao's face covered in blood. His expression changed and he was about to walk towards Gu Jiao. Don't move. Gu Jiao raised her hand to stop him. The hidden guard's step stopped. Dr. Gu, are you all right? What happened? I'm fine. Gu Jiao slowly lowered her hand. It seemed like a normal action, but no one knew how much self-control she used. She calmly said, none of you are allowed to come in. Shen Xian, move aside. She always called him Little Shirtu, but this was the first time she called him by his name. Shen Xian subconsciously sensed that there was something wrong with her. Dr. Gu. He moved aside in a daze. Gu Jiao once again squatted down in front of Squire Zhao. Squire Zhao was intimidated by Gu Jiao's silent calmness. He didn't dare to move or make a sound. When he pulled out the needle, he used too much force and tore a blood vessel. Gu Jiao calmly and skillfully treated his injury. She reinserted the needle and calmly said, the medicine is very expensive, don't make me waste it. She wouldn't waste medicine unless the person was dead. Squire Zhao looked at Gu Jiao, who didn't get angry at all. He didn't know why, but he inexplicably shivered. After Gu Jiao came out of the tent, she found an empty place and sat down against a bamboo tree. She took off the contaminated goggles and mask, as well as a pair of gloves. She did not know if she would be infected. She took 2 chloramphenicol from the small medicine box, grabbed a handful of cold snow, and swallowed it. The Gu family army went to attack the city, leaving behind only 100 people to take care of these sick people. The forest was quiet, but Gu Jiao seemed to be able to hear the sound of war drums and horns, the sound of chariots slamming into the city gate, and the sound of the Gu army climbing up the ladder. She leaned against the bamboo and looked up at the obscure and boundless sky. A trace of confusion appeared on her face. For a moment, her mind was blank. Dr. Gu. A secret guard walked over and reported, "Someone's coming." Gu Jiao entered a state of combat readiness in a second. She stood up and picked up the small basket on her back. "How many people?" The shadow guard said, 20 people, and a few of them are death warriors. It seems that the remnants of the previous dynasty found that the plague patients were missing, so they sent people to capture them. Gu Jiao had already made several preparations. If no one chased them, they would wait here for Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army's triumphant return. If someone chased them, they would change to another place. She had at least 3 backup places. Gu Jiao said to the secret guard, "You take the patients and go to the ruined temple on the way here." "Yes." The secret guard only listened to orders and did not question Gu Jiao's decision. The secret guard and 100 Gu family army soldiers took the patients and moved them. Squire Zhao was honest this time. He sat in the carriage, and Shen Xian hung his infusion bottle on the carriage. "Do you still remember how to pull out the needle?" Gu Jiao asked Shen Xian. The first time she went to the village, she gave Shen Xian an injection. Shen Xian nodded, "I remember." "That's good." Gu Jiao did not say anything more. She took the red tasseled spear and the small basket and walked in the direction of the group of experts. "Dr. Gu." Shen Xian called her. "What's the matter?" Gu Jiao turned her head. Shen Xian sat in the carriage and stretched his head out of the window. He said to her through the mask, "You will be okay." Gu Jiao glanced at him and did not answer his question. Instead, she said, "If I don't catch up in an hour, you go to Yuegu City first and find a doctor surnamed Song. He will know what to do." She left a lot of medicine for Dr. Song, including chloramphenicol and ribavirin. Shen Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Gu Jiao turned around and disappeared into the boundless night. Shen Xian looked at Gu Jiao's small figure that gradually disappeared into the forest. The carriage moved slowly, and his eyes did not move away for a long time. The group of people moved very quickly. They rode their horses and came to the depths of the forest in less than a quarter of an hour. They raised their speed to the maximum. Who would have thought that they would suddenly see a small, unfamiliar figure in the distance in the bamboo forest, in the snow? It seemed to be a young man wearing dark armor. He held a helmet in one hand and a red tasseled spear in the other. The young man did not have a crown, so his black hair was not tied up high. Instead, he only used a light blue hair band to tie half of it behind his head. The other half was draped over his shoulders and fluttered in the cold wind. They were still far away, and the young man had been motionless, but everyone felt the murderous aura of the mountains and rivers from the young man's body. The 20 people tightened the reins in their hands almost at the same time. The leader of the men of sacrifice was the first to react. He frowned and coldly said, "It's a soldier of the Zhao country. Kill him." The Gu army's armor was silver. When Tang Rushan made the armor for Gu Jiao, it was made according to the style of the Tang family's archers, but it was not exactly the same. Her weapon was a spear, and this armor was tailor-made for her and her red tasseled spear. It was the unique armor of the Zhao country. The two men sped up and pulled out their long swords. Gu Zhao coldly glanced at them. She lightly put on the helmet and pulled down the mask, revealing only a pair of murderous eyes. At this moment, the 20 masters' hearts all skipped a beat. A chill ran down their spines. It was too late to retreat. Besides, they couldn't retreat. 20 masters couldn't defeat a young man. If word got out, people would laugh their heads off. Kill! The leader of the men of sacrifice gave the order. The next second, the murderous red-tasseled spear appeared and cut off his head with unstoppable force. Blood splattered all over his companion, and a round head rolled onto the snowy ground. Before his horse could even stop, its hooves had already trampled over that head. Everyone was shocked. How could this young man have such skills? No, it should be said that he looked young. How could he be so ruthless? Is he a man of sacrifice? An expert asked. His voice was trembling. One of the 4 men of sacrifice had died. The remaining 3 all looked at the young man in front of them. The young man did seem to have a trace of a man of sacrifice, but it was stronger than a man of sacrifice. They couldn't tell what it was. They instinctively felt fear towards the murderous young man in front of them. Even so, the young man didn't plan on letting them go. His red-tasseled spear quickly attacked them again. This time, he attacked another man of sacrifice. Normal soldiers couldn't tell the difference between an expert and a man of sacrifice. A stronger expert might be able to, but they couldn't be so accurate and fast. When the 4 men of sacrifice all died under the young man's red-tasseled spear, the rest of the people knew they didn't have any chance of winning. Retreat! A man in black shouted. He took the lead to run away. Gu Zhao grabbed the red-tasseled spear and coldly looked at his back. She suddenly threw the red-tasseled spear. The huge force was like 10,000 arrows, knocking the man in black and his armor off his horse. His entire back was pierced through, and he fell heavily into the snow. The rest of the people didn't even have the will to fight. They looked fearfully at the young man who pulled out the red-tasseled spear and walked towards them step by step. The blood from the red-tasseled spear dripped onto the snow, like flowers blooming on the road to the underworld. You, don't come over. We're King Yi's trusted aides. Another man in black sat on the horse and held the reins tightly as he spoke to Gu Zhao. Gu Zhao didn't stop. Everyone couldn't help but gulp. The man in black continued, His Highness King Yi is the son of destiny chosen by the living Buddha. He's the Emperor Star. As long as you're willing, His Highness King Yi will definitely give you a high position and generous salary. The murderous young man was getting closer and closer. Everyone unconsciously leaned back. The man in black broke out in a cold sweat and said, You just have to let us go, and His Highness King Yi will reward you. Don't think that your Zhao Kingdom's imperial court will win just because the Gu army is here. The Qin Kingdom's 100,000 reinforcements will soon arrive at the frontier fortress. They've brought the Liang Kingdom's ballistae. Attacking the city is as easy as walking on flat ground. You can't win. Before he could finish, the young man's red-tasseled spear pierced his heart. You talk too much. The young man finished speaking indifferently and pulled out the red-tasseled spear expressionlessly. The black-clothed man fell straight into the snow. The horse neighed in fright and shifted its hooves uneasily. Everyone else kept their mouths shut. We don't talk much. Don't kill us. The young man glanced at them with a world-weary gaze. You don't even have any last words. Looks like you're ready to die. Everyone. Chapter 5:13. A quarter of an hour later, the murderous forest quieted down. 19 of the 20 people were gone, leaving only one man in black kneeling in the snow, trembling. Gu Jiao looked down at him, the tip of the red-tasseled spear pressed against his heart. Your prince consort has a very powerful death warrior. Where is he? The man in black was startled. Perhaps he hadn't recovered from the huge massacre, but it took him a long time to realize what Gu Jiao was talking about. He swallowed and said in a trembling voice, "Young hero, wait, this isn't a young hero. It's a girl." Yes, she's clearly a girl. Even if she didn't change her voice, there was still a big difference between a young man and a young girl's voice. Just now, he was so frightened by the young man in front of him that he even forgot to listen carefully. The fear in the man in black's eyes didn't lessen because the other party was a girl. On the contrary, he was even more afraid. What kind of girl could be so terrifying? Was she a death warrior that only the nobles of the Yen Kingdom had? Death warriors originally came from the Yen Kingdom. The other 5 kingdoms would spend a lot of money to hire or buy death warriors from the Yen Kingdom, but they weren't the most powerful ones. Only their prince consort had a chance to get a death warrior from the Yen Kingdom. Young Miss, the man in black didn't know whether to call the other party a young hero or a girl. He stammered for a long time, then stammered, "Are you asking about Sirius?" Sirius? Gu Jiao repeated indifferently. How capable was he to have such a flashy name? Gu Jiao noticed that when the man in black mentioned Sirius, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Is he very powerful? Gu Jiao asked. The man in black said, "He's more than powerful. The death warriors of the prince consort and Prince Yi combined are no match for him alone." Gu Jiao wasn't sure if the men of sacrifice in the hands of the prince consort and Prince Yi were at the same level as the 4 men from before. To be honest, the 4 men weren't weak, but they weren't too strong either. On the contrary, the fact that the 3 dragon shadow guards that Tang Wuxian had mentioned were all injured by this death warrior caught Gu Jiao's attention. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if he could defeat the 3 dragon shadow guards because he could only defeat 3, or if there were only 3 dragon shadow guards for him to fight. Actually, no matter which one it was, the power of this death warrior was terrifyingly strong. Where is Sky Wolf? Gu Jiao asked. In the prince consort's residence. The black-clothed man said fearfully. He guessed that Gu Jiao might not understand, so he explained, "It's not far from the governor's office. Just walk out of the governor's office's main entrance and head east for 2 li." Gu Jiao finished him off with a single shot. As usual, she plundered the valuables on their bodies. Choosing a horse as her mount, she galloped towards Lingguan City. She didn't know if she was infected, but she still put on some protection before entering the city. The entrance to Lingguan City had already been breached by the Gu clan army, and the 2 sides were fighting fiercely in the city. Gu Jiao took a detour and went directly to the prince consort's residence. The flames of war hadn't spread here yet, but the news of the battle should have spread throughout the city. The doors and windows of every household were tightly shut, and the streets were deserted. There wasn't a single citizen wandering around. Gu Jiao's horse's hooves echoed loudly on the long street. From time to time, there would be soldiers coming from the governor's office to provide reinforcements. Gu Jiao didn't fight them head-on. Her target was Sky Wolf. When she approached the prince consort's residence, Gu Jiao dismounted and left the horse in the alley. The last time Gu Jiao came to Lingguan City's governor's office, she had passed by here. At that time, she didn't know that this was the prince consort's residence. If there was a difference, there was. At least when she passed by here, there weren't so many soldiers guarding this place. This time, there was almost an entire army surrounding the residence. This action was somewhat thought-provoking. Lingguan City was at war, and the Gu clan army was at the city gates, fighting to the death with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Every soldier was important, but the prince consort had so many soldiers guarding the residence. He probably wasn't just guarding against Gu Chongqing and the Gu clan army, but also against his own uncle and the soldiers of the Qin kingdom. Once the remnants of the previous dynasty were defeated, Princess Ning'an would become their only bargaining chip to threaten the Zhao kingdom. King Yi definitely wanted to use Princess Ning'an as a shield, or use her to make a deal with the Qin kingdom army. Gu Jiao observed for a while in the alley across from her. Suddenly, several imperial bodyguards rode over and stopped in front of the gates of the prince consort's residence. The leader took out a token at his waist and said to the soldiers guarding the residence, "The prince consort has orders to transfer the princess to a safe place." The soldiers guarding the residence moved aside to make a path. The bodyguards entered the residence. Since they wanted to transfer Princess Ning'an, that person called Tian Lang should also be escorting Princess Ning'an away. Gu Jiao decided to wait for him to come out and wait for an opportunity to make a move on him on the way. Gu Jiao waited in the alley for about 15 minutes before the bodyguards rode out again. It was still the leader who spoke. He said to the soldiers, "Come with us to escort the princess away." "Yes." The soldiers responded. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. The soldiers lined up on both sides. In a flash, a tightly shut carriage drove out of the residence. The person sitting in the carriage must be Princess Ning, and Gu Jiao's goal was very clear. It was to kill Tian Lang. As for Princess Ning'an, if there was a chance after killing Tian Lang, she would take her away with her. But she wouldn't give up on killing Tian Lang just to save her. After the carriage left the residence, a dark horse stepped out from behind the door with heavy hooves. A man wearing black armor sat on the horse's back. Even though he was sitting on the horse, one could still see that he was tall and straight. He was taller than the average man. Like Gu Jiao, he was wearing a metal helmet, only revealing a pair of cold eyes. From a distance, his eyes seemed to be blood red, revealing a murderous aura. The moment he rode out on his horse, the horses around him became restless. Gu Jiao stared at him without blinking. She clenched the red tasseled spear in her hand. After that, several more carriages came out of the residence. After they left, Gu Jiao went to the alley to get the horse. In order not to be discovered, Gu Jiao stayed far away. The snow had stopped, and there were footprints everywhere in the snow. She didn't have to worry about losing track of them. However, this group of people was not completely brainless. They probably guessed that the traces in the snow would easily expose their whereabouts. Not long after, they began to split into two groups. When they reached the next fork in the road, they began to split into four groups. No wonder there are so many carriages. They are all used to confuse people. But Gu Jiao didn't remember the tracks of the carriages, but rather Tian Lang's hoofprints. His horse was taller than a normal horse, so the hoofprints were deeper. It was easy to say, but it wasn't easy to tell which of the hoofprints were deeper. It was a good thing that Gu Jiao had undergone tracking training in the organization. She followed Tian Lang's hoofprints through Lingguan City and came to the quiet and cold outskirts. When they passed by a small hill, Tian Lang's hoofprints suddenly disappeared. Gu Jiao's brows knit. After that, a cold aura came from the soles of her feet. Killing intent came from everywhere. Gu Jiao suddenly raised her red tasseled spear and swung it above her head to block it. With a loud clang, the weapons collided fiercely, creating tiny golden sparks in the darkness of the night. It was Tian Lang. He had found her. He decided to wait here and kill her. The horse couldn't withstand the great pressure. It cried out in pain and wildly charged forward. And it was this charge that caused Gu Jiao to lose her balance. Gu Jiao leaned back and raised her foot to kick Tian Lang's chin. Tian Lang's palm hit the bottom of her boot. Gu Jiao borrowed the force and flipped backwards. The red tasseled spear touched the snow, helping her to stabilize her body after flipping in the air. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and vigilantly stood in the ice and snow. About 10 feet in front of her stood the tall and sturdy Tianlang, whose killing intent filled the sky. Gu Jiao found that she had underestimated his height. His weapon was also a red tasseled spear. It was the same size as Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, but it was clear that his red tasseled spear couldn't compare to Gu Jiao's. His eyes fell on Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. He slightly narrowed his eyes, as if he was a little surprised. Gu Jiao followed his gaze and looked at the red tasseled spear in her hand. That attack just now was truly terrifying. If it was any other weapon, it would have already been broken in half. Her red tasseled spear didn't even have a small crack on it. Her sworn brother was loyal enough to give her a peerless divine weapon. Tianlang stared at Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. His eyes revealed a trace of undisguised desire. He had his eyes on her weapon. Gu Jiao wiped the snow that had splashed on her helmet. Her cold and stubborn eyes looked at Tianlang. Very good, I also want your life. Chapter 5:14. There are all the novels that you can't find on the internet. It was impossible to deal with an expert like Sirius head-on. She had only recovered 20 to 30% of her strength. She couldn't even beat the dragon's shadow guards, let alone Sirius. She had to outsmart him. However, Gu Jiao didn't expect Sirius to be so vigilant. This wasn't the most advantageous terrain in Gu Jiao's plan. She had seen the map of Lingguan City. There was a canyon 3 miles ahead in this direction. That canyon was the battlefield for her to deal with Sirius. Unfortunately, Sirius found it too early. The current geographical conditions were a little unfavorable for Gu Jiao. It was too open. It was too suitable for Sirius to slaughter Gu Jiao, this little cub. Sirius didn't even ask who Gu Jiao was. He just used his second killing move on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if he couldn't speak or was too lazy to speak. He looked at Gu Jiao with disdain. That was true. With his skills, he was an adult wolf. Gu Jiao could only be considered a lone wolf's cub at most. What was there to be afraid of? Sirius's second attack was no longer aimed at Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear. Since he had taken a fancy to this weapon, he wouldn't destroy it. He directly stabbed at Gu Jiao's neck. He actually intended to cut off Gu Jiao's head. This kind of fighting style was too arrogant. Gu Jiao blocked his attack with her spear for the second time. Sirius's cold eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't expect this little cub to have some skills. Gu Jiao always remembered what her godfather had told her. The best defense in the world was offense. She couldn't stay in the same place and wait for Sirius to hit her. She had to hit Sirius. She grabbed the red tasseled spear with her right hand and attacked Sirius's face. Her left hand secretly held the syringe hidden in her sleeve. She pushed off the needle cap with her thumb and stabbed Sky Wolf's neck the moment she got close to it. Sirius was fully armed. Only his neck, hands, and eyes were exposed. Obviously, the neck was the easiest place to attack. During this period of time, Gu Jiao's strength had not stopped recovering. Compared to when she was in the capital, she had improved a lot. Gu Jiao's hands were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. No one knew that her left and right hands were actually equally agile. She could be right-handed or left-handed. Her habits were habits that she wanted others to see. It had to be said that her hand was too fast, so fast that Sirius did not expect that she would use a hidden weapon on him. However, Sirius was not to be trifled with. The moment the needle pierced his neck, He reacted in time and sent Gu Jiao flying with a slap. Gu Jiao slid back dozens of steps in the snow. She did not stop until she stabbed the red tasseled spear into the depths of the snow. The syringe was also sent flying. What a pity. That was a superior anesthetic. It was okay to fight, but it was not a waste of medicine. Gu Jiao was very angry. She straightened up while gasping. She walked over to pick up the syringe that was sent flying and attacked Sirius again. She did not use any fancy moves. Sirius sent Gu Jiao and the syringe flying again. This time, Gu Jiao was not as lucky as the first time. She fell heavily into the snow and could not get up for a long time. Sirius thought that she was dead, so he came to collect his trophies, the red tasseled spear. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao supported herself with her hands on the cold ground. She looked like a ferocious little beast. She grabbed the syringe in the snow and stabbed it at Sirius relentlessly. Sirius was really annoyed. After sending Gu Jiao flying again, he planned to break the hidden weapon first and then stomp on Gu Jiao's head. It would be best if he could make Gu Jiao's brain splatter all over the ground. Gu Jiao and the red tasseled spear fell into the snow together. She covered her chest and resisted the taste of blood in her throat. She coldly stared at Sirius. Sirius came to the other side and raised his foot to stomp on the syringe. However, at this moment, something incredible happened. The moment the syringe broke, Sirius was sent flying by the sudden explosion under his foot. Gu Jiao coldly raised the corner of her mouth. Did he really think that it was still a syringe? Did he know about detonators? It was not easy to make a detonator. Secondly, it was hard to preserve. It would explode once it was shaken. If it was shaken before it left her hand, the first one to die would be Gu Jiao herself. Moreover, the detonator she made was different from the detonators in her previous life. First of all, it was much less powerful. After all, she extracted the nitroglycerin from the medicine in the small medicine box. The purity and dosage were not high enough. She only had one. She had never tried it before. However, judging from the blood on Sirius's body, it seemed to be quite powerful. It was stronger than the black fire pearl. Sirius fell into the snow. His armor was broken and his helmet was blown away. It was hard to tell where he was injured, but his body was covered in blood. He tried to move, but the knockoff detonator was probably too powerful. His body trembled slightly and he couldn't get up for a long time. Very good, I'll kill you while you're sick. Gu Jiao grabbed the red tasseled spear and walked towards Sirius while enduring the pain all over her body. She had thought about using the detonator on Sirius, but she was not sure if Sirius would choose to dodge. If he dodged, she would not be able to hit him. So, she could only lure him to destroy the detonator himself. In order to make him take the bait, Gu Jiao held the syringe and took so many hits. Now, she was a little exhausted. Gu Jiao walked to Sirius and looked at him, panting, "But I still have the strength to kill you." Then, she gritted her teeth, raised the red tasseled spear and stabbed at Sirius's heart. In the blink of an eye, Sirius, who had been stunned by the explosion, suddenly grabbed Gu Jiao's spear with a sense of crisis. He abruptly pulled downwards. Gu Jiao's exhausted body almost fell forward uncontrollably. Sirius raised his other hand and grabbed Gu Jiao's neck. His scarlet eyes made him look like a ferocious beast. But he forgot that Gu Jiao was also a ferocious little beast. Gu Jiao did not grab his hand that was grabbing her neck at all. Instead, she turned her hand and the real syringe fell into her hand. She stabbed it into his shoulder at lightning speed. This time, it was not anesthetic. It was neurotoxin. It could paralyze the nerve center of the human body in a very short time, paralyze the muscles and limbs, and gradually make the person lose the ability to breathe on his own, and finally suffocate to death. This was a special neurotoxin from the Research Institute. It was several times faster than the same kind of neurotoxin on the market. An ordinary person would take effect in 3 seconds, but he was a master. Gu Jiao gave him 10 seconds. However, 10 seconds passed. He was still tenaciously holding on. His grip on Gu Jiao's neck did not weaken at all. However, because of his injury, he could not use his original strength. Even so, if he continued to pinch her like this, Gu Jiao would not be able to breathe. There was only one syringe of this drug, and it would be gone after it was used. Moreover, even if there was, Gu Jiao would not be able to get it now. Gu Jiao decided to dig out his eyeballs directly. Unexpectedly, he chose to give up on grabbing Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, and used his bloody hand to hit Gu Jiao's acupoints. Gu Jiao's hand that was about to dig out his eyeballs froze in midair. Gu Jiao's mind was full of one sentence. It was over. It was up to him to kill her or cut her. Sirius threw Gu Jiao into the snow. He did not grab the red tasseled spear on the ground. Instead, he pulled out the dagger in his boots. The neurotoxin began to take effect. Gu Jiao's eyes rolled. She saw that his hand that was holding the dagger began to tremble. He might not have the strength to stab himself. Sirius could not stab himself, but he could cut his throat. This dagger could cut through iron like it was mud. He fell down beside Gu Jiao and pointed the dagger at Gu Jiao's neck with trembling hands. Gu Jiao felt a deep chill on her neck. The blade was about to cut open her delicate neck. However, at this moment, the neurotoxin in Sirius's body finally took effect. His hand trembled, and the dagger fell beside Gu Jiao's ear. He fell on his knees on Gu Jiao's body. Gu Jiao, Sirius fell sideways on Gu Jiao's body. His head was facing down in the snow. It was quite heavy. Snow began to fall from the sky again. It was not heavy, but the north wind was extremely cold. It was like a knife cutting people's faces. Gu Jiao's pressure points were sealed. She lay in the snow, unable to move. The neurotoxin paralyzed Sirius's breathing. Sirius finally became an ice-cold corpse. However, Gu Jiao's body also began to stiffen. She looked at the snowflakes in the sky. She looked at the obscure and boundless sky. She listened to the cold wind whistling past her ears. Bit by bit, she lost consciousness. It had to be said that the path of the emperor's son-in-law was very good. Other than her, no one else could find it. The vast snowfield stretched as far as the eye could see. Who could see the two tiny figures lying in the snow? After an unknown amount of time, the light shua turned into goose-feather-heavy snow. The blood and smell on the ground were covered by large pieces of snow. She and Sirius were also covered in a thin layer of snow. Chapter 5:15. The battle at Lingguan City was over. The attack started when the snow stopped at dusk and ended completely at dusk. The battle ended in less than 2 hours. The Gu army gathered all their superior forces and used their absolute advantage in numbers and combat power to defeat the 30,000 remaining soldiers of the previous dynasty. King Yi was shot and wounded. The prince consort brought 5,000 soldiers to escort him out of Lingguan City. Of the remaining 25,000 people, 5,000 died on the battlefield and 20,000 became captives. Most of these 20,000 captives were able-bodied men from the frontier fortress and various places. They were either followers of the living Buddha or members of the rebel army who had been coerced by King Yi. Of course, there were also some descendants of the nobles and landlords of the previous dynasty who held important positions under King Yi. The funny thing was that King Yi didn't take them with him when he abandoned the city and fled. Gu Chongqing was wearing a silver cloak and riding a tall horse that was also wearing silver armor. Behind him were the Gu cavalry in uniform. The infantrymen were left at the city gate to clean up the battlefield and form patrols to search for the remaining survivors of the previous dynasty. This wasn't the first time Lingguan City had been at war. The most terrifying thing was that it had been captured by the Qin army not long ago. That day was like today. A large number of Qin army broke through the checkpoint of Lingguan City and captured the defenders of Lingguan City. They had also ridden majestically on the long street. They captured women and able-bodied men when they saw them. They burned, killed, and plundered. There was nothing they wouldn't do. The flames of war rose again. Lingguan City was in a state of panic. All the doors and windows were tightly shut. When they heard the sound of horse hooves again, they didn't even see who had one. They all hid in their homes in fear. But the sound of horse hooves came closer and then farther away. There were no women's screams, no men's roars, and no soldiers breaking down doors to plunder. Finally, a brave lad quietly pushed open a door and peeked outside. He saw the Zhao nation's flag fluttering in the night and cold wind. He also saw the Gu army's flag protecting the Zhao nation's flag. "It's the Gu army!" he shouted. When the commoners heard that it was the Gu family army, they all had some hope. However, they didn't have the courage to immediately come to the long street. They also opened a crack in the door and looked outside. The Gu clan army walked from the west end of the long street to the east end of the long street, all the way in the direction of the governor's office. They did not disturb any of the people in the city, nor did they take away any sheep or chicken by the roadside. Their military discipline was strict, and they were full of righteousness. Gradually, commoners began to walk out of their homes. At first, there was only one, but later on, a large group of them slowly gathered. They curiously followed the Gu family army in the direction of the governor's office. At this moment, the governor's office was completely surrounded by the Gu family army. General Zhang searched the governor's office inside and out and found dozens of King Yi's aides. He also annihilated the thousands of Qin soldiers who did not manage to retreat from the city in time. When Gu Chongqing led the steel cavalry to the entrance of the governor's office, the commoners also followed. General Zhang suddenly escorted out a bald monk wearing a kasaya from a nearby residence. The monk was about 50 years old. He had a benevolent look, a broad heart, and a fat body. Many of the commoners recognized him. A woman exclaimed, "It's the living Buddha." They captured the living Buddha. Hearing the cries of astonishment from the commoners, the eyes of the bald monk, who was originally terrified, flashed. He straightened his back and said fearlessly, "Amitabha. Good indeed. Benefactors, why are you committing such a great massacre in the city? Fuck your mother's benefactor." Zhang can kick the bald monk's butt, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Fake monk. Swindling and deceiving. The living Buddha's reputation in Lingguan City was quite high. General Zhang's actions had undoubtedly angered a portion of the citizens. General Zhang didn't think it was the people's fault. After all, they were innocent. It was this shameless fake monk who colluded with King Yi and fooled the soldiers and people at the frontier fortress. Zhang Can wanted to vent all his anger on this fake monk, but he was stopped by Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing said faintly, "Stop." General Zhang cupped his hands and retreated to the side. "Yes, General." The fake monk was in so much pain that he cursed 3 times in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He simply sat cross-legged on the ground, Buddhist beads hanging from one hand. He made a Buddhist salute and said as if he was delivering all living beings from torment, Amitabha. Benefactors have killed too many people. My Buddha is merciful. I hope that benefactors will stop killing for no reason. How can you do this to the living Buddha? The living Buddha is a good person. He was sent by the Buddha to save us. You don't respect the living Buddha. You will suffer retribution. An old lady said with righteous indignation. General Zhang had a toothache. Old lady, open your eyes and take a look. This bald donkey is a fake. Which great master would collude with the rebel army and trap the people at the frontier fortress in the flames of war? And General Zhang almost blurted out what he had found out, but Gu Changqing's words interrupted him in time. Gu Changqing looked down at the living Buddha sitting on the ground and asked, neither too fast nor too slow, you said you are the living Buddha. Well, let me ask you, how many grades are there in the Diamond Sutra? 32. The living Buddha said without hesitation. What is the 32nd grade? Do you remember? The fake monk sneered in his heart. How could he not know the Diamond Sutra if he wanted to pretend to be the living Buddha? He made a Buddhist salute and said slowly, Subhuti. If someone uses the 7 treasures of the world to give alms, if there is a kind man or woman who has the heart of Subhuti and holds this sutra, or even the 4 verses of the Gatha, to be read and recited, and to speak for others, his blessing will surpass that of others. What is the meaning of speaking for others? Do not rely on the appearance. Why? All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble or a shadow. It is like dew or lightning. It should be observed as it is. Look. He is a living Buddha. Another commoner said. Zhang Can's temper flared up. He couldn't help but retort, knowing a bit of Buddhist scriptures makes you a living Buddha. Then if I can recite 2 paragraphs of the 4 books and 5 classics, wouldn't I be the new top scorer? Then do you know that Shakyamuni once wrote a volume of Little Surangama Sutra? It was a sutra written by Shakyamuni when he was still in the royal family before his enlightenment. Can you say a few sentences from it? The fake monk's expression froze for a moment. Generally, these small sutras were not popular Buddhist sutras. He was not a real monk, so how could he memorize all the Buddhist sutras? It was strange. He was obviously a reckless man who fought in wars. How could he know Buddhist scriptures? Did someone in your family become a monk? Or did he recite all the Buddhist scriptures backwards and recite them to you every day? Of course I know the Little Surangama Sutra. However, I rarely talk about this Buddhist scripture when I preach Dharma. Even if I say it, not many people have heard of it. If this benefactor were to accuse me of spouting nonsense, who would prove this poor monk's innocence? Such a small trick. It was difficult for him. Gu Changqing said again, you are a living Buddha. You should have this scripture in your hands. The fake monk said without changing his expression, the scripture has long been burned by your people. Zhang Can said angrily, nonsense. When did I burn your things? Gu Changqing looked at the fake monk with a calm and composed expression, so master admits that this Buddhist scripture exists in the world. As soon as this was said, the fake monk's expression froze again. Gu Changqing said neither too fast nor too slow, master, do you know that there is no such Buddhist scripture in the world? The Little Surangama Sutra did exist. But the Little Surangama Sutra was purely Gu Changqing tricking him. Gu Changqing looked at him lightly and said, before Shakyamuni was enlightened, he was just an ordinary person. How could he write Buddhist scriptures? Master is worshipped as a living Buddha. How could you not understand such a simple principle? The fake monk was choked and speechless. Who said that those who led the army to war were all brainless? This kid was too cunning. He actually set a trap for him. Not all the people were believers of the living Buddha. there were still many rational people. When they saw the living Buddha give himself away, they couldn't help but say loudly, "You can't really be a fake monk, right?" The fake monk said fiercely, "I am a living Buddha. Not a fake monk. Then you don't even know Buddhist scriptures." The young man who had just insulted him continued. "That's..." Before the fake monk finished, Gu Changqing waved his hand and several Gu army soldiers came over with a few women. The leading woman was about the same age as the fake monk. She was adorned with pearls and jade, which was a sharp contrast to the poor people who had experienced war. The women behind her were dressed like her, but they were younger than her. When the fake monk saw this group of people, he couldn't keep his face straight. He wanted them to shut up, but it was too late. "Master, please save us. They want to take us to the officials." The leading woman's call of "Master" completely removed the fake monk's cover. "Everyone, don't listen to her nonsense. I don't know them. I don't know what these people from the imperial court did, but they found a bunch of women to frame me. Amitabha, I've sinned, I've sinned. Father." Behind the women, a young child's voice sounded with a sobbing tone. There was more than one person. There were at least 7 or 8 of them. If it was possible that these women were hired by Gu Changqing, then these children who all looked like living Buddhas couldn't have been hired to make up the numbers. There were many similar people in the world, but these people clearly had a frontier accent. There were only a few children in the frontier, and 7 or 8 of them looked like living Buddhas. Who would believe that they weren't his biological children? The fake monk didn't expect the Gu army to be so ruthless. Not only did they dig him out of the secret room, but they also found his family from the cellar. This time, he really couldn't clear his name. With both witnesses and evidence, Gu Changqing left military advisor Xiao to take care of Lingguan City's affairs and sent General Zhang and 10,000 Gu army soldiers to guard the city. Then, Gu Changqing quickly rushed back to Yuegu City with the rest of the troops. The Qin Kingdom's army really did attack Yuegu City at night. However, they encountered some problems on the way and encountered an avalanche, causing them to arrive 2 hours later than planned. At this time, Gu Changqing had already rushed back with his army. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Qin Kingdom's army decisively withdrew. The Qin Kingdom's army had experienced 2 forced marches. If they turned around and attacked Lingguan City at this time, it would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Gu Changqing wasn't worried about the situation in Lingguan City. He led the army into Yuegu City. The first thing he did was to go to the wounded barracks to find Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao once told him that if things went well, she would go to the governor's office to meet him. However, he didn't see her. She should have implemented the second plan, which was to bring the patients back to Yuegu City. When he came to the wounded barracks, he saw Dr. Song wearing an oiled paper gown, a mask, and gloves. Dr. Song usually doesn't wrap himself up so tightly. It seems that Gu Jiao and the plague patients have returned. It's good that they're back. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could finish heaving a sigh of relief, he saw Dr. Song walking towards him in confusion. "General Gu, didn't Dr. Gu come back with you?" Gu Changqing was slightly startled. "Didn't she come back with those patients?" Dr. Song shook his head. "She didn't come back." The 2 men realized that something was wrong at the same time. Gu Changqing's expression changed, and he called the 6 secret guards over. When he learned that Gu Jiao had gone to deal with the Qin Kingdom's experts alone, his heart sank. "That's not right," he said thoughtfully. "They're just chasing after a few plague patients. They won't send out the most powerful experts. As long as they're not the most powerful experts, Jiao Jiao won't be unable to come back. Unless..." Gu Changqing suddenly thought of the death warrior by the prince consort's side who could defeat 3 dragon shadow guards. A chill ran down his spine. General, everything is ready. The day after tomorrow, are we going to attack the north? The left commander in charge of guarding ancient Moon City came over with a few marching bamboo slips. Halfway through his conversation with Gu Chongqing, he saw that Gu Chongqing acted as if he didn't hear him. He suddenly walked towards the stable, took out his mount, and mounted it without saying a word. The left commander chased after him, but his nose was splashed with snow. He wiped it away carelessly, looked at Gu Chongqing, and shouted, "General! Where are you going so late? General! General!" The cold wind whistled, and the snow fluttered. Gu Jiao was frozen into a small ice sculpture in the world of ice and snow. She lay there frozen with Sirius's corpse, losing her body temperature and breathing bit by bit. People would think of many things before they died, but Gu Jiao couldn't think of anything. Her head was frozen. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the last trace of her consciousness was also frozen in the snow. She closed her eyes. Gu Chongqing's horse galloped quickly in the night. It was his most beloved mount. When it came to the residence, it was only a little colt. They had been together for several years and had already formed an indescribable tacit understanding. The horse felt its master's anxiety, and its hooves almost broke off in the snow. Gu Chongqing went to the forest where the camp had been stationed and found the bodies of the experts of the previous dynasty buried in the snow. He dug through the snow with his bare hands and turned the bodies over one by one. Not Jiao Jiao. Not Jiao Jiao. Not Jiao Jiao either. Every one of them had been killed by the red-tasseled spear. It could be seen that Gu Jiao dealt with them with ease. If that death warrior was here, Gu Jiao wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Gu Chongqing finished digging through the last body. His fingers were stiff, and he knelt in the snow, gasping for breath. If Gu Yan was here. If Gu Yan was here, he would be able to sense where Jiao Jiao went. After all, Gu Chongqing was not Gu Yan. He couldn't sense Gu Jiao's movements. He just had an inexplicable intuition that Gu Jiao had left the forest with some kind of mission. She might have predicted that she wouldn't come back so soon, or she might not even be able to come back, so her planned retreat was to let the patients rush to Yuegu City and hand them over to Dr. Song. She took the initiative to find that death warrior. Why did she go to him? Why? The wind and snow were too heavy, and even the horses were unwilling to move forward. The soldier had to dismount from his horse and lead it to try to keep up with the team. However, after just 2 steps, he felt something under his feet and stumbled forward. He fell on a hard light shui pile. The snow pile was a little hard, but he didn't care too much. He pressed on the other side of the snow pile and stood up. But when he pressed on it, he was stunned. What's wrong with the feel of it? A chill ran down his spine, and he carefully looked at his hand. As a result, he saw a round head. He fell back with a cry and tumbled in the snow. As soon as he sat up, he happened to meet a pair of eyes that were still open. He was scared out of his wits. He didn't even care about the horse anymore. He ran forward, scared witless. "Ghost! Ghost! What are you shouting about?" A sergeant grabbed him. "You want to attract the pursuers, don't you?" He didn't dare to look back. He only pointed his trembling finger behind him. "No. No. Brother Zhang. There's a ghost over there." The safety along the way was very important. If there was really a ghost, it might not be a real ghost, but a person lurking in the dark. The sergeant called Brother Zhang walked towards the protruding light shui pile with the wind and snow on his back. When he got closer, he found that it was a person who had been frozen to death. He was worried for nothing. He thought that it was an ambush of an assassin. The sergeant intended to turn around and catch up with the team, but he suddenly felt that the face was a little familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He bent down again and carefully looked at the other person's face. He finally remembered where he had seen him. Sir! Sir! The man with the silver fox was sitting in a carriage pulled by 8 horses. Suddenly, an anxious voice of a soldier came from outside. He looked at the unconscious uncle beside him, took out his slender right hand from the warm hand, opened the curtain and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier reported, "It seems that someone saw Sky Wolf." After a while, the man with the silver fox and a few of his henchmen appeared beside the light schwa pile where the person had been tripped. The henchman removed the snow and revealed Sky Wolf's body. He knelt beside the other body with his head on the ground. His cheek was slightly tilted to the right. He didn't put all his weight on the body, but it was still heavy enough. Everyone was stunned. Sky Wolf was the #1 master under Sir. Didn't he escort Princess Ningen to escape? How could he die here? Who was the person who died with him? The man with the silver fox frowned and looked at Sky Wolf's body in disbelief. The henchman understood why Sir had such a look. Sky Wolf was a man of sacrifice that Sir bought from the nobles of the Yen Kingdom with a lot of money. He was not an ordinary man of sacrifice. The dragon shadow guards of the royal family of the Zhao Kingdom couldn't even withstand 10 moves from Sky Wolf. No one in the Yen Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, or the Qin Kingdom could hurt Sky Wolf. The handsome face of the man with the silver fox was covered with a layer of frost. He said to his henchman coldly, "Check who is the other dead one." "Yes." One of the henchmen squatted down and removed the snow on the man's face. It was a young and tender face. There was a red birthmark on the left side of the face. The man with the silver fox recognized the birthmark immediately. "It's him." He was surprised. The man with the silver fox had fought with Gu Jiao on the ice layer of the lake. Gu Jiao had hurt him with the red tasseled spear. Before that, Gu Jiao and another man in black broke into the governor's office of Lingguan City at night. They used black gunpowder to open a bloody path and save the old Marquis Ding and of the Zhao Kingdom. "Sir! He's still alive," the henchman said in shock. He had originally planned to separate the serious from the small corpse, but as soon as his hand touched Gu Jiao's face, he felt that something was wrong. He checked the other party's breath. Although the breath was weak, it was still there. "Sir, Princey has woken up. He asked me to ask what happened here." The bodyguard of Prince Yi came over and said. The man with the silver fox looked at the unconscious Gu Jiao thoughtfully. "Sky Wolf is dead. The murderer has just been caught." The man with the silver fox went back to the carriage. An unconscious soldier in armor was also taken into the carriage with him. Prince Yi covered the wound on his shoulder. He frowned in pain and asked, "Who is he?" "The murderer of Sky Wolf." Prince Yi looked at Gu Jiao's figure and her armor, which did not have any special insignia. He said, "What? Him? A small soldier. He's a soldier from the Zhao Kingdom." The man with the silver fox said. Prince Yi had just been defeated. When he mentioned the Zhao Kingdom, his face turned pale. He said in a low voice, "The Gu army." The man with the silver fox threw Gu Jiao on the carpet of the carriage. He kicked Gu Jiao's leg away lightly. "Look at the armor. It doesn't look like it." The Gu army wore silver armor. This boy's armor was a bit like the armor of the Tang family's archers, but it did not have the insignia of the Tang family's archers. Prince Yi looked at Gu Jiao strangely. "You said he killed Sky Wolf. How is it possible? How old does he look?" The man with the silver fox smiled. "Uncle, do you still remember the boy I mentioned to you who is related to the Yen Kingdom?" Prince Yi frowned. "Is he the one you mentioned?" "Sir. His luggage has been found. It's here." Outside the carriage, the man with the silver fox's confidant handed over a heavy small basket and a red tasseled spear. The man with the silver fox took them in the snow. The moment the curtain was lifted, the wind and snow rushed in. King Yi was so cold that he shivered, and his frown deepened. The man with the silver fox tied the curtain and rummaged through the small basket. The man with the silver fox was a little disappointed when he saw that there was only some dry food and a small tattered medicine box. He thought he would find some treasure. The man with the silver fox placed the small basket beside Gu Jiao and caressed the red tasseled spear in his hand. He said to Prince Yi, "Uncle, this is the weapon of the Yan Kingdom's divine general Xianyuanli, it's so ugly." Prince Yi's eyes hurt from the big red flower and small braids on the red tasseled spear. The man with the silver fox smiled faintly and did not care about the ugly weapon. "I asked around in the Qin Kingdom a few days ago. Xianyuanli's red tasseled spear was given to the king of the Qin Kingdom as a birthday gift by the king of the Yan Kingdom. After the war between the Qin Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom, the red tasseled spear was snatched away by Marquis Xianping of the Zhao Kingdom. During the peace talks between the two kingdoms, the Qin Kingdom wanted it back but was rejected by Marquis Xianping. Prince Yi pondered for a moment and agreed, yes, that person would do such a thing. He was a shameless person. Prince Yi paused and asked again, "Is he from the Xianyuan family or the Marquis Xuanping's residence?" The man with the silver fox shook his head, "I'm not sure at the moment. Not only did he get the spear, he also has the black gunpowder. He must be related to the Yan Kingdom. So he's from the Xianyuan family." Prince Yi made a judgment in his heart. His expression changed immediately. "We caught someone from the Xianyuan family. If the Xianyuan family knew, they would trample us into meat paste with 100,000 cavalry." The man with the silver fox smiled, "Uncle, don't worry. If he was really an important person in the Xianyuan family, the Yan Kingdom would have sent reinforcements." Prince Yi thought it made sense. Thinking of something, Prince Yi asked again, "Then, why didn't you kill him? He killed Tianlang. Aren't you going to avenge him?" The man with the silver fox caressed the red tasseled spear in his hand and said, "Tianlang is dead. Even if I avenge him, he won't come back to life. But he killed Tianlang, which means he's more powerful than Tianlang. Uncle, if he's willing to submit to us, wouldn't we have a second Tianlang?" Prince Yi hesitated and asked, "What if he doesn't submit?" The man with the silver fox curled his lips. "He's a soldier of the Zhao Kingdom. He saved the old Marquis Ding An's life. If we use him to threaten the Gu family army, what do you think the Gu family army will do?" Prince Yi looked at the young man lying on the ground without blinking. He didn't know why, but his heart was in a mess. "I think it's better if we kill him." The man with the silver fox smiled, "Uncle, don't be afraid. He's frozen like this. He won't be a threat." Chapter 5:16. After King Yi's defeat, everyone thought that he and his son-in-law would lead a 5,000-man army to Beiyang City or Yi City to seek refuge with the Qin Kingdom's army. However, the scouts hiding outside Beiyang City and Yi City reported that they didn't find any traces of the former dynasty's army. On the other side, Gu Chongqing was also desperately searching for Gu Jiao's whereabouts. However, no one expected that King Yi and his party would brave the wind and snow, pass through the ice field, and arrive at a paradise. It was called a paradise because there was a continuous mountain range and a natural hot spring at the top of the mountain in a world of ice and snow. This was a treasure trove that the Silver Fox man found by chance during a winter hunt. It was located in Zhao country's territory, but it was an unclaimed land. Every year, it would be frozen for several months, so the border officials treated it as an ordinary mountain range. The Silver Fox man secretly built a mountain stronghold here. Even King Yi was here for the first time. When the carriage entered the stronghold, it had to cross a wooden bridge. As the carriage walked on the wooden bridge, King Yi asked the Silver Fox Man anxiously, "Is it really safe here?" The Silver Fox Man brushed away the snowflakes that accidentally flew in from the window and landed on his silver fox cloak. He smiled calmly and confidently, "Uncle, don't worry. The mountains here are steep and the terrain is hidden. When we came here just now, it snowed heavily. Our tracks have long been covered. It's impossible for the Gu army to find us." Under the wooden bridge was a bottomless abyss. King Yi unconsciously lifted the curtain and took a look. His soul almost flew out of his body. If this wooden bridge broke, they would all be smashed to pieces. It was not until everyone had crossed the wooden bridge that King Yi's heart finally relaxed. However, in the next second, he heard his nephew say, "Feng Shi, cut down the wooden bridge." King Yi was shocked. Why are you cutting down the wooden bridge? Are you going to be trapped here forever?" The man with the silver fox comforted him with a smile and said to King Yi, "Uncle, the young master of the Gu family army, Gu Changqing, is unusually cunning. I'm worried that he will still find some clues and chase after us." Prince Yi frowned and said, "But didn't you say that you wouldn't leave any traces? This is a precautionary measure." The man with the silver fox explained with a smile, "As for the way down the mountain, Uncle, you don't have to worry about it. There's a secret passage in the stockade that leads to the outside from the top of the mountain. Even I haven't taken it before. That's our real escape route." Hearing this, King Yi heaved a sigh of relief again. However, the moment the wooden bridge was cut down, he was still worried for no reason. He could not tell whether this worry came from the wooden bridge itself or from something else. His gaze unconsciously fell on the soldier from the Zhao kingdom. There was a charcoal brazier in the carriage, so it was much warmer than outside. The ice on the soldier's armor had melted, and there was a puddle of water under his body. The mask on his helmet seemed to have been lifted during the fight. He was originally wearing a mask, but it was pulled off by the Silver Fox Man's subordinates. He was lying on his side, and the left side of his face with a birthmark was exposed. The more King Yi looked at him, the tighter his frown became. "Uncle, we're here," the man with the silver fox said to King Yi. Then, he noticed that King Yi was staring at the young man in a strange way, so he asked, "Uncle, what's wrong? I feel that we should kill him." King Yi looked at Gu Jiao and said. The man with the silver fox smiled and said, "If he's useless, it's not too late to kill him. Your Highness, it's time to get off the carriage." Outside the carriage, a soldier reported. King Yi withdrew his gaze from Gu Jiao and got off the carriage. After the man with the silver fox got off the carriage, he said to his trusted subordinate, "Feng Shi." Feng Shi cupped his hands and said, "Sir." The man with the silver fox ordered lightly, "Take him down and find a room to settle him down. Also, find a doctor to check on him. Don't let him die." Feng Shi said, "Yes." The man with the silver fox paused and reminded, "Also, he has some skills. Be careful not to be ambushed." Feng Shi cupped his hands and replied respectfully, "I know what to do." There were 2 hot springs at the top of the mountain. King Yi's courtyard was located at the large hot spring, while the man with the silver fox's courtyard was located at the small hot spring. The man with the silver fox sent King Yi back to his courtyard and settled him down before returning to his own courtyard. The courtyard was heavily guarded both inside and outside. The man with the silver fox looked at the 2 soldiers at the door and asked, "Is the princess inside?" One of them replied, "Sir, the princess has always been inside." The man with the silver fox asked again, "Has she never gone out?" The soldier shook his head. No. This was a stronghold that could accommodate 10,000 soldiers. It was quite spacious and no one restricted Princess Ning'an's freedom, but she just did not want to go out. The man with the silver fox nodded thoughtfully. Understood. Guard the courtyard well and report to me if there are any movements. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. The man with the silver fox entered the courtyard. On the other hand, Feng Shui had settled Gu Jiao in a small wooden house. Gu Jiao's small basket was also carried over by a soldier. Deputy General Feng, how should we deal with this basket? The soldier asked. Feng Shui dug out this basket personally from the snow and sent it to Sir together with the red tasseled spear. Sir only took the red tasseled spear, which showed that he did not care about the things in the basket. Feng Shui looked around. Other than some hard dry rations, there was only a small tattered box. There was a faint smell of medicinal herbs on the box. It should be a medicine box. Take it away. Feng Shui said. He paused and said, forget it. Give me that box. What if there were some valuable medicinal herbs in it? Yes. The soldier passed the medicine box to Feng Shui and left with the small basket. Feng Shui sent another person to invite the accompanying medical officer. While waiting for the medical officer, Feng Shui tried to open the medicine box, but it would not budge no matter how hard he tried. He touched the lid and said strangely, it's not locked. He pulled out his dagger and inserted it into the gap under the lid, trying to pry it open. With a clanged sound, his dagger was broken, but the lid of the box was still intact. What kind of broken box is this? Feng Shui stood up and impatiently kicked the medicine box. He looked at the broken dagger in his hand and said painfully, the dagger that Sir gave me. I haven't used it twice. As he muttered, the medical officer was brought over by the soldier. Feng Shui pulled out the broken dagger from the gap in the box and cursed as he walked out. He wanted to see if the dagger could be fixed. He walked 2 steps and turned back. He threw the broken dagger into the brazier. As for Gu Jiao, who was on the bed, Feng Shui had never seen anyone who could be saved after being frozen to this extent. However, since the Lord had given the order, Feng Shui still found a rope to tie up Gu Jiao's hands and feet. The medical officer entered the room and bowed to Feng Shui. Feng Shui said coldly, the doctor ordered that no matter what, we have to keep him alive. Use whatever good medicine you have on him. Yes, I understand. The medical officer replied. Feng Shui went out to fix the dagger. The medical officer came to the bedside and put his medicine box on the small table at the head of the bed. Because he was a soldier, there was no need to avoid the taboo between men and women. The medical officer directly sat down at the bedside. Gu Jiao's hands were tied together and placed on his stomach. The medical officer did not dare to untie Gu Jiao's ropes. He just took Gu Jiao's pulse like this. He did not know until he checked, but he was shocked. Yes, it was a girl. The medical officer's whole body trembled. He subconsciously stood up, but his hand was suddenly grabbed by a cold hand without any temperature. The medical officer opened his mouth wide. Come, before he could finish his sentence, a blade appeared on his wrist without him noticing. The medical officer was stunned by this series of actions. What was going on? Didn't they say that he was about to freeze to death? Why did he suddenly wake up? It was fine if he woke up, but he did not know where the knife came from to cut his wrist. Gu Jiao woke up when Feng Shui tied her up with a rope. Gu Jiao did not know who the other party was, but since the other party tied her up with a rope, they probably did not plan to treat her well. After Feng Shui left, she quietly took out the blade hidden in her armor. Speaking of which, this armor was very well made. It could hide hidden weapons everywhere. It was as if it was tailor-made for her. Gu Jiao's eyes were as cold as her hands. The medical officer's legs began to tremble. Gu Jiao gave him a look to the soldier outside the door. The medical officer understood. He wiped away his cold sweat and swallowed his saliva. He said in a normal tone, "Little brother, can you help me get a bucket of hot water?" The soldier wanted to say, "Why don't you go yourself?" In the end, he was still a medical officer. The soldier could not afford to offend him, so he held back his impatience and went. As soon as the soldier left, Gu Jiao cut the rope. "Don't make a sound. Otherwise, I'll cut your throat." The medical officer had been successfully threatened. Gu Jiao tied him up with a rope and then took a ball of cotton from the pillow and stuffed it into his mouth. Then Gu Jiao saw the small medicine box that was thrown into the brazier. Her eyes turned cold as she took the small medicine box out. Fortunately, it was not burned. Gu Jiao walked over to close the door. The soldier had to get a bucket of water. He would not be back so quickly, but he would not be too slow either. There was not much time left for her. Her situation was not good. It should be because she had been frozen in the snow for too long that there were some complications. She was a bit breathless. She opened the small medicine box and took out a blood pressure monitor to measure her blood pressure. Her blood pressure was too high. Cough. Her throat suddenly itched and she coughed out a mouthful of pink foam. The medical officer sitting on the bed was shocked when he saw this scene. It was one thing for her to take out those strange things from the box, but she actually coughed out this kind of thing. This was lung disease. The kind that no medicine could cure. Gu Jiao measured her blood pressure again. This time, her blood pressure began to drop sharply. It was acute pulmonary edema. It would not be long before she would go into cardiac shock. In such a place, once she went into cardiac shock, she would never wake up again. Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth and coughed out another mouthful of pink foam. She had already begun to show symptoms similar to heart failure and was about to go into cardiac shock. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. She held the handkerchief in one hand and took out an epinephrine syringe with the other. There was no time to give her an intravenous route. Gu Jiao grabbed the syringe and used the hand holding the handkerchief to pry open the armor. She aimed at her thigh and stabbed it down. "Doctor, your hot water is here." The soldier came to the door. Why is the door closed?" The soldier pushed the door open and entered. He said to the medical officer sitting on the stool, "Doctor, your hot water." "Bring it in," the medical officer said in a low voice. The soldier curled his lips. It was one thing to ask him to fetch water, but to ask him to bring it in. Did he have no hands or feet? This soldier was related to the steward of King Yi. He had always been more arrogant than ordinary soldiers. The medical officer was not willing to order him around unless it was necessary. The soldier put the water on the ground beside the medical officer. He did not forget to look at the sleeping soldier of the Zhao kingdom on the bed and asked, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" The medical officer said seriously, "He has been frozen for so long. How can he wake up so easily? You have to treat him." "Then you treat him." The soldier seemed to be staring at the medical officer as he treated Gu Jiao. The medical officer desperately winked at him. The soldier asked, "What are you doing? Are your eyes cramping? Didn't His Excellency ask you to treat him? Hurry up and treat him." The medical officer gritted his teeth. Yes, yes, yes. Go away." If the soldier did not leave, he would like to see how he would save the living dead. This person was dug out of the snow and had been frozen together with Sirius's body. He did not believe that he could survive. "Why don't you treat him? Is it not possible? Then I will tell Deputy General Feng and ask him to send another doctor." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, a silver needle flew close to the medical officer's ear and hit the soldier between his eyebrows. The soldier's eyes opened wide and he fell back. Just as he was about to hit the floor and make a huge noise, Gu Jiao blocked him with her foot and then gently put him on the ground. The medical officer sighed silently in his heart. I have already warned you, but you did not listen. Gu Jiao lifted the quilt and got up from the bed. Gu Jiao did not threaten the medical officer with a knife this time because she did not need it. When he saw Gu Jiao, not only did she not kill him but also brought him back to life, the medical officer looked at Gu Jiao as if she was a ghost. Where are my other things? Gu Jiao asked the medical officer. The medical officer shook his head like a rattledrum. I do not know, but... Probably it was taken by Deputy General Feng. He was the one who sent her here. Gu Jiao pulled out the silver needle and put it away. No one will come here for the time being, right? Gu Jiao asked. The medical officer waved his hand. No, this is very remote and is where the servants live. There are a lot of soldiers outside. Even if you recover, you will not be able to escape. The medical officer. Why should I remind her? Gu Jiao opened the medicine box again. Acute pulmonary edema not only required a cardiac stimulant to prevent cardiac shock, but also to expel the edema from the lungs as soon as possible. Gu Jiao found a bottle of mannitol and gave herself an infusion while asking the medical officer for some information. It turned out that King Yi was really defeated in the Battle of Lingguan City. King Yi abandoned the city and fled with the prince consort and 5,000 soldiers. They met her on the way and it was the prince consort who picked her up. That was true. The path that Princess Ning'an took was arranged by the prince consort for her. Of course, the prince consort would be able to find it. As for the prince consort's purpose, it was not difficult to guess. It was not because the prince consort was sympathetic, but because she probably still had some value to him. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, so this is King Yi's nest. Medical officer, don't ask me, okay? I have said enough. If I say more, my conscience will not let it go. Yes. The medical officer said, it is the nest, that you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.